What's up, YouTube? It's Sunday. It's 11 o'clock. I'm artisanmc. This is Shop Talk Live. Thank you guys for coming through today. If you can hear me clearly in the chat, let me get a one in the chat so I know that the mic and the setup is working all right. Make sure my mic sounds right. Seeing some ones. That's good. There we go. Sorry. I know I got a different light situation right now. But I am streaming from an undisclosed location. So your mic sounds right. Check one. Good one, Aquateki. Good one. There we go. There's a Gen Xer right there. Shout out to, what is it, MC Light? Shout out to MC Light. The mic sounds right. What's good? I'm listening. So, peace to you guys who's in here. I'm waiting for the chat to scroll up on my tablet so I can see who else is in here. But I can read that better than I can read it off the little screen while it's going on. Salt and pepper, my bad. My bad, man. Getting old, man. Getting old. Shout out to Swifty. What's up on the Geek Sunday? Appreciate you, Swift. Yeah, I think it was salt and pepper. My bad. I was thinking it was MC Light. Salt and pepper was here. All right, sorry, forgive me for chomping on something while I'm here. Making sure everything's together. So, I'm waiting for this chat to scroll up on his phone. Oh, excuse me, on this tablet. So I can actually read off everybody's. Always goes slow. And forgive the roughness of my face. I've not been trying to be attractive for a while. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking rough. Brother looking rough. Rough and ready. Give me a live chat. One second. I'm trying to make sure this is perfect before I can start. I am looking. Shut up, no. I am looking like a hungry man. I am looking like a hungry man. I'm a jack time. It's cold up here. It's cold. 30 degrees in California is cold weather. Sorry to tell you that it's cold. I don't do that. I have to put on some layers, put on some fur or something. That's not okay. That's not gangster. Not up here in the Bay Area. Water. So that get up here. Oh, I know why nobody's in this chat. I'm in the chat for the Geek Elite. That's why nobody's in that chat. That's why I'm the only one in that chat. So in case you guys don't know or don't remember, I stream a multi-stream. So I'm streaming on this channel, artisanmc, and I stream on the Geek Elite Assemble channel. So you're not subscribed to the Geek Elite Assemble channel, that's the backup channel, go ahead and watch there as well. There's a chat there. And that's why I couldn't see anybody's comments but my own. Because I, like a dumbass, went to Geek Culture because that's the alert that came up on the tab. There we go. Now I see y'all. Hello. Hello, Clay. There we go. Now I got cold quick on the East Coast. That the fuck it does. That's why I don't live on the East Coast. Oh no. No. I like visiting cold places. I would not want to live there regularly. Oh brother. But I may have been born in America, but I come from a tropical warmer climate. That shit, good shit. I like a lot. That's why. That's why I got the hoodies on now because it's got cold enough where I can wear my hoodies all the time again. So back to warm and cozy. Time to get it warm and cozy. All right, so shout out to the no one in here saying Geek Elite assemble. Shout out to Malika saying peace to love and family. Peace for the heads up text, Malika. I do appreciate that. I'm waiting to see when Beastly show up in here. Go talk about that because Malika sent me a text, I guess today, about Jason David Frank passing away, the Green Ranger from Savant's Power Rangers. And Beastly actually trains at his dojo, Texas. And last week when we were on here, Beastly was talking about seeing him last week at the dojo. So I'm sure this is hitting Beastly nerve kind of hard. So I give that brother some support if he pop up in here today. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. I would be disappointed, I should say. But if he does, I want to give him some support. So shout out to Beastly Nerd and Jason David Frank's family. Brother died at 49, same age as me. I thought he was older than me, same age as me. Fuck. That's way too early. That's way too early. Way too early. Yeah, Aquatechy, that's my thing. Everybody falling off. I'm telling you, dude, 50 is not looking good. 50 is not looking good to me. That's looking like, I'm telling you, it's looking like Murderer's Row up there. Dude, once you pass 50, everybody from 50 to 80 falling off this motherfucker like the merry-go-round going too fast. That shit terrifying up there. You ain't got a chance. Like, what? Made it through COVID to get taken down by what? Cancer? Get the fuck out of here. Woo! It's looking scary. Just saying, it's looking scary. What up to the Faulkness? What up to the Woo Beast? Appreciate you, Charles, coming through. So who else is in here? I see Spain Man in here. What's good? Aquatechy, number one wrench. Was good. VC Round was good. I'm listening. I hear you. Or I see you. I'm listening. Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, the Green Ranger got hit too, Charles. Ain't that a bitch? Like, I don't think Zordon did it. I'm serious. I'm not trying to make a joke. That's just what it is. The Green Ranger got hit. So I'm waiting to see him come back as the White Ranger. Swift Battle, always a pleasure. No One, the Package Man. And now the Charles Faulkner. And Morpheus the God. Yeah, RIP to. Yeah, you 50. Look, you must be shaking in your boots right now. God damn. And I don't know if the dude, I don't know what the circumstances are of his passing. As far as I know, he was a healthy dude. As far as I know, he was a healthy dude. I popped on the Instagram real quick and fucking Rob Liefeld had pictures up of him, like he missing his friend already. I'm like, God damn. Now the only person I didn't contact was my cousin, Winton. My cousin Winton is a big Power Ranger cosplayer. Right, he cosplays as the Blue Power Ranger, and I think he's met Jason David Frank a few times because he always goes to MorphinCon and stuff like that. All the little Power Ranger events he goes to cosplay. So I'm knowing he's probably messed up. I didn't get a chance to reach out to him before I started the stream, but I'm sure he got messed up. Outside of those original five Power Rangers, that's a big deal for people. Jason David Frank is probably one of the most known of those characters, just flat out. I mean, be surprised. There's some gangsters that fucking Green Ranger. Got respect for Green Ranger. So, yeah, that's rough. I don't even know what he died from because I haven't read the report. But 2 years Aquatech is 48. It's coming for. It's coming Aquatech. Looking up the escalator. Keep looking up the escalator. What up, Skill Marker? We on program? Appreciate that, Skill Marker. One way out. It's about it. And shout out to Judge Zilla, the Beige Ranger. Judge Zilla, the Beige Ranger. Skill Marker, Mr. Hold It Down. He be on program on other people's streams. He disrespected my geekdom. Appreciate that. So, thank you guys for coming through. Like I said, undisclosed location. But we got some stuff we can talk about. And this one said it's the first year I can round up to 50. That's what that comment on the screen was saying, man. First year I can round up to 50. I'm laughing because after I hit 35, that's when I started realizing I could do. Rounding that shit up. Like, how old are you? I think I'm almost 40. And now I'm on the other side of 45. That shit went by so fucking quick. You guys just really don't know. I've been through a lot this last 10 years. And it went by so quick that I'm sitting there like, damn, 50, it's not even right around. It's outside the door. Woo! That was fast. That's fast. So yes, man, I understand the feeling. I understand. You reached the I can round up point. One of us. One of us. I can check it. One of us. That shit. Yeah, look, that last 10 years was hyperspeed. It was hyperspeed, dude. I can tell you. I remember checking in the 40. I remember what I was going through checking in the 40. And at 49, I remember that shit pretty clearly. I can look back and say that was like not even the tip of the fucking iceberg. But a lot of shit happened since 40. So the last 10 years have been highly educational, somewhat entertaining. But this last 9 years has been something else. I can take that much. A lot of growth, a lot of failures, a lot of successes, just a lot of shit. So what we got? I watched Black Adam the night. Actually, like a hell of a lot more than anything Marvel. Yeah, there you go, Morpheus. And that's why I said after seeing Black Panther and watching it, telling you guys what I saw in the reaction video, it would be a teller once Wakanda Forever came out, because even though it looked like a film fest in the trailers, I wasn't willing to give Wakanda Forever just the thumbs down. I was still going to go see it anyway. But it was going to be the teller what happened after that movie came out that first week. And the second week box office was going to tell you what it was with that movie. And the funny part is the second week box office for Black Panther would either drop, and there will possibly be an increase in that week's total for Black Adam. Because I didn't see anything else on the horizon that would have rivaled. But it's common for movie audience, if one movie sucks and they were looking forward to that one, the other movie that's out at the time, they go see to see what they were missing. Because people were holding off on seeing Black Adam anyway. They were saving their geek up to go see Wakanda Forever, right? And then they went and saw Wakanda Forever. They didn't like that shit. So what do then? Now you go back to the movie that you were overlooking to see how good it was. Like, man, people were saying that was actually really good. Let me go see what they're talking about. So I've heard a lot of reporting on Wakanda Forever's 70% drop off, which was to be expected. It was to be expected. Told y'all after I saw that movie, yeah, check out Second Week. It's going right, but nobody is comparing it to Black Adam and what Black Adam did. I bet money it had an increase. Bet even on its what third or fourth week, I bet it had an increase because moviegoers that are unsatisfied got to see something else. They got to watch something else. That's the thing. So if it wasn't bad, it was a bit lacking. There was some bad decisions made, and I was explaining this to a dude on Instagram, Jonathan Steele. I can't remember what his name is here on YouTube, but I was explaining this to him after I've thought about it and talked about it more. Wakanda Forever. The bad part about Wakanda Forever to me is not that T'Challa is gone, not just that. It's that Wakanda Forever is just a remake of Black Panther. It is. You laid out Black Panther #1 in the line and chopped it up and rearranged the pieces and put females in. That's what Wakanda Forever was. It was the same fucking same. Literally the same. And that's the part that's disappointing because I feel I feel worse for Ryan Coogler than I really do feel like Disney made it. That he didn't want to, he wasn't emotionally invested in, and that was the way to get it done, even though he didn't. That was what he had a contract. There's no fucking way he wasn't going to make #2, or Disney not going to. Got to, got to be #1 Hollywood again. So he tried to give him something, even though creatively he might have been spent. So what did he do? He just went back and did the last movie again, like that one. Fucking give it to him again with all the characters they want in there, even the lesbians, which have no place in Wakanda. So not no ancient African tribe. So they opened their borders to the world, and that's when the lesbians came in. Fuck out. So I'll tell you this: I didn't expect this. To Morpheus' point, I did enjoy The Rock's performance. I did. I thought he did a fine job. Anybody who disagrees with that probably just hates The Rock. But at the same time, tell me what is Black Adam's whole thing? If you've been watching Black Adam forever, reading the comics, what's the whole thing? Does it sound like a seriously deep emotional character? Well, it doesn't. You got to go to recent comics to find out his past because it's concise. You can thank some of those recent writers at DC for doing that. Same thing they're doing for fucking Kang. Redid his whole backstory to make it more good for modern times. So when y'all watch the movie, you want to figure out who Kang is. So, yeah. But all those don't know about the character, run back to the comic, get the new origin, and then argue with you about that's the original origin of the character. Comic. That's about to my life. All right, just random cane shit. Speaking of which, this also brings me to my point about all the late bird reviews coming to talk about the comic book never reject agenda, talking about the bad shoot the do no don't. What up, 3T? BTM the building. We got the eyes. The eyes. The eyes on deck. Whereas I can listen to everybody else's opinion on stuff. I really don't like people that don't know material because they introduce a bunch of shit out there. And I really take exception to the fact that how Skillmonger got getting done on this. That wasn't our Dennis Strait. If Dennis Strait, he could have whatever opinion he wants to, but how he was trying to talk down because Skillmonger actually knows the shit. And I know not personally. So that was kind of rough. None of the points that Skillmonger was making in the chat actually, but stuff that Dennis was saying, and that's what Jonathan on Instagram sent me that clip from Dennis' stream. What do you think about this? They're crazy. I don't know what I think. I did a whole reaction and a whole stream with Dr. Tia sent me. But you come to demand about what's my opinion. I think about the clip from Dennis' show. Spark of beef, that was outside of his rim. It's like I started trying to break down. Shout out to Beasley. Beasley, you good, man? I heard about JDF. I heard about JDF. How you doing? What up? You good? Let me know. Condolences to you. Probably close enough to send something to him. Condolences. Just had a whole good time last week talking about the Green Ranger and how much we enjoyed the character. And this week, fucking 7 days later, yeah. So, to be honest, that's what I want you to be is honest. Don't tell me yes when it's no. Don't tell me yes when it's no, man. We're all human. So if you're not good, you're not fucking good. He's by saying that, get you no one says the help that you fucking need. No. Good. Shit. Fuck that. Fuck that. I feel like shit. A lot of static when I talk. It gets worse. Why is it getting worse for you? Everybody else here in static? A lot of static when I talk. Why is it getting worse for you? Everybody else here in static? Okay. How about that? A lot of static when I talk. Why is it getting worse for you? Everybody else here in static? Okay. How about that? There is a lot of static. Choppy, choppy. 1 second. Let me see if I can jump over to Wi-Fi. Telling y'all. What the fuck? Jack. It gotta be this fucking jack. This has to be the jack on this one. Jack. It gotta be this fucking jack. Fucker. Let's see if I can fix this. Fuck! Alright. How you guys handling it? How's it sound? Better Olisk. How you guys handling it? How's it sound? Better Olisk. Still sound like it got static in it. How you guys handling it? How's it sound? Better Olisk. Still sound like it got static in it. How you guys handling it? How's it sound? How you guys doing? What is it going on? How you guys doing? What is it going on? What's that background shot? Fucking hell, dude. What is it going on? What's that background shot? Fucking hell, dude. All right. One more testing. Sorry about this, guys, because I can't hear the shit before I go live. So I'm checking it right now. So give me a hot second. Okay, that was feedback. It was feedback from the speaker. All right, so now we're back in the clear. So Judge Zilla is saying some people are claiming self-deletion. I'm not reporting none of that shit until I read the actual report. And it says a television news report that's saying self-deletion. What's good, Dr. T? Dr. T, you got to talk to your boy. You got to talk to your boy Dennis. He listened to your stream, but yeah, he don't know geek. Yeah, I don't want him looking crazy in the face and talking down to people. That looks real crazy. So yeah, I'll let your boy. But yeah, I'm disappointed that JD passed. Skillmonger like, yeah, he do. On program, man. Yeah, he do. Yeah, you have to watch his stream from I think it was Wednesday or so when he did his review of Wakanda Forever. Basically, from what I'm seeing, it sounded like he listened to our review, but he had a different take on it, and that's not a problem. Just what it is. But at one point in there, our boy Skillmonger in here was in his chat and telling him no, that was actually wrong, and he kind of got on Skillmonger, calling him fucking young and ignorant. Like, wow, you wrong about what you said on the movie. How is he young and ignorant? But whatever, everybody got their own opinion. Don't have to be mine. Just have to be theirs. Much better. Good. I like it when it's much better. That's what she said. So yeah, I'll let your boy pull his coattails. Like that's not what happened in the first movie. It's a heart-shaped herb, not a vegetable. And everybody doesn't take it. Only the Black Panther takes it. Little shit, little shit. Little shit. All right. So we're talking about with this movie stuff. A 70% drop off was expected. To me, it was expected because the movie wasn't that good. It wasn't. And I don't think it was not that good because people were just looking to see it fucking fail. Although there's a certain amount of people that were, it's not that bad just because of that. It's bad because you didn't do a good job of letting the audience actually have a send off of this person, this character, this actor, and not recasting it is a big problem. It's a big problem. Now, yes, they have a bunch of Disney Plus shows lined up for this Wakanda Forever shit, which you might as well call the World of Wakanda, where they'll spin off Okoye and some other chicks to do their own show, and those shows are gonna suck. Those shows are gonna suck. I'm telling you that now. They are not gonna do numbers. They are not. Now, I don't think they got Ryan Coogler coming on to do them, but these shows are going to be based on that Ta-Nehisi Coates bullshit that already sucked. That's a non-starter, dude. That's a non-starter. You can you can keep pandering all you want to, but I don't know if the rest of y'all know this, but everybody is not LGBT in this bitch. Everybody's not. So hey, fuck around and find out. If you want to go through that whole She-Hulk debacle all over again, fuck around and find out. Knock yourself out. Because yeah, Aquatech cringe theater coming your way to Disney Plus. Um, I ain't paying for all that bullshit. I'm not. There's whole channels that only run LGBT content on it for a reason. For a reason. Put it over there because that's not what I want. You want to know what's circling the news right now? Anybody went out to see Strange Worlds? The animated Disney offering with the first openly gay character. Funny, look like a black dude, don't it? Dreadlocks and a big ass nose and shit. Funny how that works out. Huh? Interesting. Very fucking interesting. Yeah, I'm not interested in that shit at all. So when that one goes down in flames too, like Lightyear went down in flames, what are you gonna say then? Most of this world is made up of non-LGBT people. That balance has not shifted ever in history. As far as I know, the LGBT contingent of humanity overall has only been what, maybe 5 to 10% ever, ever. So who are you making content for? What up, Ilongo? Savage in the building. What up, though? Yeah, again, again, Aquateki. Um, I didn't say it before, but y'all should already know. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm looking for 10 contributors to support the stream today. I already got two because they came in early. They know what to do. They appreciate the brother stream, and they donated it. So let me give them their shots before we get into this next part, especially since I'm talking about fucking the Rainbow Brigade. They like fucking with your signal once you start giving them that bad press. So let me go ahead and get these brothers they shine. And first one goes out to the Malika Me Bane. Appreciate you, Malika. I will give you the 3B salute. Appreciate you, Malika. Next one goes out to the number one wrench in the building, leader of the wrecking crew, Aquateki. Appreciate you, Aquateki. Crested on 50. Rounding the corner to 50. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Aquateki. Now, Judge Zilla, you'd be surprised. A lot of lesbians do watch Star Trek and stuff like that. They do. My cousin is bisexual as fuck. She watches Star Trek. She can speak Klingon. She go to conventions of Star Trek. A lot of them do. That part doesn't matter, right? That part doesn't matter. It's not about who watches the shit. It's about, does everything need to be geared towards just them? Because trust and believe, black folks been watching Star Trek forever. And they don't gear that shit straight to us. They don't. So what's the issue? I mean, all these fucking years, and you only got one black captain. So why would it be a surprise in a sense that people are not responding to that the same way that you would like them to? Shout out to Judge Zilla on the stream. And shout out to Arya for donating to the stream. Appreciate you both. I love it when I'm doing the stream. I clear all my notifications, and then more notifications pop up. Okay, I see some people I missed. Swifty. And no one. Okay, let me go ahead and give some proper respects. Let's see it on here now. It's down at the bottom. Shout out to no one saying make mine guts and butts. Oh, shit. The fuck did you come from? This better not be the same fucking bug. Like a goddamn millipede running around in here. He was on the wall a minute ago. Now I just seen him running across the fucking carpet. Oh, die, nigga. Fuck around. Heard me say his name, so he froze. Wish I had fucking Superman's heat vision right now. I'd put a spot in that rug on his ass. You heard me talking about him, so now he's just gonna freeze because he's the same color as the rug. Now you just walked in front of the window with the shadow made you look 10 times bigger. Now you're gonna get to the shade to stop and freeze. I fucking see you, dickhead. Bugs. Yeah, KK always listening. That's how she know when to say fuck you fans. She should be listening. She was listening, she wouldn't have did all that goofy shit. So she hear, but she don't listen. That's why she need to be fired. So shout out to the Swift Battle. Donate to the stream. Appreciate you. I will give you a 3B salute. What up, Pragmatic? P Dub in here. What up, P Dub? Next one goes out to the No One. Appreciate you, the package man, No One. I will give you 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to Judge Zilla. Appreciate you, Judge. I will give you a 3B salute. Appreciate you. Next one goes out to the Aria. Appreciate you, Aria. I will give you the double up. Appreciate you, Aria.
Money for the crowd, double lag. Pussy on fat, double lag. 100 on the sack, double that. Block like a ghost town, still double bag.
That motherfucker made a whole lap around the room, came down behind the couch, and then came out from under the couch. He nosy as fuck. Now he went behind the air purifier, so I can't see where his ass is going now. I'm gonna have to kill him. He's getting on my fucking nerves. And shout out to No One again. He said, last message I saw was says, make mine the guts and butts. So appreciate you, No One. I will give you the guts and butts. Appreciate
double up 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Okay, so Strange Worlds, I'm not going to see that shit. I saw the trailer in the movies and I wasn't feeling it. It was a bunch of different stuff going on. And the first openly gay character is the least of the issues because, look, apparently, even in Wakanda Forever, which is kind of messed up, that's an openly gay character now. But it's really fucked up when you find out that the actress or actor who was kissing on the other chick's head is a trans. So it's like, okay, so it was a dude that turned himself into a woman to act on screen like you're in a lesbian relationship with a woman. I think that just makes you heterosexual. Doesn't make any sense. Right? Doesn't make any fucking sense. So this new BS they running up the flagpole is not that. 1 second, you guys. All right, what's up, you guys? The mental gymnastics are unreal. Yeah, Aquatech, the mental gymnastics are unreal. Mental gymnastics are unreal. So what the fuck? But call it what you want to, man. Call it what you want to. Side note: did stepdad even come out? Why are we the platform for everybody else? And see, no one. That's my biggest point. That's my biggest point on all of this stuff. And I've said this to somebody else before, right? With all this rainbow stuff that they keep trying to trot out in front of people, they keep using black faces to push it with. They keep using black faces to push it with. Like, we're not the biggest population of that shit. We're not. What are we? 13 to 18% of the country as a whole. All of us ain't rainbow. Not even not even 50%. Not even 25%. You fucking kidding me? That shit is like the 1 to 2%. I think Dr. Tiasan got numbers on that shit. We like 1 or 2% of the Rainbow Brigade. But every media outlet and every media franchise that want to throw somebody LGBT or rainbow out there, they put our face on that shit. And why? It's a cover tactic. It's cover. Because then they can't just outright say it's about this. Oh, we're being, they're using it like affirmative action used black women. You get a twofer out of it. She's a woman and she's black. So fuck you, bro. That's what they're doing. They getting a twofer out of that. If you don't like it, you're racist. That's all it is. It's a cover. It's a shield. That brown skin is just a shield. And this is not the majority of us. This is not a big population of us. Why do we keep being the face of that shit? And the reason I think it is, yeah, yeah. Good one, Judge Zilli. Is it double indemnity? Yeah, insurance. Yes, they got they agenda insurance because they made one of them black. The reason for that shit is why they always seem to pick black men for that shit because we're the last holdouts for all this effeminization shit. You realize that? If you go through the 80s and the 90s and you would think of effeminate males, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? White men, Caucasian men. We those last holdouts. We are. That's why they keep pushing it in our face the most. Because we're not into that shit like that. Yes, there are effeminate black men out there, but you would think they started growing these motherfuckers out in the backyard the way they popping up now. But I know Dr. Tommy Curry talks about this in The Man Not. I know Dr. Tiasan has talked about this on this, not this channel, but this platform in the manosphere about how society effeminizes men by downplaying their masculinity and push them into those roles of being effeminate. It's all a game. The new Doctor Who is a black LGBT. I haven't watched a full episode of Doctor Who since Matt Smith left the role. And I don't have anything against Peter Capaldi. I don't. I have nothing against Peter Capaldi. But that female Doctor Who, no, I wasn't interested in that. If they would have told me they brought back the Doctor's daughter from the David Tennant years, I would have been into that. But that's not what they did. So I wasn't feeling this one. And when she left, I heard they shut that shit down. I didn't know they did a fucking Batwoman. They just said, oh, that's not working? Get a black one. Y'all killing me with this bullshit representation stuff. Y'all killing me with this stuff. You kill it in every fucking franchise. I'm telling you, Geek Rage is a motherfucker. I'm telling you, you are really Not even poking the bear. You sitting there hitting them in the head with rocks, boulders. Yeah, the world masculinity. What up, studio? Yeah, it's not even a fucking war at this point, dude. It's an all-out assault on masculinity. Anyway, and my problem comes in to where they always want to use black people to push this shit. Push it to your main audience. Push it to your main audience. Because I can tell you this, I've been watching Doctor Who since the 70s, since the Tom Baker years, Third Doctor. I never cared that there wasn't no black dude up there. You know why? Doctor always had black friends, black companions that was rocking with the Doctor. Martha Jones. They always did, and they were cool because it's British. And when I think British, I don't think of a bunch of fucking black people. Now, even in the Stephen Moffat years, you find out with Christopher Eccleston that the Doctor was kind of omnisexual. He's a fucking alien. What difference does it make? Yeah, he would get down with a bunch of different people. Yeah, him and Captain Jack was, cool. Okay, whatever. British people have a different view on that shit. It's not that big of a thing for them. That's why they don't make it a big deal and need a parade when they put it up there on the show. It's just what it is. It's not whatever. It's not special. But no, when Americans get involved in that shit, they try to make everything an event. Everything has to be special. You need pomp and circumstance and parades. Dude, just do what you do. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck. I really don't. Black folks make stuff cool. Black folks is to me, black folks is the holdout of masculinity. You realize that if you ask women of a certain age what they would think of masculine, attractive, a muscly black dude would be in their mind. You realize that shit? You realize to combat that shit, it is beneficial to show black men being everything but masculine and strong. You realize that? That's why you can make them effeminate and shit like that. Do you realize when you look behind the scenes of all this shit, who puts out these characters like that? It's usually some black women in there. It's B-dubs and some white women who don't even like men doing that shit. So what they got against black men? Because they didn't want their asses. That's why. They still salty about the choice that they had to make for themselves, which was being a fish fillet connoisseur. That ain't our fault. That's yours. So what? So yes, black folk make stuff cool, but for me, making a person black gives them cover. Like Judge Zilla was saying, they get the double indemnity. Because if one don't get through, the other one will protect you. In geek terms, it's like making a Magic the Gathering deck and using your blue and your white. Yeah, your blue got your counter spells, but your white got your protection. That's why you make two color decks. Just saying. What up, Charles? Charles said they're jealous of the authority and power that masculinity, black body bestows. Yes, yes. You don't think so? Anybody who don't think so, how many of you motherfuckers watch football and basketball and name your favorite players? Name your favorite white players. Who tennis shoes you buying? And then to Charles's other point, he said most feminists are not attractive people. No, they're not. They are not. Even the ones that's married to dudes are not attractive. They're not. It's only these new age ones that tend to be more attractive, but they're young. So That hatred will turn them into Palpatine sooner or later. Ask KK. Yeah, crickets. Double indemnity. Diversity and inclusion conspiracy. Yep, that's a good one. No one. Shout out to Judge Zilla and no one using that English language skills and a quick wit. Diversity and inclusion. Double indemnity. I think that's going to be the title of the stream. That just became the title of the stream. Shout out to Judge Zilla and no one for that. Diversity and inclusion. The funny part is, they say they're doing this for the fan base. The fan base has always been diverse, and nobody gave a shit. You realize that? You go to Doctor Who. How long did I just tell you I've been watching Doctor Who? Since the Tom Baker years? What were we watching on? KQED or some shit like that? In California? Since I was a young kid? I'm part of the Whovian fan base. I'm black, not British. And I love that character in that show. So I've watched it through a lot of those doctors. And I've seen black folks up there. I've seen white folks up there. Still been an awesome show to me until you started trying to do the diversity inclusion game. That made it a shit show. Fan base has always been diverse. Your asses ain't diverse. You want your representation and inclusion when it was already there. Star Wars is a story, and just like Star Trek, is a story that takes place with aliens in space. You don't get no more diverse than that. There is no more diversity than that. Star Trek does not benefit from the inclusion of, well, we got to make some of these people rainbow. For what? They aliens. They're fucking aliens. Look, man. Let's break this down because I heard somebody mentioning this the other day. Worf was a whole Klingon, right? Half Klingon, half human, right? Who was Worf's chick? Jadzia Dax, who was a whole trill. That means part of a woman and part of a fucking slug in that body. Ew. That's diversity, okay? Two mixed up aliens bumping uglies. That's about as diverse as you can get. I don't think any of it would be approved if you said, well, you know, as a trio, she used to be a man. So that make you kind of squishy on the line too. It's a fucking slug, dude. Shut up. Shut up. It doesn't fucking matter. It's two aliens. Interspecies erotica. Shout out to Kevin Smith. Nerd and geek culture is, yeah. Look at Beasley making the pronouncements. Nerd and geek culture has always been more accepting and diverse because escapism has allowed us to get from the BS and personal life, which is why we enjoy the hero's tale or journey. Exactly. Thank you. You've been reading my book. Yes. Geekdom is a big tent. I've been saying it since I've been online. Geekdom is a big tent, and everybody is welcome under this tent. The fact that these new nerdy whales come along and try to tell us we need to be more diverse and inclusive, That's why everybody else is in here looking at him like, who the fuck is you talking to? We got nerds, we got big, all kinds of types, shapes, colors, creeds, sexualities, proclivities, and everything all under this. And we all here watching Star Wars shit. Who are you talking to? New to the game ass. Better get on program. Yeah, Worf had a baby mama. Nah, Worf had a side piece. Klingon. Yes, he was all Klingon, but he's raised by humans after the Kittimer massacre. Yeah, intergalactic swirling. Look, you're right, Spayman. How much more diverse can you be than intergalactic swirling? Intergalactic. Why did you like Captain Kirk to begin with? Because Captain Kirk was on a spaceship out in space with a bunch of other humans and shit, and he was out there messing with aliens. He was boning blue chicks and everything. Like, what? Interspecies, intergalactic erotica. He was not fucking around. That's why brothers like Captain Kirk. He didn't go out there in space and think he was gonna hold it in his hand forever. Oh no. You know, look, baby, I got a whole ship. You ever heard about the good word of the Federation? Yeah, I'm a captain. Might as well call his ass Captain Slay. That's what he was doing out there in the galaxy. Kirk, you said you were gonna buy me dinner. Warp speed, Mr. Sulu. We out this bitch. What up, Alonzo? You said you'd come back. Mm-hmm. Dirty Dick Kirk. Look, man, before the next generation, Charles, a brother in my age group who was dating interracially, he could be considered he was doing his Captain Kirk. He was on his Captain Kirk shit. Good. Exploring strange new worlds, new life, new civilizations. To boldly go where no Negro has gone before. That was interracial dating. That's what it was. That's what you had in your mind that you was doing. You was being Captain Kirk in that bitch. Doing some different shit. What up, AB? Beaming in. And shout out to Alonzo. A Hall, kid in the hall. That's what it was. So geekdom has been diverse. It's always been diverse. You are not bringing anything new to the party except your bullshit and confusion and chaos and ruining geekdom. If not, you tell me the geek franchise that ain't been ruined by this shit. How much are you liking it right now? Please name it. Throw it in the chat. Don't talk about Charles. Don't talk about one of my favorite movies, Ice Pirates, Robert Urich. Oh, don't even get me started, Charles. The ship just got herpes. That's one of my favorite movies, man. That's one of my favorite movies from the 80s. I swear to God. I know that whole movie because I watched it so many times. Judge, he's stupid as fuck. Kirk made Bones invent 56 new treatments for VD. Got new patents pending. They were the tip of the spear, man, and the spear was getting poked into a lot of things. Too badly screwed. I miss what AB said. What did AB say? Too badly screwed what no man has screwed. Yeah, to boldly screw what no man has screwed before. Hey, how do you handle diplomatic relations? Just what it is. What up, Smanders? KS Manders? Scamander. So, what did he say? How inclusive can it be? How inclusive can it really be when they go out of their way to include everything but the heterosexual masculine black man? Exactly, because it's not about diversity and inclusion, it's about exclusion. like Dr. T talks about, it's about centering and exclusion. That's what I come down on with Wakanda Forever. It's the erasure of the black man in that, of black masculinity in that. It's the erasure that's a problem for me. It is. To give me, you take uh, a fanciful, modern black utopia of what the black community could be, and you drag it all the way back to being just what it is in this world of time. A bunch of single mothers. That's not advanced. It is not. And to answer the question, when I was talking to Black Bane about Wakanda Forever, because he still hasn't seen it yet, and I told him I was countering some of the stuff he was saying in here that, oh, there ain't no men in there. They said, what happened to all the men in Wakanda? And I told him, do this. Before you go see the movie, go back and watch Black Panther #1. And then go see Wakanda Forever. You'll find out where all the men are. The men was gone. They exiled them. Or they got killed when Thanos and his crew came to town. The ones that was left. That's where all the men went. Because most of the men in the first movie were part of Wakabi's border tribe. That's where all the men were. The Dora Milaje were a small group protecting T'Challa. They went everywhere with him. And then everybody else was the border tribe protecting the whole country of Wakanda. That's why they were the border tribe. When they sided with Killmonger and was defeated by the forces of the Dora Milaje and Killmonger being killed and T'Challa winning, they submitted. And they, what do you think, went to jail? No, they got exiled. They were exiled. So they like the lost boys of the Sudan now. They just roaming around, I guess. And that's coming from Ryan Coogler saying what happened to Wakabi. Wakabi was exiled. So there's most of your men. Now, the rest of the men that were left were Jabari, because you remember the Jabari showed up looking like the offensive line for somebody, or excuse me, the defensive line for somebody's team, right? Fucking 84 Bears or something like that, right? Those was all men. There was a few Jabari females that you saw, but all of them was big. When Infinity War came around, those motherfuckers got wiped out because they was on the battlefield with what was left of the border tribe. And there's your men. So when you get up to Wakanda Forever after Endgame and some shit, there you go. What about the men of the River Tribe? The River Tribe was Nakia's people. Platelet Man, that's her daddy. There wasn't a bunch of men in that shit. You didn't see a bunch of men in it. Outside of the miners who were working, the Great Mound, that they actually had their champion was a dude. They were miners. They ain't soldiers. That's why context matters. You have to know the material. And that was just what I got back to because I was really fucked up with the movie that I went back and watched Black Panther #1 and took my notes and compare and contrasted and answered those questions for myself. Where were all the fucking men? It's fucking dead. That's why you got the Dora Milaje running around doing all the fucking fighting. And their numbers have seemed to have grown. What happened when you remove all the men from a community? Women fall down on each other. Yeah, Swift, you need to rewatch it. That's a good thing for having streaming services and Disney Plus to where they have all that stuff right there where you can go back and watch it immediately. He's back. on the ceiling again. You got no fucking tactile skills, homie. Sorry, this bug is fucking me up. Anyway, Charles wants his last two comments read. Sounds similar to the things that are trying to bring out in law enforcement around the country called 30 for 70, which means they're trying to get 30% of law enforcement and military to be women, which will be a total disaster. Look, how about you get 100% of the women who apply? Uh-uh. Look, dude. Charles, I would make a run at doing this other gig again because my boy Pep was talking to me again about applying. So I'm gonna apply for the sheriff's department again. And I can tell you this: once I get there and it's a bunch of 5'1" chicks, you're gonna need some help. Now, the only reason they're trying to get that 30% of women in there is because that's a good job. And they want to filter these women somewhere because automation gonna kick them in the ass. BGS has been talking about it for a fucking while. Automation is gonna kick them in the ass. And I gave that to the people where I get my coffee every day. I was talking to Dr. T and BGS about how they brought in the automated cash registers. And the automated cash registers coming in took out two of their registers. But you know what's also happened? Some of them chicks in there and got real nice. You know why? Because their hours got cut. They don't need as many of them in that store no more. Now, because they still give you the option of going to the self checkout or going to the person, I go to the person because the people that I like in there that do their job and it's personal and stuff like that, I want to make sure they still have a reason to keep their ass around. That's what I do. And they have to note that shit. They have to note it every time, hash marks on their checklist that this many people didn't want to use that service, that automated service, because I know what that means. It means the end of them having a job. Now they might be all right because they're just spouses of people that are tied to where I work, but at the same time, everybody got to work. They need something to do. So I prefer the human touch a bit. Like technology, but I do do appreciate the human touch and the human interaction. So I always go to them. I don't give a fuck if all three of those automated self checkout registers is open. I'll stand in line and wait for one of them, especially if it's one of the chicks that I know. Why? Because I want to make sure they actually have a reason to be at work. I'm not using that shit. Maybe I'll use it if you pull out everybody else, but if I still have a choice, I'm going to go to the human being. How about that? At a grocery store, no, I use the automated shit the whole time. You know why? Because the grocery store got a union. They have a union, so they'll be there. They'll be there. They get paid enough. They'll be all right. They can deal with that shit. And even with the automated lines, you can still get a long line. So that's just to keep things all square. Yeah, 5'1" round chick. Well, she won't be round, but she'll be 5'1", 100 pounds, with a gun the size of her leg on her hip, trying to talk authoritative. Forget that shit. Forget that shit. But oh, he failed. Fucking nut. I told you. I fucking told you. He got no hanging skills. He tried to go for that ceiling walk, fell off the crown molding, dumbass. You are not a spider, my friend. It's behind the TV. That motherfucker, he tumbled. Y'all saw me watching him. I'm sitting there just watching him moving around, right? And he tried to go up the crown molding, and his backside was shifting. It wouldn't catch. Like he didn't have his tennis shoes tied up tight or something. And all of a sudden, his ass just tumbled to the ground. He ain't hurt. Like it's a fucking bug, dude. He ain't hurt, but goddamn, that shit was hilarious. He lost his grip. It looked like what was that cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone? Yeah, his insect food was weak as shit. Better talk to Spider Man. You fuck it up. Oh shit. Oh my god. Static Cling ain't the thing for him, apparently. That shit was hilarious. I wish I could have recorded that shit. I just had to watch it because he just. Anyway, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. So, yeah, this movie shit, this assault on masculinity through geekdom is really getting old. It's old for me. I mean, I think Wakanda Forever is a high watermark for that shit. And everything after this should be downhill. Yeah, he ain't no Sam Fisher. That's for damn sure. That was not Sam Fisher. That was no Sam Fisher. Fuck that. He's done, son. Yeah. Spider Man lost his grip for lack of confidence. Yep. This ain't Spider Man. But he did lose his grip. I wait to see him run from under this fucking TV woozy like, I give him credit. See, some things I let live. He's not bothering me. He's just annoying because I see him just popping out from places, right? It's about this big. It's like, it looks like it would be a millipede. It's not a millipede. Some other kind of little bug. But he's pretty fat, right? So he's not dangerous or anything like that. He probably came in through the sliding glass door or some shit like that, right? So it's not that big of a deal. But it's just annoying because he just keep walking all over the place like he wants attention. And I'm not the one to give people attention who just pom-pomming for attention. Like, dude, I'm gonna let you live. You just leave me the fuck alone. Just sit down somewhere. I'm working. If he sits down somewhere, then I don't have to think about him. But if he keep poking out from all different kind of places and crawling up the wall in my line of sight, like, what are you doing? Do you want to live? Just calm down. Sit in the corner. Go home. Dude, just stop moving around. But he keep calling his attention to me because he keep jumping in my eye line. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like that trek across the patio in the shadow. Like, the fuck? That wall shit? Sorry. It is what it is. It is what the fuck it is. But I usually let things live. They go their way, I'll go mine, and that'll be it. But if he was fucking around and coming towards me, you'd see me stomping his ass out. You'd see me get real violent real quick. 0 to 100. Spainman said, according to the MCU, that bug is definitely a male because a female bug would not cartwheel across the wall. Yes, yes, especially in the Lucas fields. Oh, there you go. See, he came up on the other side of the wall. There you go. He came up on the other side of the wall now, and he just posing, trying to get his shoes on right. Better get the pumps in them little legs, man. Better gotta get a cup or something. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come the chemicals. Got you. Ah! Look, he got maced. He got maced. You down there, see? I was gonna let you live. Some folks don't play like that. Did the insect say, I am vengeance, I am the night? Fuck no, he did. Yeah, he got maced. Charles, you would like that. He got maced like a motherfucker. He out of there. Called in the hitter. Fucking put him down. Put him down. He's dead, Jim. Yeah, he's dead. Dead. He's dead, son. Yeah. We're gonna get a new guy on this shift on this floor. Because he out of there now. Damn. Look, that motherfucker ain't doing nothing but sucking chemicals now. What you laughing for? Enjoying that shit. Look, it is what it is. We're gonna need another Timmy. Yeah, gonna need another Timmy. I was going for the Andor reference. Like, look, we get a new man on the pod today. Get a new man on the pod. That bug was off program. He out of there now. Yo, he fighting back. Trying to fight it. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. Put him in the toilet. Don't put him in the garbage can. He's just gonna crawl out. Drop his ass in the toilet and flush it. Da, 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 da. And he's out of there. He was wearing a red shirt. He was on that fucking away team doing dumb shit. He was wearing a red shirt. That's why he got fucking maced. All right, Bug is gone. Thank you for saving me. Saving me from his annoyance. For the sheer animal joy. Gonna need another Timmy. What movie is that from, Charles? I remember that line. You're gonna need another Timmy. I'm forgetting that shit. I forget what movie that's from. Anyway. So what else I got for you guys today? We talked about Wakanda Forever in these movies long enough. I will tell you this. If you had any reservations about seeing the movie The Menu, go watch the movie The Menu. It's actually a good movie. And it's dark funny in some places. It's dark funny. I would say this. I'm going to do a review of the movie because I went and saw it Friday night, right? It was not what I was expecting. I got a little bit of what I was expecting, which was I thought it'd be off, thought it'd be a little weird, and somebody was going to get killed, right? I didn't know why they were going to get killed, but somebody was going to get killed, right? And it seemed like it might have been a little bit of a setup for folks. I went and saw the movie. I was in there laughing, and I wasn't expecting to be laughing at that shit because there was some dark humor in that motherfucker, like for real. And I was like, oh shit, that was hilarious. Like, that was actually good. It was a really good movie. And how you know it was good, it sparked conversation in a way that Wakanda Forever didn't spark conversation. Wakanda Forever sparked conversation in what was done wrong. Conversation was sparked in the Menu movie for what was done right and what the rest of the story meant, what it meant for these characters and stuff. It has some really smart, good writing in this, which, you know, the notorious GAO can take note of. Get some lessons. Or you touch anything else, non-animated. It was really good. I really enjoyed that movie. I would see that shit again today if I felt like it. But it was good. So Ralph Fiennes, Anya Taylor-Joy still looking sickly as fuck to me. Because I don't know how you go from looking like you'd be the next, hot chick in Hollywood in Switch to then you show up in these movies now, you just like rail thin and sucked up in the face. It's like, okay, your eyes too big to keep doing that. You're gonna look like a gray alien in a minute. But other than that, the movie is actually good. The movie's actually good. It's fun. It's a fun movie. And the showing I got was selling out, and I couldn't understand why the shit was selling out. So when I went to see it, I even went and saw it late. There was a bunch of people in there. The 10 o'clock showing on a Friday. Y'all supposed to be somewhere fucking. You ain't supposed to be in a movie theater. It was pretty packed, and I could see why. It was good. Dinosaurs, the show that came on Friday. What are y'all talking about? Y'all got some whole other shit, don't you? Jim Henson's Dinosaurs. Not the Mama Show. I'm the baby, gotta love me. What? Why is y'all on the dinosaur show? What do y'all got going on here? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck y'all. I really don't. I don't know what the hell y'all. But the menu was good. The menu was good. I'm not gonna spoil the movie for you guys right now, but I will tell you there's dark humor in it. People do get killed, and I do find myself laughing, even though it's not a comedy. It's not a comedy movie at all. It's not. It's pretty serious. But you'll break out laughing at some stuff, and it's dark humor. Like I give you a perfect example, and what I told BGS and Dr. T after I saw it was that it does give a critique on modern media. It does give a critique on modern media. And one of the critiques is there's a dude there who's a foodie, right? And he's all into food, how they make it, and all the rest of this dumb shit, right? And there's a point in the movie where, do I want to tell that part? That'd be too good. Huh. Maybe I don't want to tell that part. No, I'll tell it. It'll be fine. So there's a point in the movie where he's all into being there at this exclusive dining event, right? They pay $12,500 to be here for this special serving from this world-renowned chef, right? And he's a foodie, and he takes pictures of food and all the rest of this shit, right? And he knows the techniques and what they use and everything else to do this stuff, right? Where it comes a point that that chef tells him to come in the kitchen. Like, oh no, you're one of us now. Come in the kitchen. He gives him an apron, puts him in the kitchen. Like, well, what do you want to cook? We got everything. What do you want? And the motherfucker, the foodie dude, is in there stuck. He's in there stuck. Well, maybe some of this, maybe some onions. Get the man some onions. Chop them up, throw them in there. Let's see what you want to do. Basically, what he does is put the dude on the spot. For all the knowledge he's trying to say that he knows and what he can do and how this is done and all the rest of that good shit, when he's put on the spot and has to actually cook something, the motherfucker can't cook. His kitchen skills are fucking lacking. He has no kitchen skills. He's not good under the damn pressure. He doesn't even know what to think of. And he turns out some shit. He turns out a plate of shit. Yeah, onions are a good start. Did you see it, Aquateki? Onions are a good start. Did you see the movie Aquateki? Did you see the menu? Because don't let me find somebody in here who's actually seen that shit. We could have a whole rip roaring time on that shit. Yeah, onions are a good start. Onions are a good start. Get the man some onions. What else do you want? What kind of meat? Oh, protein. Yeah. What do you got? Lamb? Lamb? Get the man some lamb. He made some shit. Some absolute shit that you wouldn't want to eat. Now the funny part was one of the things they do in this movie, which I really liked, is that Everything does have a menu. You'll get the recipe during the movie. It'll tell you this is what it is. This is the name of it. This is what's in it. And it'll show a plating of it. I like food, right? I like chefs and cooks. I told you I like Gordon Ramsay, right? I like seeing that stuff. They put that shit in. And I said, "Wow, that's interesting. I got the whole menu right now. That's cool, right?" They did that for that bullshit dish that he made. It looked like garbage, and the chef tasted it and told him, "This is bad." The dude that you renowned, the dude that's well renowned, you kissing his ass. Does he know my name? Do you know I was here? Yeah, we know who you are. We know who you are. That's why we invited you. He finally has something that you make. It's shit. It's bad. He whispers something in that dude's ear. Later on, you see that motherfucker swinging from the rafters somewhere. He couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle that critique. But it's an indication of one of the things I'll start off this show and talking about is people who don't actually know the content talking about it. New age people. The new age know-it-alls who want to know everything about all of this shit, but couldn't turn out a drawing, couldn't write you a fucking story, couldn't give you a creative idea for shit. All they know is what they're supposed to know. All the catchphrases and all that shit. I got all this stuff. Yeah, I got this and do this and whatever. Can you actually do it? Can you actually do it? I'll give you a perfect example of this. What is Young Ripper known for now, other than his YouTube channel? Putting out an actual comic, right? Okay. Do you think his credibility when he talks about what's wrong in comic books went up or went down? You tell me, which one do you think it was? Do you think it went up or went down? Realize I got to talk slower so y'all can catch up and respond in the chat. ISOM, yeah, ISOM is one. But more importantly, he's known for having his own comic book company. And yes, his opinion went up. Why? Because he actually produced a fucking comic. He actually may know what the hell he's talking about. Outside of just reading these comic books concurrently, not just back in the 80s, not just back in the 90s, but currently, I'm telling you what was wrong with him. He actually put his money where his mouth is and made a whole comic book company and put out a comic that you can hold in your hands and read. So if he tell you what's wrong with the comic book company, do you think you should be paying less attention to him or more? He's actually produced something in it. That's a lot less than most of these people talking about this shit can ever do. Because they only know what they fucking Googled and Wikipedia and heard somebody else say. That's why I give him a lot of credit and a lot of respect for what he did. Because he wasn't one of these just Joe Blows. Some head thrown up on the screen, behind the green screen, talking some shit because that's what they heard was the deal. Now, I could say that shit for myself because outside of being a long-time comic book reader, I actually owned a comic shop. I actually had to sell this shit. That's where, and I only say his name once, where I can respect Gary from Nerdrotic. Why? Because he owned a comic shop in the Bay Area. He knows exactly the same kind of shit I know. My homeboy JT worked at the store the motherfucker used to own. That's how I found out about it. I said, really? He did? I didn't know that shit. So people like that who are invested in this industry, not just on the peripheral, Like when they make a movie, I'll talk about this shit. Who actually spend their money every week in their local shops to buy these comics and read this shit concurrently have a lot more validity when they talk. Why? Because they're invested in it currently and have been for a long time. Now, somebody else that they read the shit since the fucking 80s? Hell are you talking about? What you heard? Hmm. Look, I wouldn't want to talk to a psychologist who hadn't updated their skills since the fucking 80s or the 1800s when they used to drill holes in people's head to relieve pressure. No, you behind. You need to catch up before you think you need to be center stage, talking loud and saying nothing. That's also the reason I don't buy these new age people coming into the tent trying to tell everybody where the diversity and inclusion should be. You late. We already been here. Catch the fuck up. But stop thinking you need to be in the front. Stay in your fucking lane. Trepanation? What does that mean? I'm not calling what that means. I'm going through my mental dictionary. I don't recall what that means. But that's the thing. That's why I get pissy at folks. And that's why when I talk about geek stuff, I just try to go for the accuracy. I'm not trying to tell people if they right or wrong because I know how people take that shit nowadays. They get all up in their fucking feelings if you tell them they're wrong. So fine. Since I understand English language and a thesaurus is one of my favorite books in the world, I'll use something else. There's other ways to tell you the same shit. Okay. That's not accurate. It's not valid. How about that? Didn't tell you were wrong because you didn't hear the word wrong, but you're wrong. Take it how you want to. I'll craft a message. So, there you go. Thank you, Aquatech. Drilling holes in the head. Yeah. That's barbaric. By today's terms. Back then, it's kind of what they figured out would work. Shit. Get your ass locked up for doing that shit nowadays. Thanks for having new knowledge and moving on from some of the barbaric older ways. So that was in that movie a commentary on that type of thing. People who talk a lot about things that they want to be experts on, but they couldn't even do it themselves. Can't do it themselves. They don't know it. They know how to talk about it. They don't know it. They don't. And so in that movie, The Menu, when he did that, that's what it showed. That dude could talk a lot of shit and try to sound real smart to everybody else around him. Motherfucker couldn't cook a dish. Couldn't cut his vegetables, none of that shit. So what are you? So what are you? Where are your actual skills? Don't have it. I can tell you this: you may not like them, but you go back to them black artists on the spot, so you can see my drawings. I think I got a whole book right here with my drawings in. I'm not just some dude on fucking YouTube. Not. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Because at this point, I am a dude on YouTube. So If you have time, it's Sunday. Holiday season is coming up, or not holiday season. Thanksgiving is coming up, so there's going to be some, half off days or whatever. Go check out the menu. I don't think you'll be disappointed in watching that shit. I tell you this, I left with a better feeling from that movie than I did from Wakanda Forever. And Wakanda Forever was full of black folks. So what that tell you? I'm white identifying? No, it was a better fucking movie. It was a better movie. So I watched that. Now, other thing that came across my little plate of geekdom is something I'm really interested in and really upset about at the same time. I'm really concerned about at the same time. And while I was sitting there waiting to watch the menu, they have trailers playing, right? They have trailers for different movies coming up. Okay, cool. The only thing I didn't see was the Devotion trailer with Jonathan Majors. I didn't see that trailer this time, but it comes out this week. So I have to make sure to go back to the theater and see that. But outside of a bunch of interracial couple stuff that they kept putting out all over the place, there were some movies that look really interesting. Bone and Ash, or Bones and All, with Timothy Chalamet and this other chick. That looks interesting, but it's a white dude and a black chick. I guess they couldn't get Zendaya. Too close to a Doom movie and it would confuse people, I guess. I don't know. Like they zombies or vampires or eat cannibals, whatever. I don't know. It looks kind of interesting. I may check it out. Right. But one of the other movies that they put up there, or shows that they put up there, was a black girl and she was waking up in some older times, had to do with possibly some vampires and shit. And I turned my head and I looked back and there flash of stuff on the screen and it flashed Octavia E. Butler. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it gets to the next thing and it shows that this is a trailer for the show Kindred on, what was it, FX, I think it was, or Amazon Prime. And I kind of lost my shit. Now, you guys know, I've told you here on this channel before, one of my favorite authors is Octavia Butler, who was a black woman, right? And one of the things that I missed is that she never got any of her books, her novels, and her short stories. She made a bunch of them. She's won awards and everything. She never got any of those turned into movies or TV shows. It wouldn't do it. I think she was really strong on them not doing it or doing it in a specific way. And since they didn't want to do it that way, she didn't want nothing to do with it, right? But she died about 5 years ago. And one of the things that happened after she died is Warner Brothers stepped in and republished all her books under Warner. And I got worried about that shit because you know what happens to authors and creators after they die. Then people buy your fucking estates and shit like that and start putting out your material, making money off your material that they don't have to pay you for. Kindred is one of these stories. Now, Kindred, which I've read all of Octavia Butler's works that I own, all of them. The one I would want to see turned into a movie is Wild Seed. But if they made it nowadays, they'd make it some woke shit and it would be garbage. So I wouldn't be into that. I don't want to see a woke weak ass Doro. Fuck all that. No. But what is prominent in Octavia Butler's sci-fi writing is it's always a female protagonist, right? It's always a female protagonist in most of them. And this goes into when I say I don't have a problem with female protagonists as long as they're good, because I just told you I've read all of her books. It's mostly female protagonists, and I rave about those books. So I don't have a problem with female protagonists. I have a problem with shit female Mary Sue protagonists. Those are the ones that have a problem with. Now, the Kindred story is about vampires, and it's her vampire story that stars a black female, like most of her other work, because at the end of the day, Octavia Butler was a black woman. So she wrote about black females first. No issues. It wasn't woke. It wasn't no agenda. She just wrote the goddamn stories. It's a good story. Now they turning that into a show. And I got worried. Why? Because this is Wokewood now. This is Wokewood now. They're not gonna make that shit good. Look, I'm hoping that I'm right in remembering that they did this on FX and not Amazon. But if they did it on Amazon, you know what the fuck you get. You just saw how they just, went to town on Hanson fucking Token work. Token looked like Marcellus Wallace down in that basement in Pulp Fiction. That's what he looked like. Apple in the mouth, getting gimped out. So them doing her work now after she's passed, they just took the strongest advocate away. This is going to be some shit. Now, I hope to God David S. Goyer ain't nowhere near his shit, but being that it's not a comic book, he probably won't be. But I've told you, I'm not liking none of these adaptations they've been doing of novels and stuff and series that I've liked because they fucked them up. I hated the one on Apple TV, the one I'm trying to blank from my mind as I'm trying to remember it. The Foundation. I hated it for not being the book and mangling it all that shit up. As a show, though, it was interesting, but it wasn't the damn book, so you might as well call it something else. It got that Foundation name off of it completely. You ain't doing no justice to Isaac Asimov with that shit. You could just stop it. You fucked up his whole story. Well, what do you think just happened with that Rings of Power napping? Same shit. So what do you think the dread I'm feeling when I think, oh, great, they made one of Octavia Butler's stories into live action show. Oh, fuck, they just made one of Octavia Butler's books into a live action show. Think it's going to be accurate? Chances are the only reason they got onto it and want to make it is because it was a black woman starred in front of it. That does not bode well. Does not bode well. Not for black women. They might get out of there, getting their whole pickle tickle. They might. But for the source material, it's going to be, look, it's more of a chance that they're going to bastardize the source material than it's going to be awesome and accurate. Because the person who wrote it, who was the strongest advocate for it being accurate, is not there anymore. And like your parents going away for the weekend and leaving you with your wild ass uncle, you know your parents' rules don't apply when the strongest advocates ain't there. You get to run the fuck amok. As far as I remember, Octavia Butler don't have no kids, no husband, nobody to advocate for her work. They're gonna bastardize the shit out of that, and that's what has me concerned. So where I'm excited that it's being done, I'm not happy about it being done whatsoever because Hollywood right now has not shown any kind of respect for source material and the fan base. None. And that's what has me concerned. Warner owns the rights. The original work will be wokeified to the extreme. Damn, only Aquatech talking in here. Where the rest of y'all go? Yeah, double indemnity. Yeah, the DI will be in effect. The DI plan will be in effect. Double indemnity plan will be in effect. Best believe. And a woke angle will probably be in it. So now, because they're making this show, I will go back and read Kindred again. I will. I'll go back and read Kindred again because I own it. I'll go back and read it again so when the show comes out, I can sit there and be like, that's why. Yeah, trailer is confusing. It was confusing. I didn't know what the fuck I was seeing at first until they start putting those little titles up. Just oh, what? What? What up, Ray? It's a vampire show. Kindred is a vampire story. So I'm doing all right, Ray. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Had me some green tea, breakfast burritos, having a chat with my folks. Trying not to cuss so much. Yeah, because they're killing me on monetization. Between profanity and wanting, music intros, they be trying to kill me on that shit. I laugh because I got the first time it showed up, just side note. First time it showed up with the monetization thing on there and it said, hey, you heard $2.95. Felt like a superhero. I was like, really? Oh wow. Got a couple of videos up that didn't get demonetized. And I never cared about that shit before. I didn't. Never cared. Wasn't monetized at all. So I just, they offered it to me finally. It's like, oh, well, maybe I want it, maybe I don't, because now I got to worry about what I say if I don't want to get demonetized. Whatever. I just keep doing my shit. So finally, something jumped up there and said that she actually turned a profit on this shit. I was like, oh, cool. Anyway, let me take a pic. Let me take a screenshot of that. Save it for posterity. My first $2.95 I've heard from YouTube. That's what the hell it is. I thought it was funny. And then right after that, I got two more copyrights for music. Somebody loved going back the day after they watched one of my streams and hit me with a copyright. So I'm gonna have to talk to the Green Gorilla or what's his name, who made my intro songs for me, so they can't keep hitting me with copyrights. I'll use some original music. I don't have a problem paying a black creator and do that so they can get the middle finger or just cut down my intro altogether. I like to get y'all in the groove of what's gonna happen, and music is a part of any Gen Xer's life, especially hip hop. So you don't want to do too much without it. So like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in here now because I want to do a 3 and out today. So I'm 2 hours in with my bullshit. You listen to me talk for 2 hours and deal with bugs and nuisances of other types. And got my little rant on about some things. What the fuck? But now it's your turn to join the conversation. Let's say what you got to say. Oh, I should have put it in both of them, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should have. Just in case somebody's watching on the Geek Elite Simple side, I will drop the link in there as well. Let me do this again. Let's go all destinations. Pasty. Pasty paste. All destinations. Unlock. So there you go. If you want to jump on, chop it up for the next hour or so, go ahead. The range is open. So you can throw some shots down there and we can see how close to the bullseye you actually get. Accuracy is appreciated. Oh, damn it. Hopefully y'all didn't see that, but I just shut the whole fucking stream. There we go. So next part is Andor, episode 11. I still have the review on my phone. My phone is out of memory right now, so I'm having a difficult time actually doing the review, putting stuff on it, and getting it sent out of my phone. So I had to start deleting pictures and GIFs and images and thumbnails and shit like that. So apologies that it didn't get up this weekend, but that's what I'm doing on my phone while I'm still doing other stuff in the world. So I have to work on that today so I can get those other videos out and get the new one for the menu out before Andor episode 12 comes out, which I want to get. Now, one of the things I saw today was how the director of the show came out, and he's kind of wondering where the audience was for Andor. And the reviewer was right. It is because of the shots in the face Lucasfilms has given the Star Wars franchise before it even got to this. All right, I said that shit. I said a week ago that it is a Solo effect. Solo went down because people hated the fucking Last Jedi. That's why Solo went down. Andor is going down for the same reason because people hated Obi-Wan Kenobi. The offering that you put up before this was such shit that the next thing did not have a chance, no matter how good people thought it was. In this episode, some events feel rushed. Yes, in this episode, some things are rushed because it's the next to last episode. So whereas pacing wise, they could have shortened up some scenes, like what we were in the prison for like 3 episodes or so. Maybe you could have cut it down to 2. But the whole thing being in the prison, you got to see how much time has gone past. And if you were keeping track of the rotations, 12-hour shifts, and how many shifts he had, he was there for a couple of months. So 3 episodes of your life in prison for a couple of months is better than 1 episode you in prison, the next episode you break it out. It's not even logical, right? Andor ship had the side-mounted lasers. Yes. Well, they weren't side-mounted lightsabers. I saw the reviewer say that about they were side-mounted lightsabers. They weren't lightsabers. You know what they remind me of? Iron Man 2. Tony Stark, his one-off continuous lasers. That's what it reminded me of. So that was cool. But you want to know where the lightsaber was? I can't show you guys right now on this. But my thumbnail for this is that scene where Luthen is going to see Saw Gerrera. And that dude pulls that shit off his hip. And he tells him, give it back or stop looking at it or give it back or some shit like that. That was his fucking lightsaber. Now, he's used that as a walking stick back in the beginning, like episode 2 or so, when he came to Ferrix. He pulled that thing off his hip and it extended like a lightsaber, but it was a walking stick. But I'm telling you, I believe Luthen was a Jedi. He was a Jedi. He got that thing that looked like a lightsaber. He got a fucking blue kyber crystal. He got a girl that's young enough to be his fucking daughter, devoted to being with him and checking him on being on mission and code and stuff like that. He walked around in gray cloaks the whole time, and he talks about what he sacrificed and is really bent on helping build the rebellion, getting these people to overthrow the empire and the emperor. And apparently, he's really good at flying starfighters and got enough money and enough skill that he can get out of most situations by himself on his Dolo mission. Luthen probably used to be a Jedi. He probably used to be a Jedi. I'm telling y'all, Luthen used to be a Jedi. Now, if I get to this last one and I find out that he put on a lightsaber and started using that shit, I'm gonna be excited. I'll be excited. And Pragmatic Prime, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking he might have been a Temple Guardian. He might have been because he has all that Temple Guardian shit sitting in his shop. That's one of the things I put in my review is that it's too on the nose that he has a bunch of these fucking artifacts, Jedi and Sith artifacts and stuff like that in his shop. Where did he get that shit from? Maybe the temple. Maybe the Jedi temple. His little compatriot there in the shop, that little chick, she had to be his Padawan. She follows him and follows directions with him and gives him shit like that was his Padawan. Why is she there? With her family? Why's she working with that old dude? That ain't just your coworker, man. That's just not your employee. She never leave. She's there. And into doing the same shit as him. I'm just saying. I'm thinking he used to be a Jedi. I really do think he used to be a Jedi. And if it turns out he wasn't, then that was the biggest red herring you threw out there. You missed the opportunity, motherfucker. But I think he used to be a Jedi. And I say a Jedi, not just a temple Jedi Sentinel, because he has a blue kyber crystal. He has a blue blade. Now, this show has gone on for 11 episodes, not mentioning the Force, Jedi's, Sith. For 11 episodes. So if it got to this end point and he popped out a lightsaber, it would be a surprise. It would be a surprise. But everything else has been laced with that character, especially episode 10 and his monologue in episode 10. Everything else has been laced in there that this dude used to be a fucking Jedi or something. Without saying Jedi. Without saying it. Everything else is in there. All the rest of it kind of match up. Yeah, Sentinels had yellow blades. Temple Guardians had yellow blades. It's no big deal. They're just crystals. I'm going for that whole thing with you had to make the crystal bleed and all the rest of that bullshit. Fuck you. Look, they're just crystals. Nigga. Stop overcomplicating shit. What up, Edward? Hurricane in the building. Uh-oh, batten down the hatches. It's a hurricane a coming. What up, D. Anderson? What's up, Darren? Darren popped up too. You and Edward riding shotgun. Y'all riding in here like Butch and Sundance, huh? Right, they like Butch and Sundance. Yeah, Edward got his wrench. But that's what I'm thinking. The link is in there if y'all want to come up. So I'm enjoying the show. I am a little like, oh well, that a lot of people are not. I do take exception with somebody saying that if you like this show, you're not a real Star Wars fan. And I'm knowing that motherfucker is way younger than me. They didn't get to Star Wars until they 2000s or some shit. Shut the fuck up. Stop trying to define who real fans are not for old people. I could tell you this. I could turn around and say something. You're not a real fan if you cosplaying and try to pimp that shit out to sell stuff. You're not a real fan. You're an opportunist. Real cosplayers ain't doing that shit to sell anything. They're doing it because they love doing it. The way Luthen talked in the last episode was definitely Jedi, giving a forecasted choice and not directly giving the order, leading someone to be the conclusion that they want. Well, yeah. That conversation he had with Saw Gerrera, that's all it was. He's showing up with a Faustian deal and shit like that. Dude, it has to be your choice. He's not forcing anything because it's more beneficial if he operates behind the shadows than it is if he's out in front. And if he thinks he's the last one left, is if he is legit the last Jedi living on Coruscant, why would he be out front? He wouldn't. He would find another way, guerrilla tactics or what have you, to pull down this fucking empire by the people, not himself. Saul don't know who Luthen is. Saul is suspecting, and he has a better indication now because when he was giving them shit about that ISB stuff, you could see it how Forrest Whitaker played it. That Saul Guerrero has a revelation about who Luthen is. He doesn't say it, but it gives you the hint that he might know a little something. He might have figured out something. Something might have clicked in his head about who he is. Because the episode or so before that, he was saying, "Who are you? Who are you? All these people here together and all this shit. Who are you? Really?" He's asking. He don't know. He asking. And Luthen, nobody know who the fuck he is. You saw Mon Mothma and Vale sitting up there talking. They don't know who the hell he really is. He good at keeping a secret. Damn sure. He real good at keeping a secret. Because while everybody else is thinking, oh, we need to go kill Andor and shit like that to keep a secret, he's just trying to find him. His Padawan is the one like, no, we got to kill this dude. No, put him out. Take him out. He know too much. He could track it back to us. This whole spy, counter spy shit, I like that. Regular people having real issues. I like that. I like my Jedis and Sith. Y'all know that shit. But I do like this part as well, to where you see in the more regular people what the rebellion actually is, made up of regular people. Maybe this person got some ships. Maybe this person got the numbers. Maybe he got some blasters. Maybe he pimped off some extra armaments on us. This is guerrilla warfare, yo, against a larger opposing force. I'm liking that shit. I have not been disappointed with this show once getting into the flow of the show. Like, okay, got it. Mini peaks, big peak. Got you. 3 episodes. 3 is my favorite number. Cool. We can rock. Yeah, he has that do or do not speech. He did. You do it. Do what you want to. You either get in, let that motherfucker go, or you go save him. It's your choice. Either way, because that's all it is. It's always choices. 1 second, you guys. I got too many alerts popping up on the screen that I can't see the ones I want to see. Which is one, shout out to Darren Anderson for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, bro. And get that off the screen. What supernatural star has died? Okay, I gotta read that later. Motherfuckers is just coming up all over the place. Okay. So, shout out to Darren Anderson for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, D. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you. Edward in the chat and did just put up a stream too. Darren Anderson, is that why you tipped me? You tried that winter jack and it was real smooth? Yes, it is. Did you have it cold or did you warm it up, Darren? What up, Mr. DC? If Mr. DC don't come in here with the late news, we already know about Jason David Frank. Talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Everybody here will already know that he's passed. We talked about it. If anything, we're trying to give some condolences of support to our brother Beastly Nerd in here, because Beastly Nerd actually knows that dude personally. Trains at his dojo in Texas. And Beastly Nerd was just seeing him last week. So don't come here on the late boat. Don't come in here on the late boat. You had it warmed up? Oh, yes. 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 Good, is it not? Yeah, I love that. That winter jacket is my shit during the holidays. There we go. That's for Darren. For having the winter jacket. Yeah. If you have it room temperature, that's good. If you warm it up, good. How do I handle all the flashbacks? What up, BGS? Master teacher. Wait a minute, BGS in here. I got to get BGS somewhat intro. Here we go. Every time you say master teacher, another hater dies. Another hater gets his wings. Your wifey was loving it. I haven't found D. Anderson. I haven't found a woman that doesn't like that winter jack. If you give them to try it, because the first thing they hear is Jack Daniels, and they think that shit is too harsh. They drink that shit, and they'll be knocking that shit back all night. All night. So yeah, that's good for the holidays. I'm telling you. Warm or cold, hot or cold, like the Mandalorian, man. Which way you want to come in? Then warm, bring you in cold. That shit is nice. You can drink. The problem with that, and that's why I like it, is it's so smooth. It's deceptive. You can have too much of that shit and not even feel like you was drinking anything until you try to get up or something like that. Be like, the fuck was I doing? Because I believe it's like 80 proof and smooth, no bite. Got a winner. Got a winner. Yeah, well, BGS. I got my sides, man. Got my sides. So if you're talking about BGS, the flashbacks and Andor, how do I handle the flashbacks? I don't mind a flashback if it's short. A short flashback on point and on context is fine. I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with that. The long ass flashbacks where you get all this superfluous information that doesn't actually get to the point of why you're having a flashback is pointless. But the ones in Andor are on point. Like the one I'm thinking of right off the bat, when he's walking, trying to escape Ferrex, and he's walking through the streets, and you hear the stormtroopers coming in, and then he has a flashback of when the stormtroopers first came to Ferrex and how Clem died. That was important. It happened, and then it stopped, and you see him in that moment because that's how you have flashbacks as a real person. It's a brief instant that you remember something, and then you're back into where you are at that time and place. That was it. They didn't give you the whole fucking story. They just gave you a small snapshot of what happened and stopped it and got back to the story. That's how those work. I don't like long ass flashbacks. Those get on my fucking nerves because they give you too much extra superfluous information, like a 15-minute flashback, 10-minute flashback. Like, that's not a flashback, man. You just made a whole nother fucking show now. What up, Falkness? Woo! Woo! Oh, wait a minute. You can do better than that.
Woo!
There you go. What's good, Faulkness?
I just watched the Ravens game. Ravens won, so that's always a good thing.
So now you're happy.
Always happy.
What's up, Enigma?
Always happy. Apparently, I'm hearing reports about our boy Jason. The word self-deleted.
Self-deleted? I hope not.
I
hope not.
I'm gonna just say this. Check on your friends this holiday season, because usually these are the most stressful times, because people may be hung up on bills, may not be making the money they used to make. They might have lost a job and they put a lot of burden on themselves. These holiday seasons are usually very rough when it comes to mental illness. And if someone tells you that they're depressed, take it seriously.
Yeah.
Take it seriously. Get them help and talk to them. I mean, I've known, even though I was diagnosed with depression through the VA, the one thing that helps me is to be motivated about something. And sometimes you have to overcome. And for a lot of people, when they deal with mental issues, those mental issues are there. It's just, like I always said, you don't go to God praying for a lighter load. You pray for a stronger back.
Right.
You always got to be constantly working on it. So just look out for people in this holiday season. But I'm just chilling, and it's kind of crazy that you spoke about like the Wakanda Forever and everything like that, and they always put these double, so-called and sometimes triple minorities in these damn movies and shows, like
the double indemnity clause.
Yeah.
shout out to Judge Zilla and no one.
Yeah,
go for the double indemnity.
The inclusion, the illusion of inclusion.
Yeah, the inclusion barrage.
Like, gay people are like, what, 5% of the population of Earth?
Yeah, that's what I said. Ever.
That's why when people say, I want to see more diversity. No, you don't. Because anytime I speak of something that you don't like, you want to shut it down. You had Courtney Michelle literally get her video banned off of TikTok that talked about the feminism of Wakanda Forever. And this is a black woman. Wow. Now, everybody understands how it feels to be a nigga. Now everybody understands how does it feel to be a nigga. And I enjoy it.
Yeah. And I say this, I don't relish it, but I understand that people gonna learn. Look, yeah, it is what it is.
The reason why I enjoy it, Artisan, is because it's a learning mechanism for them. And now they're like, it's the same thing I used to say to single moms with boys versus single moms with girls. There's a different level of understanding. Like, oh, you're going to be very careful of teaching your boys a little bit better than when you have daughters, because when you have daughters, their moms tend not to give a flying fuck. Oh, I'm going to teach you how to use men. But if you have a halfway decent mom, she's going to be she's the first person to tell you these bitches ain't shit. Mine was.
Yeah. Mine would. Don't be thinking all these women is me. I said, I won't. I won't. I won't, mama. Shout out to Enigma for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, Enigma. And I will give you that 30
Shout out to everybody's favorite Enigma. It's kind of funny because whatever happened to actually telling good stories that are fundamentally interesting.
You know what happened?
It went down the
It went out the fucking window. It went out the window for an agenda because it didn't fit it became too hard to try to fit the agenda in with the actual story. They figured you was stupid anyway because you like this stuff, so they just put the agenda in there
And,
for no
and I, th-
story.
I think it's crazy because I like Lobo's daughter. I think her name's Crash or something. When her
Hmm.
little miniseries came out, I thought that was a great read. Yes, she's in a lesbian relationship, but she's also
All of
like,
them are.
yeah, all of them are like, man, all of
All
them
of them are.
nowadays.
So is
But
Laura. Yeah, so is Laura Kinney. They can't introduce them without them being lesbian.
yeah, even though Laura Kenny was thirsting after a couple of ex boys, but anyway, originally,
Yeah,
and what
yeah.
makes what makes it
Shout out,
hilarious,
shout out to Sink. Shout out to Sink for getting shit on for a chick.
yeah, you know. Oh, I don't have any feelings for you. I want her. Oh, so you want the Ken doll looking motherfucker? Okay,
Hmm. Yeah.
and
All
ultimately,
right.
the story about her and Lobo, her dad, was interesting because it was like she felt nervous, she felt awkward because she has that rough edge due to her father. She was freeing and put in prison because of him, because of his actions. That it was actually a good story. The problem is you get this, I'm about to say it. I'm not Starfire bullshit. That is the Kingdom Hall of fuckery when it comes to comics.
The
That
Kingdom
is like
Hall.
that is like the holla of fuckery, okay?
Oh my God, the
There is
Kingdom
no
Hall of
fucking
fuckery.
there is no
I'm gonna use
fuckery
that.
above thee, okay? When you
There's no
obviously
fuckery above I.
when you literally put books out there like I am not Starfire and insert yourself in your beliefs on how do you think the comic book and look, comic books have always and even anime always idealized the idealized man or woman.
Mhm.
What we could be, what we like to be.
Yeah,
And
the
it's like,
aspiration.
yeah, like Superman's not supposed to really fit within a time. He's supposed to be timeless.
No, same thing in Captain America. He's not.
Yeah,
He's supposed to be a man at a time.
yeah,
He's supposed to have values that you don't have right now, and how those two things come in contact or mesh or do not mesh with each other.
yeah,
It's supposed to have a different code. That's the point.
yeah. And it's funny because I look at all these diversity pleas. I'm like, nigga, you didn't look at the '90s version of the New Warriors?
That was awesome. There
Yeah,
was some of everybody represented in that shit.
heavy, and it was great storytelling. And
Yeah.
the black guy, Night Thrasher was the leader. I forget the chick who had the crutches. She was badass in her own right. You had Speedball.
So let me break you down. Night Thrasher, Silhouette, Namorita, Nova, Speedball, fucking Darkhawk, Rage,
Okay. Oh,
um, Justice, Vance Astrovic. It was all there. You had Jewish people, Latinas, 5 star. It was a bunch of people on that shit. Bunch
yeah,
of people in that team.
and it was a great team. I think it was one of their better team books.
It was.
Very underrated. I mean, it
Yeah,
was
because they fucked it up.
yeah, and I think, and this is a book that came out during the height of the X-Men popularity
Hmm.
because I think the X-Men were even more popular because of the cartoon than the damn movies.
It was.
And
That cartoon drove more people to read the X Men comics. It
yeah,
made it more popular.
yeah. Um, when you look at it, you're like, you come from this. I mean, you came from like what DC during the time was doing what? The Batman Nightfall series.
Hmm.
And it was like you had great stories. Like he had to reclaim his mantle
Yep.
from an even crazier version of him.
Yeah, that he kind of trained a little
Yeah,
bit. Johnny Valley. Yeah. Azrael was yeah. We didn't
Israel.
want him to take over, but he kind of got the mantle and he kind of went Azrael.
Yeah,
He was
yeah,
kind of on program, but he was kind of off program.
yeah. He was on his own shit, man.
Yeah,
But
it's like you ain't gonna break.
like,
You never break my back.
Yeah, but he said by the count of Saint Dumas, I'll be damned.
Yeah, no shit. You'll never
and,
break my back.
and I mean, even during that time, you had Image. I mean, Spawn was like red hot, and
Yep.
this is just what 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's just 89 and 90s. It's not even
Yeah.
like 50 goddamn years ago.
Like
It's
like
not
I
that
had
long.
like I had to tell one guy. I said, this is the shit that you don't understand. Like, what is your modern day version of the Judas contract?
Shit, there ain't one.
What is your modern day version of the death of Superman? Like,
The death of comic books altogether.
exactly. I mean, it's crazy because even with the movies, they ought to call Phase Four the land that God forgot. That's what it totally is, the land that God forgot. It was so convoluted. All your new characters or your people being put into the roles were female, 80% of them. I don't
Yeah,
have a
look at
problem with female characters, but don't shit on the male ones.
no shit. If you guys can hear me clearly, put a one in the chat real quick because I had to change my earphones because these other ones were about to die. And also, no one made a great comment in there. All these great stories happened during the worst of times in
Yeah,
real life. Crack
yeah.
era, HIV, fucking what
Violence,
the violence, um the peace treaty with gangs, the riots in LA,
the fall of the Soviet Union.
fall of
Shit.
the Soviet Union, the wall. Look, all this stuff happened during that time. So
Yeah.
that's why I say you have comics reflect the times in a sense, because the writers feed off of that to make stories. If your new age writers can't make you a decent story, then they don't know they don't understand what's going on in their times.
No. I
But
mean, look
if
at
you've had
look
a
at
kid in
Malcolm.
school recently, you'll see how they're writing. They're writing from feelings. They ain't writing from, knowledge or any of that shit. That's not how they do their writing projects in school.
Look, think about it, artisan. We were spoiled with um with Milestone.
It seems like it nowadays. It seems like, damn, I was spoiled. I was
We
getting
were
very little.
spoiled.
Yes, I was spoiled. 'Cause y'all don't know none of this shit.
Here's the crazy part: Icon was not Black Superman. Icon
No,
was
he wasn't.
Joe
He was
Manhattan.
Icon. Yeah, he was Icon. He wasn't Black Superman. He was
And
Icon.
I would
He went
love
up
to see
against
him
Superman.
I would love to see him in the big screen.
I
Imagine
would.
a black man who has the same level of power as Superman, and
More.
because of his race, he has diplomatic immunity that not even the Green Lantern Corps can arrest him. Damn, you the ultimate nigga. Shit.
The ultimate Negro. What's that line from Lethal Weapon 2? Diplomatic immunity.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll punch you in the face and I wouldn't even cause an
exactly.
intergalactic incident.
Exactly. And it's funny because you had a lot of groundbreaking stories like the safe sex issue with Static that they
Hmm.
tried to, which was one of the camels that broke the straw's back of
Yeah.
Milestone and the distribution. And you had Rocket, who was a teenage mom. That was the signs of the times of the '90s, man.
Yeah. And they were dealing with that issue. It wasn't about, oh, we need to put this in there to be diverse. No, this is a problem that's happening. Let's talk about it and see what solutions we can get out of this. That's what it was. So here we go. He got something to say about Wakanda Forever now too. This off. This the. Whew, I'm sorry. This the other off base Negro that was in here talking Wakanda Forever. That's
I'm
why I
no
say
for
all these late bird reviewers. This is what's trending. I better talk about this now. Stay in your lane. Thank you.
yeah. That's it's funny because it's very insulting. I've been reading. Let me see. I'm 40. I've been reading since three, so about 37 years,
Hmm.
and it's very insulting to see the characters on the main screen. And it was crazy because even a lot of black mothers were agreeing with me when we talked about when they took their sons to Wakanda Forever, and they were excited And I said, before you go, don't get too riled up because, believe it or not, there are black mothers who want their sons to have, positive male role models within the comic book and, the entertainment specter.
Yeah,
My
there's
ex,
some.
what are you saying, Anderson?
No, I was saying there are some.
Yeah. And
They
my ex,
exist.
she took her son to see Wakanda Forever. She didn't want to say what she was upset about it till I said, I said, I'm kind of refusing to go see that feminist love story. She said I wasn't going to say anything with my son in the car, but God, that shit was so pathetic. How do you have, and she's big, she loves big, black, dark skinned guys, go figure, right?
Hmm.
So she's enthralled with M'Baku. She's like, how do you make the most masculine character in the goddamn movie second fiddle?
You show him very less.
Yeah, exactly.
You show him the least.
And she was upset about that. Like all the women took center stage. She's like, I don't want no goddamn women leading the damn country. She was one of the people when we had 3 female mayors in a row. She was like, Charles, I used to think you were sexist, but goddamn, get these bitches out of office.
Look, I'm sick of these bitches.
And
But those are your sisters. Yeah, I'm good on them.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
and you know what she said? And she'll say that she's like, yeah, that's the reason why I know these bitches need to get out of these
Hmm.
offices because I know them well.
Yep. Yep.
And fundamentally, you're just robbing. Like BGS said in one of his rants, because his rants give me substance. Um, he says black boys who were already down, they just buried us. And think about it, even in the comic book and the fantasy media genre, it's when do I get to see me? I'm tired of every time you get a black guy, he's scared, he's effeminate, or he's just outright gay. And I'm like,
Hmm.
you're not representing of me. You're not representing my son.
No, you're not. Because to me, I could still see the Caucasian character still being able to be a little bit masculine,
Yeah,
even though some of them end up being scary and weak. Like the commercials I was seeing before these movies, it's like all these dudes are good fucking goofballs.
yeah.
Weak as shit. I mean, not even weak as baby shit. Weak as runny baby shit.
Oh man, the
It's like, oh well, okay, here we go. This is another movie that probably will never get seen by me.
yeah, this is a
But
blowout.
yeah, what up, BMT? Trigger alerting. Trigger alert.
Trigger. And I mean, it's sad because you're producing a
He's
lot of
saying all
people
three
like
hours
fun.
of
Like I
life.
listen to a lot of content creators. I probably listen to more video game and comic book and executive protection and shooting gun stuff more than just as much, if not slightly more than Manosphere shit.
Hmm.
I There was a guy who was, I forget his name, but he says, you know why you need heroes, male heroes, because boys learn hero being a hero, or they learn their morals and ethics from 2 places, usually their fathers or
Hmm.
father figures
Yep.
and their mythical characters.
Hmm.
There's a reason why you told the stories of Shango and Hercules, Thor, Odin, because they had to have some type of ethics. See, out of men, we always had to have a code of ethics. We had the chivalry of the medieval knights, the Bushido of the samurai. You
Hmm.
know, insert code here. Because when you have men with no code, you're going to have a bunch of band of fucking marauders. And
Pretty much.
like what you
But even
call it,
even in Marauders, even Marauders have a code.
exactly. How about the
Shit.
no honor
Even
among thieves?
even the Vikings had a code.
Yeah, and
They
it's
grape, they pillage.
yeah,
Pretty simple. Like,
yeah.
pretty simple.
You had me a grape.
Yeah, no shit. What was Genghis Khan?
Yeah,
Kill the men, bring me the women.
yeah.
Like that was pretty simple, dude.
That's why
Even
10
they had a code.
that's why
Okay, even
ten
they had
percent
a
of
code.
that's why 10% of Asians are related to them. Shit.
Yeah, no shit. Like, yeah, we're part of Genghis Khan. Yeah, all of you are.
Yeah.
Your great grandpappy somewhere back there.
Yeah. When he said you motherfuckers hanging on my nuts, he really meant it.
He meant that shit, boy. Those were marching orders, not just a battle cry. You're all mine. You're all my seeds.
Literally. And it's crazy because you look at this and fundamentally you look where the education, you look where the entertainment is. I just posted on my community tab, in the Western world, you get all little silly dances and whatever bullshit comes up on TikTok. In China, guess what they put on TikTok? Science, tech.
Useful shit.
Yep. You don't need
Somebody
to.
we talked. I talked about this with somebody before back in early 2000s. I think it was my friend at that time, and we were sitting there talking about how the U.S. was going and just turning into a hospitality place, right? The U.S. is where you go maybe for some parties and porn and some other stuff, but we don't really produce anything. We don't really
Nope.
try to educate people for shit, right?
Nope.
So this is where you get all this goofy stuff coming in that we don't educate the populace. We want dumb people. We don't want smart people because the smart ones are the ones we turn on and call crazy and everything else.
Yeah.
The dumb ones are the ones we elevate and promote and stuff like that. It's like, why are they famous again? We're doing dumb shit? Like, no,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be famous for that.
There
You shouldn't have a whole career for that.
should
What up,
there should
BMT?
what's up, BMT? There should be no world where what's that trick name? The one that the ex-wife of Kanye.
Yeah, I know who you was thinking, Kim Kardashian.
Kardashian. Like there's in no fucking bona fide universe she should ever be a billionaire.
Except in the U.S. I said that before when I was going into my whole thing about being concerned about Kanye going crazy or something like that and self-deleting himself. And I said you have to remember who this woman is. She's famous for having sex on tape, having a big ass and having sex on tape. The only accomplishment that came out of their family other than that was what their father did, who gave them the last name Kardashian, being a lawyer.
Yep.
Nobody else has actually achieved shit for doing really anything. Or except for being dysfunctional on film.
Yeah,
I'm like,
a whole family of
people
black
support.
widows. Literally, a whole family of black widows.
That's a coven. That is a coven. Them ain't black widows. That's a coven, man.
Yeah,
that is a coven.
Shout
out to KS. That's a coven.
A boil in trouble. God damn.
Yeah. Toil, boil in trouble. This coochie gets you in so much trouble. Look, man. Ain't a dude escaped that motherfucker yet, sane. No. I think Kanye skirted by because he was already kind of nuts anyway. So, look, this is the first time he made a Kardashian run away, not the other way around. Yeah. The dude didn't run away screaming. She ran away. I got to get me a pasty. I got to get me a skinny, pasty, tattoo white boy to get back because that was too much. Yeah, all right, whatever.
This crazy Negro.
Yeah, this guy, he too much for me. Too much. He was a bigger star than you. That was the problem. He was backseating that shit.
That's the part that really got on her is that she couldn't outshine him, even though he was in debt and they gave him the money. But guess what?
So his what? He got back, didn't he? Yeah, he got back.
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah, don't call it a comeback. You've been there for years. What up, BMT? What you got? You just sitting there lamping? Yeah, only in the U.S.
Only. I mean,
only in America. Shout out to Don King.
You know what? I think you remember that song when Creed was coming down to fight Drogoff, and they just played the most American song where you had James singing "I Live in America" and they out there doing all the stuff. I think of that all the time when I see stupid shit happening and on TV and stuff like that. That song plays in the back of my mind, and like Don King said, "God damn, only in America." Like,
well, the two of y'all have the best some of the best context on this because the two of you guys have actually been in other countries for long periods of time. So coming back to America, he's like, this is some dumbass shit y'all doing over here. I mean, for real.
Right.
Right. For really real. This is some dumb shit y'all doing.
Like there's nobody for me to speak There's nobody I know holistically that I can speak Pashto or Dari with around here. I speak a whole nother language far from the US, and ain't nobody for me to talk to around here. It's interesting when I get around Indian people and I know exactly
Hmm.
what they're saying, and then I freak
Yeah,
them out when I start speaking around them, and then they start speaking perfect English, and I'm like, yeah,
yeah,
I know exactly what you're saying behind that register. So
yeah,
let's
yeah.
let's
I
actually be
heard you,
real. That's
motherfucker. I heard you.
I heard you,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
I
They're like,
heard what you
where were
said.
you? I was in Logman. I was in Patika. I was in the Valley of Death. I was by the Jordan River. Oh man, let's talk. I'm like, yeah, okay, then. So we can have an honest conversation. Um,
Yeah, we can have a real
this is the
conversation now.
land. This is the land where the fools are rewarded for being fools, and the widows are doggone blessed with civility. And you're not. It's. I'm telling you, man. Like that's why the Bible is the best selling book in America, because it's where the beggars and the fools reign king and supreme. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said that's why when they were trying to get people to clap for that Wakanda tragic film, I'm like, this is a horrible movie of a single mother of single mothers and goddamn widows and shit. Like, this ain't no good movie. Like, it was like trauma. The only thing that made me cry was when I looked at my phone and I saw the Green
Trauma
Ranger was
bonded
dead. I was,
forever.
yeah, like this is some. I
Trauma
was like,
bonded
yo, dude,
forever.
am I? This was, oh my god, dude, it was a trauma. It was a trauma film. Like, dude, like, why didn't they just remake Amistad or like the Titanic and shit? Just that's all we. I thought that's what they were crashing, the Titanic. Like, I'm just saying, man, it was not a good film at all. It was not a good film. Um, Give me 5 minutes to order a drink. I'm coming in there.
Yeah, you
Like,
can't tell
like
people that though. You like I told you after I did my reaction. Look, I don't really want to say this shit, but look, man,
no,
it is what the fuck it is. It's not that good of a movie. It's not,
I, I
and it
saw it.
hasn't improved. The more I think about it, over time, it doesn't get better. It doesn't get any
At,
better.
at, so, for
What up,
context,
UFO? What up, UFO?
for context, as comic book goers, it is still our obligated duty to still see and give a fair judgment. I cannot take no man serious. And Artisan, you gave a fair point. I can't take nobody serious if you didn't go see the film, because still, at least you said I saw it. I went in with I already knew what the hell I was going into. I was going into Hades, but I gave it a fair, objective look. And I said
Right.
I just had to turn. I had to turn them. That's the point. That is the problem when you actually see the world for what it is, and you see the truth. When you start understanding stuff for what it is that it is, and how they try to pick at certain stuff, like, wait a second, all these goddamn men, why the hell aren't y'all at the defense border? Why not just see a bunch of women fighting and there's like 10 men? Like, what the fuck? Like, do y'all not produce men in Wakanda? Like, goddamn it, like, what the fuck happened? Like, hold up, dude. There's no way the population flipped to the ghetto conda and there was just nothing but fucking. I'm like, I didn't mean to say that shit out loud, but it just
No.
came out of my mouth. Like, where the fuck are all the men? There's no way the population went down to elderly people and then women. And I'm like, oh shit, this is the fucking ghetto. And like they're like one dude was like, finally somebody else sees it. And I'm like, oh man, they're no wonder
Wakanda
why they're
is
gonna
the
lose.
ghetto. Where the
I'm
ghetto
like,
boys
dude,
at?
that's
They can sing that shit.
like, listen, dude. I was so like, part of me was like, okay, so pretty much we're watching real life the gentrification of Wakanda. Like, pretty much, I either a wanted the white man to take it, or either a Namor, aka Underwater Mexico, to take over Wakanda. Because I was like, I'm done with this shit. There's nothing that can be done. Maybe they might be able to do better with it, because it just didn't make no fucking
He
sense
said
at
underwater
all, man. Like, it
Mexico.
just now one of the things that really hurt, and this is where I knew there was a very dark underlying message that a lot of people didn't hit on. Siri never tried to have any type of severance of a relationship to connect to her father. All she talked about was her mom. All she talked about, hell, she wanted to go talk to her cousin. But I'm like, you never not one time try to reach out to talk to your dad or have. I'm like, yo, dude, there's no fatherly semblance in this whole film. Like,
Yeah,
how the fuck?
no,
Where's the strength?
Baba got no shine. Baba got no shine in that.
Baba never got no shot. I'm like, yo, dude, this is
Nobody
a
talked
dark ass
about
film.
Papa. Nobody talked about Papa. They barely talked about brother. Now she loved her brother. She was grieving over the loss of her brother, but she didn't try to go listen to that king of the past, that most recent king of the past, which was
She,
her daddy.
so
So
that
mama,
was the thing.
mama wasn't
That
king.
and so, right. I'm like, wait a second. You talking to your mom? Like your mom never been on the battlefield. Your mom never been out there fighting nobody. I mean, the most she did was swim on the water and pick up. And Riri was so goddamn massive. I'm like, that's a whole nigga bitch. Like, why the fuck
Yeah.
y'all listening to that no little girl? Like, I'm like, man.
Look,
I'm like,
I
yo,
knew what
dude.
was up with Riri when they start showing her in the trailers that she had the cornrows going back. I said, okay, look, don't get the new
They gave the
glasses. I said,
iron.
okay,
They gave her Iron
okay.
Man suit cornrows, bro. They gave her Iron Man suit cornrows. I knew they were making fun of us when they gave her. I've never seen an Iron Man suit have cornrows needed in the helmet. Like, what the fuck, dude? What is your helmet made of that it needs that kind of cornrows? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, when some
Representation, representation.
exactly, and that's when you and see that's when you know you're getting. That's when you know as you, that's why sometimes when they be saying you want representation, it's not always the type of representation that you think you want that you're going
Right,
to get.
that's stereotypical shit. That's stereotypical
Right.
shit. One second.
I'm
Let me
like,
get this out. Shout out
go
to
ahead, bro.
One Eye One for the support. Appreciate you, One Eye One. I will give you a 3B salute.
Like,
And shout out to All Star G and BA on for coming in. BAK back. Be back. Facts. Go ahead, Joe. Charles, I know you're
so
still in here if you finish fooling around back there.
I will say this to the
What up,
white
Aaron?
guys that were, to the white men that were there, it was comical. I'm being dead ass, and I couldn't get mad at them. They were laughing, like they thought it was the funniest shit that they were watching. Like,
Yeah,
and two,
everybody like a dumpster fire, don't they?
like
Fucking
right,
Cash
it was
Money.
like holy shit, like you know what I'm saying. To them, it was comical. You know what I'm saying. The Latins that were there, they were. I wasn't even mad at them. Like even though the little black boy, like, you're rooting for the wrong people. I'm like, no, technically they're not because their people are fighting. It's black on brown fighting. So I guess I can't get mad at little Jesus for rooting for Namor because you
You
know what I'm
can't.
saying. That's their champion. And to be fair, you know, I mean, even when the black man was giving her counsel, saying, "Listen, man," they look at him like a god. They actually revere and respect their man and their people. When the men were giving them issued orders, guess what? Right when they had the female, and I look at the dialogue of this. I'm showing y'all this is some really deep shit. When the woman came to Namor and had her problem, he checked her and showed her the bigger picture. And what did she do? She backed down and shut up. So you know what?
Yep.
You're right. That's why you're the king, and I'm just the stooge. You're right. When goddamn when Umbaku tried to give when he tried to give her counsel, say, listen, man, I get you're hurting, but listen, we don't have the forces and the resources like that to do an all out war. Nah, fuck that. You're gonna just yield to me. And I'm like, well, damn, am I not the counsel of you now? Have I not been in more battles than you? Like, I didn't see you out
Hmm.
there fighting the forces of Killmonger when I was out there. Oh, right, you was in the back and playing with the little tech shit. So
Well,
how are you now
she
telling me and you're
this is the thing. Shuri actually did fight Killmonger, and he did break her fucking power mittens and threw the motherfuckers down a chasm. He was about to kill her.
Yeah, pretty much.
Only thing that saved her ass was her brother. Her brother came and
T'Challa.
saved her ass. Yeah, T'Challa came and
but
saved her. So she was out there on the battlefield, and she was out there fighting on the battlefield against Thanos' forces during
you know
Endgame and stuff. So she
that
was
is that
there,
you know
but that was
she
power
was
mittens.
there.
That wasn't hand to
That
hand.
was
That was power mittens.
right,
Like,
right. But now here's the thing about it where he beats her in this. Who has more time in leadership? He does or she does?
he does because he leads the Jabari.
And and so the thing about it was, mind you, they had to get the Jabari's permission to go up there. They're like, hold up,
Hmm.
I know we got our problem, But see,
Yes, they did.
we got our problem. But even M'Baku, like, hold the fuck up. How are y'all trying to tell me how to run my country? At
You
first,
in
y'all was
my
talking all
lands. Yeah,
that good
you in
shit.
my
You
lands.
in
You better
my
calm
lands
down.
now. Like, hold up. This is still
Well,
my throne. What the fuck y'all got going on here? Even she
Yeah,
had to
no,
ask
calm
permission,
down.
like, yeah, like, chill that shit out, bro. Hey, I can send your asses back
We're
down to
sorry,
y'all
great.
swamp.
We're sorry, great Umbaku. Yeah,
well,
you got it
not
all
only
right. You're getting
that,
cold. Better get on
Like,
program up here. Better get on
not
that's
not
program.
that's why she knew when he said, listen, if we go up there, if we go to the Jabari, we're gonna be in their debt because shit, we still that's gonna be a
Oh,
big
nigga.
IOU. That's
You
gonna be a
oh.
big IOU. Yep. And he
not only
now to be fair, the only thing that was keeping that broker deal respect of that kingdom was when T'Challa said, listen, they don't know that of the art of the agreement of men. Because men had already made an agreement where T'Challa said, listen, shit's already
Brought
happening
them
for
back
me.
into brought them back
He,
into the fold after 100 years of leaving them up there just like whatever the fuck. He actually
right.
T'Challa was the one who actually brought them back into the fold and made that
well,
peace with
So
M'Baku to bring the Jabari back to the whole five tribes. What's good, AB? I hear you keep trying to jump
yeah,
in.
go ahead,
What's
bro.
going
I do
on?
apologize. Go ahead, man.
well, not only that, I haven't seen the movie. I'm gonna wait for it to come out on Disney Plus. I'm not trying to make any judgment, but it should be pointed out that M'Baku almost beat T'Challa in combat. A few
Yeah,
if he didn't beat a few if T'Challa didn't make a few moves, he probably would have beat him.
he would have beat his ass. But
But
that
but
was
she
that
but
was the
she
thing that
doing
M'Baku was the best warrior of the Jabari. He was the leader of the Jabari. So it was only right for him to come up there because on Challenge Day, the
yeah.
best warriors in each one of those tribes gets to put somebody forward, and
Oh, don't get it
everybody
Yeah.
else
twisted. I love
conceded.
M'Baku.
Yeah,
That,
that's why
that's
it was a
dude.
big deal for Wakabi to be going against T'Challa because that was his friend, but he was the leader of the border tribe. He was the best warrior in the border tribe. That's why he was the head of the border tribe. That was
Hmm.
a whole nother tribe that was there. That's part of Wakanda because Wakandas are not just one tribe; they're five
Right.
tribes together. He
Right.
was the leader of the tribe that guarded the periphery. So they was already out there doing dirt. So that's why it was a big deal. Like, nigga, you need to look. Look. This dude actually want to get something done for my family that was killed. You bullshitting. I'm tired of hearing that shit for all these years. So yeah, we gonna go at it. So that's where they lost their men from. That's look,
And to be fair, here's the problem.
you said
To if
Wakanda.
you if if,
You ain't
if you
shit
are
right.
challenged,
Wakanda.
if you are challenged, you don't have the herb to help you in the fight. That's
Right.
No.
all. That's all hands, buddy. And I don't see Shuri beating no 290 pound pure muscle man. She gonna get choked out in that damn swamp. So
Well, that's
that's
why
gonna
that's
be a
why I laughed about that shit because I said that from the beginning. I don't see her beating M'Baku any kind of way because you know he's gonna show up for Challenge Day, and then they put the shit in the movie to where it's Challenge Day. He show up and she ain't there. She there's no fight because he just took the mantle. Nobody showed up and nobody wanted to challenge M'Baku, so he can't go Wakanda. We good. She can be the Black Panther. I ain't need this shit. I'm here. I'm the one who made it. So he won by default. So he's the king of Wakanda. She's just a Black Panther,
Ooh.
right. And I think no, no,
protector of
no,
Wakanda.
no. I think that actually kind of works out for the best. Like I think at least she ain't stupid at that point. Like okay, listen, I listen. I get it. I'm not gonna beat M'Baku. He's like, yup, you damn sure right. Guess challenge day tomorrow, Sherry. I'm pretty sure he called her on the cell phone. Like, I'll see you on the mountain. Like, no, you got it. I'm just not gonna be bothered.
No,
I'm pretty sure anybody could have gone up there.
his best scene for being with Shuri was when they were talking after the funeral of her mother of Ramunda, and
Hmm.
him or no after T'Challa and him telling her that he made a promise to her brother to help her because his biggest
Right.
issue with Shuri was she didn't believe like them. She
Yeah.
didn't trust the traditions and none of that. And so he promised her T'Challa he would help her. He would help her. He would be her spiritual guide in a sense. He would help her out
Yes,
on
and you
that shit.
needed that.
So
But
he wasn't going to challenge her. She could have showed up if she wanted to, but he wasn't gonna throw no fight for her either. I mean, forget that shit. But that was between them. She was doing the part that she needed to do, and he was doing the part that needed to get done for Wakanda because Wakanda did need some male leadership. It wasn't going to work with this young girl who hasn't been trained to be king and none of that shit. Don't want none of it. Don't believe in none of it. That was going to be a problem. That was going to be gone in one generation after that. Because I keep pointing this out. Yeah, T'Challa had a kid. Where's Shuri's marriage with her husband? They got her standing up there like her and Ironheart going to be going down on each other in their mech suits. Look, you can forget that shit. You're not doing no nanobot dildo here. Okay, we ain't ready for that.
Obviously, you know my answer to that. I'm an independent. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. This was your movie for that shit, AB. You gonna watch that shit and be saying that shit in the theater. I'm independent. You better get out of here with all that ash on your head, because I'm independent.
There was a lot of things that there were just a lot of missteps that happened. The queen acting erratic in front of all the tribes and stuff, that was a very bad look. That's when the elders
she was emotional.
That's what
she was emotional.
That right there, I see now holistic what Artisan was saying. But even the tribes were looking at like, what are you talking about? Like, wait a second, you're gonna take the most profound general that we have right now.
Your best Dora Milaje warrior, mind you. That's
that
the
was
general.
actually
that ain't,
right.
Yeah, that's not Ao. That's not her second. That's the general, the best warrior. Okay, you gonna fire them? Okay.
Hold on, wait a minute. Okay. She gonna take out the woman that took out 2 super soldiers, who took down 2 super soldiers.
Yes.
Not just that, but actually took down was actually beat 3 Atlanteans by herself
in single combat. In single combat. No, you fired, girl, because you lost my daughter. Bitch, if you would have asked me, your daughter went with the motherfuckers. I didn't lose shit. It sounds like somebody needs to be reinstated. Sounds like somebody needs to be reinstated. I'm just saying.
I was like confused. I'm like, she literally said, "Listen, I killed them. They got back up. Like, like I literally killed them. They got back up. I ain't never seen stuff like that before."
No, and you got to give it to
that sounds like you feel.
You have to give it to him and remember that Okoye is not super powered. Okoye ain't got no superpowers. Okoye is a regular person.
With either.
So when she comes back, if she made it back, and she tell you the motherfucker's got super strength, what? She made it back after that? Look, that's who you need on the field. Like T'Challa was saying with Captain America, get this man a shield.
So wait a minute. You telling me the Queen fired her, and she was one of the few people in Wakanda who could stand toe to toe to Atlanteans?
Yeah.
This is the reason.
Her replacement being Ao, I don't shit on Ao. Ao is a good fighter too, because Ao was in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier shit, and she was going up against John Walker Super Soldier, Bucky Super Soldier. She was in there handling her business.
John Walker wasn't a super soldier yet.
Yeah, he was. When he fought him, he had the Captain America. He wasn't by that time. He wasn't.
He didn't take the serum yet.
Yeah, he hadn't get the serum.
Yeah, he was a Green Beret. Yeah, but he wasn't. He didn't have that. He didn't have that. Wakandan lead.
They had the most field. They had the most field experience. They had the most field experience missions.
Yeah, the most field experience. So they were competent, really competent fucking fighters. And they was out there on the battlefield fighting the Outriders and the aliens and came back alive. Right. So there were some really competent fighters. Why would you take your strongest pieces off the board? That don't make no. That's not tactically smart.
Why do you?
It's not tactically smart.
Why do you think I constantly talk about female leadership and laugh at it? Because I've seen that shit in real life. Why would you? For example, at the Northern District a few years back, we had literally the #1 drug unit in the city. We got the first female major since I've been there. Not the first female major ever, but since I was there. Why the fuck did she dismantle and disassemble that team?
Because there wasn't enough chicks on it.
She wanted to show power.
She
She wanted to
wanted
show
to
power.
show power,
Show her authority. Yep.
and then
Yep.
guess what her number one complaint against her was? So many
Abuse of
citizens and
power.
business owners were like, "You have too many people open air drug markets now."
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the thing that just really threw me off. Was if you remember in Endgame, whenever they had when Black Widow had the meeting of all the leaders of all the nations, I didn't see the Queen talking. No, it was
No.
Okoye. It was Okoye up there talking and literally reporting on, hey, there's seismic activity underwater. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, shit, did y'all know about that shit before? Why didn't y'all like? Well, we'll just look at it
Because
later. Like,
yeah, because she was a Wakandan liaison. She's the one liaisoning with the superheroes, with the Avengers. That's who they talk
so,
to, other than T'Challa. That was it.
so you would take off the liaison that's literally been doing brokerage deals. Mind you, when they say, "Hey, I done fought aliens, I done fought super soldier, I done," you're gonna take. I fucked up. I didn't even fuck up. I just got caught off guard, but they threw a grenade at me and I survived. A grenade, a fucking pressure grenade, and came back and tried to. And, yeah, you
With a
fucked up
fucking
big
water
time.
balloon. That was a water
I'm
balloon.
like,
Because most people keep getting. Look, I'm telling you, every time people watch this movie and they start thinking about it a little bit more, they start thinking about what technology did the Talocanians have? I said water fucking balloons. They had
yep.
no technology. You don't build technology underwater. They didn't have any. They had no fucking technology. They were just as advanced as Wakanda. How? With what? They didn't have no ships or nothing. They ride on fucking whales and stuff. They had vibranium stuff, and they was just superhumanly strong. But I saw no technology outside of the little water balloon bombs. So you don't have shit. You ain't got
So,
no technology.
so in other words, it should have been really. It's
You
how can
you
I say it?
still undersea Mayans. That's it.
I mean,
That was it.
there's no way in hell they should even put up a threat.
I can see them putting up a threat in hand-to-hand combat because they all have super strength because they all live underwater. But you're not telling me they're as technologically advanced as the Wakandans because they're not.
No,
They're not developing any technology. They're
no.
not. If so, if you've seen the movie, tell me where the name of the Talokanan scientist was. What's the name of their scientist?
We
Who
got a
leading their
scientist.
technological advancements?
We
Because
got a
we know
scientist.
Shuri is the one doing it over in Wakanda. Who's Shuri's parody in Talokan?
Well, it's the witch doctor.
Shit, it ain't even him. That motherfucker been dead. The witch doctor that gave him the purple lean.
The purple lean. You like that? The
the
Wakandan lean.
pearl, what they say, the purple Awaska boy had them tripping balls and turning blue. Learning how to breathe underwater. Shit,
Got to get
that's
this
a drug you
Wakandan
never
lean.
want to take.
So wait a minute.
Yeah,
You took the purple herb and synthesized it from theirs. Like there's a lot of shit that I see be like, wait a minute. So y'all had this whole leaf growing here. Nobody said, you know what, I'm gonna get a couple of seeds, some stems, and I'm gonna grow this secret patch over here just in case
repopulate this bitch.
you
Yeah,
know, just in case we gonna take it from them or from the first movie. Nobody says, what if we get a fucking a dictator or authoritarian type motherfucker, and we just gonna have a secret stash in case we need to get rid of this motherfucker.
well, apparently they didn't grow. Apparently, it's the only plant that grows only in one area in that Wakanda. So I guess it's growing right off the meteor, but it don't grow nowhere else around that shit.
So
But
they could make the
be that
perfect.
as it may, be that as it may.
So
Okay,
wait a
whatever.
minute. I wonder if you get the powers if you roll it up and smoke it.
Yeah, you get some different powers. You probably be able to fly. Then you're not talking to Bass, the Panther gods. You're talking to one of them aerial gods.
Now you're
Maybe
talking
Ra. Maybe you see Ra or something like,
like raw,
damn,
like
I'm high,
raw.
dude. Like,
Hey,
yes, I will give
hey,
you wings.
hey, raw. Are you raw? Yeah. Now pass that shit.
Pass.
Yeah, that's some good
Yes,
Bacardi weed.
yes, my son. Pass it. Oh, my bad.
If you drink it, you're a cool cat. But if you smoke it, you high as a ceiling.
Yeah. Now, see, K.S. Sanders is saying the most advanced thing in Talokan was the underwater sun. Yeah, and they didn't make that. That was just vibranium.
Mm.
It was just vibranium. So they didn't even make that shit. They didn't make anything. There was no technology. None. The only other technology they had was that underwater moat system shit where they doing the Hadouken underwater because they wanted to give you something other than this. They want to give you something new to see if it catches on.
Hadouken.
No, yeah,
Okay.
no, you just want to take everything. Here we go. That's all it was. They didn't have any technology, and I don't think they made the moat system because this ain't contact. You didn't make wormholes. The fuck? No, no, and they didn't develop shit. If they did, they would have had more of it. They would have had outside of the rebreathers, which I'm serious, just look like a jellyfish stuck on their face. Um, I didn't see them developing anything, any tech. A mask to put on their face to keep their mouth wet so they can breathe underwater, which is basically a bowl on their mouth so they can still keep breathing water. And then explosive water balloons that go off like concussion grenades. It's just water. Okay, so what?
So
Other than that, they had shit. They had the same stuff Wakandans had, spears. Spears. Vibranium tip spears. Awesome. And that y'all can deflect each other forever.
that's like having Nerf guns against each other. Did you see the damage I did? Did you see the damage I did? You didn't do it.
I had you, man. I laid you down. Motherfucker, that was 30 Nerf pellets. What are you talking about?
I'm just
Shut up.
I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm still supposed to see Shuri gets impaled.
That doesn't
Shuri
work.
gets impaled, but an actual SOCOM trained motherfucker who's 3 times her size, at least twice her size, gets stabbed. He dies, but Shuri lives. Black woman strong. Black woman.
Well, but this is why I say that's a regurgitated scene to give you the same scene from the Black Panther 1 when T'Challa beat M'Baku. Baku stabbed him. And then he made M'Baku yield by face of death. Now, if you go back and watch Black Panther 1, you see the way T'Challa was, both of them niggas was going over the waterfall. So yielding was kind of pointless. Y'all was both going. You don't have to wait to flip that dude over you and hang on. No, y'all both going over.
What he had him was in a combination armbar and triangle choke.
Triangle hold, yeah. So he's gonna choke him out. He could have broke his neck. Maybe choked him out. Let that be it.
That's what
he gave.
The people need, because if he would have said something other than yield, he would have broke his shit.
Yeah, your people need you. You're a strong warrior. You fought valiantly. Your people need you. But what did Shuri say? The same shit. It's a regurgitated scene. But the reason why that scene doesn't work is because after I went back and was thinking about this shit and watched Black Panther again and watched Civil War again, you can't get through vibranium nanobots with the vibranium spear. That's not how that shit works. You know why? Because Killmonger could not be stabbed in the chest with that same nanobot technology on his body. You needed that sonic resonator to disrupt the nanobots so his bare flesh was exposed so you could stab him. Otherwise, vibranium bounces off of vibranium.
Yeah, look what happened when
like T'Challa's claws in Civil War scratching Captain America's shield. He didn't cut it in half.
Oh, he didn't penetrate. He didn't penetrate.
They just really bounced off of each other.
He really didn't even scratch the shield. He just scratched the paint.
Yeah, that was it. So, no matter how strong Namor is, he's not penetrating her nanobot vibranium armor with another vibranium item. He's not doing it.
No.
How? How's that working?
It's like they forgot their own fucking script.
Yeah, they do. What's convenient? Well, it has to work. But it doesn't. How does it work? It doesn't work for the rules of the world.
And I'm supposed to say, wait a minute, this chick who's basically a geek, all of a sudden she can stand toe to toe with a sea god.
500-year-old sea god at that.
Who's been fighting for 500 years underwater.
All my life I had to fight until this little girl comes along and kick my ass.
And I'm like, this obviously is not the Namor of the comics, because T'Challa had to really, prep time for this nigga. They were like, yo, this nigga slapbox with the Hulk.
Nah, you would have had to get that man some pussy to calm his ass down. This is
Mhm.
Namor from the comics. You would have had
Yeah.
to bring Sue Storm or somebody out
Like,
there like,
yo,
hey,
where's Susan Storm at?
what's good? Yeah, where's
Uh,
Sue at?
uh, Show him that twerk tape of Susan Storm. God damn.
I thought you hate air breathers. I do, but
She got an ass.
you got ass though. You see that ass? She invisible, dude. I can see it.
Hmm.
Like, I can see it. She's just
She
trying to hide
invisible.
it from
Not if he come. But anyway.
me.
I know I'm sick. Oh my god.
I ain't said nothing. I just laughed at that shit. It's funny. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at I'm looking at the whole thing where I never seen the movie. I could just tell, I pretty much predicted what was gonna happen.
Oh goddamn! I thought you went and saw the movie.
No, I read it and I predicted everything that was gonna happen, and it's
Call you an asshole. Stop.
it's funny because I'm like, it's funny because wow, wouldn't it make more sense to give it to M'Baku or everybody?
It would have
Since
made.
everybody,
It would have. I
Yeah.
said that. I said that it would have made more sense to give it to everybody since you synthesized it and you got a 3D printer there. I would have gave it at least, at the very least, to the Dora Milaje. But there's only supposed to be one Black Panther at a time. So okay, apparently everybody can't drink the purple lean, like you say.
oh yeah, gotta
It
love
got to
that
just be
movie.
all for her. Yeah, bootleg all day. Yeah, Ray. I know you, Ray. You was waiting for the bootleg to come out. You better
But then
share that
even
shit with Charles and AB since they too cheap to go to the movies and suffer like the rest of us
you know, I just I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, man. I'm
And no, she doesn't get combat ability from the heart. The heart shaped herb doesn't give you combat ability. What it gives you is superhuman speed, reflexes, and connection to the past ancestors in the path of God.
strength.
So basically, yeah, and strength, right? So you get superhuman abilities. One, but none of the superhuman abilities is the ability to fucking fight. You have to do that part on your own first.
Like you telling me,
That's what it is.
you telling me, like she literally opened up a can of whoop ass through a further.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Hit
just
this drink. Got some liquid courage. I got you, Namor. She
got
got
that
courage though.
drink.
Yeah, she
Now
got that drink in her.
that
Got
drink,
that drink in her and got brave.
you know. Here comes, here we got Sherry. She's gonna be in lean on me too. I spilled
Yeah,
my lean on me.
I
Mm.
speak my lean on me. Now I will say this: the story for Shuri was interesting because it did show that she did love her brother, and she was grieving in the missing of her brother and trying to square the fact that she did not believe in all that ancestral plane shit. Even though her brother was a Black Panther and her father was a Black Panther, she didn't believe in all that shit. She was a scientist. She
Yeah.
believed in real world science shit, which I can agree with that and understand that that was important for that character. So a character who doesn't believe in all this stuff has to have a come to Jesus moment to get these powers to try to save her whole fucking society from falling down, and she didn't want that shit. Okay, yeah, I can get that. That's a good point in the movie, but it don't make the whole movie good. Don't
No, no.
does it? It just means that that character story was pretty good. That part was
Mhm.
good. She didn't
I'm just
want that shit.
I'm
I,
just
I agree. You shouldn't have had it either. I agree. So we can both agree. Yeah, he wasn't ready. Yeah, you
I'm
were too old for the training. You were too old for
I'm
the
just
training.
thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. You saw your brother literally take this fucking herb, drink it, and become like basically African Captain America.
Yeah, come back from the dead or
No,
mostly dead.
I don't believe it. Like the fuck?
I don't believe in
Misery
that
loves
shit. Well, you don't-
Beastly Nerd said
yeah,
Misery loves company. AB Charles,
yep,
go watch the movie.
yeah, exactly. So you
Yeah,
gotta
I'll
shut
watch
up.
it when it comes on Disney Plus.
He said, "I'll watch it when it
I'll
comes
do
on
my
Disney Plus."
review after Disney Plus.
Yeah, fair enough. He
That's
said, "I
what I
finally saw
said.
this bullshit.
You're gonna
I
be like,
finally saw this bullshit.
I'll,
It's
I'll
still
probably.
bullshit." Month later.
Matter of fact, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what really turned me off this year. I saw two Phase 4 movies in the theaters. It was
He said, "I split my lean on me."
spilled my. You never know what comes out of my brain and mouth, man. I
Mhm.
It's
spilled my
funny.
lean on me. What's
It's
that in your
funny
cup,
too.
boy? Boy, what's that in your
Yeah,
cup? Is that lean? Shit, look at it. You just spilled it on me. God dang.
blame it on that. Well, can't
I'm not gonna
blame it on the
lie.
what on the alcohol.
You know, the first Black Panther movie I went to go see with my coworkers, right? And that's when I was on my crutches because I fucked up my knee. And I said, "Yo, is that shit in the cup? Is that lean? That
Look
was
like it.
that purple shaped herb, man." I said, "Either
Well,
two
that's why I
things."
just said it was purple. It was grape drink. They made grape drink because when they did it in the movie and they mashed it up and stuff like that and put it in the water and poured it down the throat, I said they just made some grape drink. What the fuck?
Like, what is
Really?
this? It's a super power,
Concentrate?
super power Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like laughing my ass off.
Concentrated grape, huh?
Oh
Yeah,
shit. He drank some of that shit and started seeing ancestors. I said, damn, ain't that absinthe and stuff?
oh, man,
That's some hard ass alcohol, boy.
you need to roll that. You need to roll
You
that shit
start
up.
seeing ancestors when he drank that shit. Like that's ooh, you don't want to drink that. What's the proof on that? What's the proof on the heart shaped herb?
Like,
Somebody let me know.
proof.
Must be, boy. It
I
got you
one
in touch
time,
with the ancestors
I remember
for
one time
one shot.
I drank some XO cognac. I saw the ancestors and
No
almost
shit.
the inside of a jail cell. But anyway,
Yeah, see, I'd have some shit that was kind of hard. I thought I was seeing some.
what's
I
the
don't
old
know,
joke?
man.
What's the old joke? A being artisan when when the Hulk gets mad and he starts destroying stuff, he's a hero. When I do
Mhm.
it, I'm just a drunk.
I'm just drunk. I'm just a drunk and got to do time in a drunk tank. I get time. Fuck.
Like, oh my goodness, you got what you call a kitten paws?
Yeah, kitty power mittens. Power mittens.
Like,
Power kitty mittens. Like,
come
Yeah.
here,
come on, man.
M'Baku. Let me emasculate you even more than what Namor did.
And I was done. I told y'all too before this movie ever came out. I didn't want to see the kitty mittens on that suit. And then, sure enough, get to this movie. They fighting the fucking Wakandans, and the suit, the nanobots transform into the fucking kitty mittens. I'm like, oh my fucking god.
Lord have mercy.
She got the power mittens on the costume, y'all. She got the power mittens on the costume.
Dang, dang, like you got to think about it.
And I got destroyed again.
Yeah,
Damn, she could even keep the thing safe with the Panther suit.
With the
That's
nanobots.
messed up.
I
No,
mean,
that shit was like, I'm done, dude. I was
like
like, what
you
the fuck?
telling me Killbug and die for this?
Well, look, everybody has their signature weapons, right? Everybody has their signature weapons. Nakia has her rings. Shuri has the power mittens, the power gloves, right? Okoye has the spear. T'Challa has the claws. But now you mix the Black Panther with Shuri, and what you got? She got claws, and she got power mittens.
I mean, you
Okay.
know, what does the black man have? Spear, but it is pants. But anyway,
Yeah, she definitely look at listen to BTM and this motherfucker. She's trying to be funny. I definitely have kitty power mittens. Don't be talking about your freaky sex life. Let everybody know your business.
I bet you got whips, chains, and handcuffs too.
I bet you do.
The
Power
code word is
mittens,
pineapples.
the power constraints. The code word is Wakanda forever, right? When you tied up.
Like, ow!
What are you doing?
I forgot the code
Hello,
word.
Hello.
Oh my goodness, they actually did that shit in the movie. That
Yeah, and I
so
saw it in some interviews. They were trying to do that to him. They were trying to do that to Noach. Where they're doing the little junkets and stuff like that, and he's doing that shit to them, and they doing it. They're doing the interviewer is trying to do it back to him. I was like, that's bullshit. That's just trying to take over the whole Wakanda forever thing. It's like y'all full of shit. Y'all just everything got to be turned into somebody else shit now, right?
yeah,
That's why I
but
said this just could have been the Namor origin story movie. They got that out the way, and then later on with a number two, he could have got a movie fighting against Wakanda.
I mean,
Mhm.
all you
Could have been
need
because all you were doing was taking the shit over. That's all you were
to
doing.
do is something cool. Steal it from a black person.
Steal it from the black folks. They don't lock none of this stuff up. They don't care who come in here and they don't lock none of it up. Let's get all this shit. Take
Yeah,
it all.
I'm just thinking to myself, like, my God, yo.
I'm not opposed.
And then this is how you know people are fucked up. How motherfuckers gonna body shame Namor?
Yeah, they said he had a dad bod. I'm tired of hearing that dad bod shit. I said, what the fuck is a dad bod?
He was in pretty good
What
shape.
is it?
He
Oh,
was in good
really?
shape. Like, oh, he was fat. What are you talking about? That's a
See,
normal size fucking
most
dude.
people don't understand shape, right? If you look at his legs, you can see the little teardrop on his thigh, like right there
Hmm.
above the knee on
Yeah,
the
because
quads.
most those people don't draw bodies at all.
Yeah.
Like they don't
So when you
understand
draw the
anatomy.
body, you see that teardrop on the quad, which means he has muscular development, low body fat.
Hmm.
If
No
you really
shit.
want to be even more specific, he has a swimmer's body.
Thank you.
Mm.
Go ask what's his name, the real life Aquaman, fucking
Michael
Michael
Phelps.
Phelps. Yeah, go
Hey,
talk to Michael Phelps.
shout out to Baltimore.
Yeah, shout out to a
I
real
actually,
Aquaman.
I actually met him when I was working at a Royal Farms.
Is he tall as shit?
I mean, he's like 6'7". God damn. I'm
Six
like,
seven,
Damn.
dripping water.
yeah, like he's the real life Aquaman, the fastest man in
No
water.
shit.
Like
Fastest
he
man in
trains
water.
over there by my old district in the Northern District. So he trains over there by Loyola, and I was like, wait a minute, why are you so tall? He's
Why he's so fucking tall? Because
like a
he's a
Michael
bullet.
Phelps. He was like,
Because
nah,
he's a
get the fuck
bullet
out
in
of
the
here.
water. Fucking jellyfish, dude.
That motherfucker's so good underwater, he got telepathic control of sea creatures.
No shit.
Yeah.
You made a fish jump off my plate by suggestion.
Somebody, you telling me Saturday Night Live couldn't do that skit? Oh, come on.
That'd be funny
Man,
as fuck.
Mad
They
TV
should have.
would have.
Look, they wasn't talking to no geeks. That's why. Because I was watching the Olympics that year when he was taking all them gold. I said, that's Aquaman right there. That's a real
Mm-hmm.
life fucking Aquaman, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Speaking of geeks,
That much gold, he that quick. That's a geek. That's Aquaman.
rest in power to Jason David Frey. God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently,
I said that at the beginning of the show.
yeah.
Yeah. The
Apparently,
part just to answer, I think it was Enigma's point that it was real. I know it's real that he's gone. I just wasn't sure about how he went. Was it a self deletion or not? Because I hadn't listened to the news or read an article on that yet. So I wasn't. I don't usually don't want to put shit like that out there if I haven't seen it to verify it myself and read it.
Right.
That's the only reason why. But the other verification that he was passed on.
yeah.
He's gone to the great morphin time in space.
Yeah.
What's good, Beastly?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to fix my damn headphones.
It's kind of
Okay,
hard.
mute up while you do that.
Kind of
That's what
hard
she
to
said.
do it with all that hair on you, basically.
That's what she said.
Couldn't say much if she had locked off.
Hey. 30T says she had it in Virginia. What did you have in Virginia? Royal Farms chicken is really good. Who was talking about fucking chicken in here?
No, that's when I was talking about when
I
I
don't
met.
know, but I'm hungry, daggone it.
Royal Farms
Oh
chicken
yeah,
is
by the way,
so.
since I got you on here, the reason why I said we're gonna need another Timmy because I got it from Jen Henson's Dinosaurs.
Oh, I figured it out after I was trying to get why y'all was talking about the dinosaurs. But okay, that must have been a line from Dinosaurs. I figured it out after the fact.
Remember, every episode they had like a human being and the scientists, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna go behind this protective lead shield while you hold this deadly explosive."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need another Timmy.
We're gonna need another Timmy.
It's like a beaker, like a damn Bunsen and Beaker on the Muppets. Like, this motherfucker was like, keep blowing this motherfucker up, dude. It's like, you think he pissed off just because, like, he keep getting fucking shot and burnt, all kind of shit. Bunsen don't know what the hell he doing, dude.
How the fuck they got Kevin Costner all around the woods and shit, in the snow, fishing and shit on this I guess it's a new show on Fox Nation. Like, they took Yellowstone 150 with Kevin Costner. God damn, y'all really taking this Dances with Wolves shit real seriously.
He take that shit serious. There's two people. It's him and Viggo Mortensen is legit like some mountain.
Mm-hmm. And who's the other one? What's the other one? The country singer with the Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent, yeah.
Oh,
2A dude right there. That's your 2A
you're talking
guy.
about shitty pants.
There's no animal Ted Nugent is not willing to shoot.
God must be ready in a great movie production. BMT, yeah. Apparently, God needed a Power Ranger, man. He called in the Green Ranger.
Yeah.
Like shit. What's
Somebody
going
get the
on up there? Look, I told y'all he called in the magicians a couple weeks ago. Now he called in the Power Rangers too. What the fuck is going on up there?
Hell,
What y'all got happening?
obviously he needed Batman too. Must be some serious shit
That,
in that.
exactly.
No,
First
right?
he called Batman, then the Green Ranger. Them the two baddest motherfuckers in two different
I was
universes.
about to
What's
say
going?
the Green
What's
Ranger
happening?
was the baddest one.
Yeah,
Hell,
what's happening up there?
he even had to call General Ross.
Yeah, exactly. Leave me at home, right?
Damn,
The
it must be.
Thunderbolt,
You know what?
the
When you go to
Bat,
heaven,
and the Ranger.
when you
Shit,
go to
it's a hell of
heaven,
a
you
fight
already
going
got
on somewhere.
shit. You even got the Black Panther. God damn.
No
Hell,
Yep.
shit. It must, look, we must be fighting for Armageddon or something.
you know, like
Literally, I
God
was gonna.
damn, like hell, you already got the pre-crisis Superman. Shit.
Exactly. Yeah, I was saying, I was like, shit, must be Ragnarok going on up there. Some shit. Thor
No
must be.
shit. Yeah, getting ready for the Armageddon. He calling in all the soldiers, man. Like, damn.
I'm gonna stay home for now. Shit. You know, you want to have a fishing accident? No, 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 no.
No,
Like,
no
yeah,
fishing action.
God damn. I'm just like, man, first Batman 1 week, then the Green Ranger. Jesus Christ, man.
Shit, I can't
All
like
my
shit. Like,
all
you
my
getting the
'90s
80s and the
heroes.
90s. No
All my
shit. All my 80s and 90s heroes is just falling off all of a sudden. Like,
yeah,
Mhm.
early. Like,
yeah.
49 is not the time, man. It's like, you're too young.
Right.
Shout out to Aaron Peterson for the donation to the chat, to the stream. Appreciate you. He said, I'm paying my geek tax.
Butts and guts, people.
Being a
Butts and
geek is
guts.
taxing right now. Yeah,
Oh,
I gotta double it up
Give
for the
him the
butts and
butts and
guts.
guts salute.
I told you I tiered the shit off now, so you get what you get. So shout out, I will give you that 3B salute. I don't like to put people on blast, but I did tear it out. And somebody else back.
Whoever thought women could shake her ass
Check.
like that? God damn.
What up, Ray?
That was funny as shit. How did you get Wilma twerking? God
I
damn.
found that shit. I told you I didn't. I don't take credit for shit I didn't make. I didn't make that. I found it, and I was happy I found it because it was funny as hell to me. Only thing I did was turn her black. That's the only thing I did. I just made her black.
You know what?
So Wilma been twerking forever.
Oh
On my
man, you know it's fucked up in the world of geekdom. In the last 2 years, amateur fucking
not
filmmakers
women
have been
twerk.
making better shit than the fucking professionals, so called.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that Pantho shit, man. When I saw that, I was like, why isn't this in a movie? Why isn't this a show? Like, at least let me pay. At least let me be the stunt double. Hey, folk, get in there. Ugh.
I can tell you why. Because the people actually like this shit, and they're not trying to do it just because it's popular.
That's true.
Yeah.
What about that
That's
Obi-Wan and
usually
Darth Vader fight? Good lord, that's like it's like damn, that belongs to the movie. That's better than the movie fight.
You know, I think Nick Cannon, he's got 12 kids.
that
I
one
think
was good, and then the other one they did some Star Wars fan made films that you can find on YouTube. One of them has Anaconda in it. Those shits is awesome. Awesome fucking story. Like, damn, they could have made this into a whole movie. Awesome. But it's done by people who actually care about the material. That's it. They want to add to it, not rewrite it.
yeah. No, fuck your story, nigga. Fuck your childhood, nigga. You could get
Shit,
another one.
amateurs have been out doing Hollywood for a minute now. Look, man, amateurs is putting people into space right now.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what the fuck is going on with a lot of things, okay? Elon Musk and fucking what's his name? Fucking Amazon dude, Jeff Bezos. One of them don't even look like a damn genius. They putting
Yeah.
people into space now, not NASA.
Yeah. I mean, think about
Worse.
it. You got Lex Luthor, even though Jeff Bezos do look like
You do.
Ever
Luthor
since
got hit in the side of the head with a brick.
uh, If you see Elon Musk with a Dr. Doom mask, I told you so.
I told you. Look, the way he keep fucking with people, he might as well have a Dr. Doom mask on.
Mm-hmm.
Elon does not give a fuck about your Twitter.
Sure don't. He gave the orange man back his Twitter.
Hey,
He
what's
should
up,
have
y'all?
gave the
Peace,
orange
peace,
man back
bro.
his
What's
Twitter.
up, Ray?
What's up, Ray? He
What's
should
up,
have gave
Ray?
the orange man back his Twitter because that was some bullshit to take
Yeah,
that
well,
dude's Twitter from him anyway. Look, man. You don't have to like what the fuck he say, but he got a right to say whatever the fuck he want to, just like you do. If you are going to be able to censor a sitting or past president, then what makes you think anybody else can't be censored? I was never for that. Never for that. I thought Jack, what's his name? Jack Dorsey on Twitter. He was all some bullshit for that. That's why your ass got called in front of Congress. Goofy ass. That was some political bullshit. That
Yeah.
should have never been able to happen. Never, never, ever. And if you could do that to somebody who was a president, like him or not, but it was a president,
You
yeah.
you
know,
just being petty as fuck. Yeah,
well,
you
you
need to
doing
get
that to
taken
a
over.
former head of state.
Especially after they just had the case where where AOC had to unblock all the people. They said no because you're an actual elected official. You could be posting something that's instrumental as far as like emergency response, and if you got people blocked, they don't know what the hell is going on. So I was like, well, how the hell did they get away with that if you just had this lawsuit that said that they had to unblock people?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they had to.
because it was an agenda. They're trying to silence people
Yep.
on political terms. Why do you think they hit his fucking his house or mansion or whatever the fuck it was, and they
Yeah.
found
Mar-a-Lago.
they found no significant evidence. They
No,
found
because they
shit
just
that
wanted to get up in his house.
he found shit that he could legally take. And
Yep.
and it's funny because you start to see the writings on the wall. It's not just in Hollywood, because Hollywood is just like politics. It's all the image and the smoke and mirrors.
Yep.
If I could control the masses and what they think, I can control you.
Well, that's why I say they don't want the country doesn't want intelligent people anymore. That's why they promote dumbasses. They don't want you educated and knowing stuff. That's why I remind people is that all this stuff when you hear about why black boys not being able to read and stuff like that is important, it's significant, needs to be stomped out, is because you remember for a large portion of the time, black folks wasn't taught shit outside of doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
That the large amount of people in general were uneducated, couldn't read, couldn't write. Make your mark here. White boys just making an X because they don't know how to spell their fucking name or read or anything like that. That's what they're trying to push your asses back to. That only a select few have education, and it's easy to rule over the masses if all of them is dumbasses. It's easier to do it that way. It's not good to rule over a bunch of people who actually have some goddamn sense and can access information and can put their voice out there and say, I don't agree with this, and this is why I don't agree. Here's the information I have to prove that what they're saying is bullshit. That is not good for a government that wants to take over everything and put a hand up your ass and a hand over your mouth at the same time. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Nah, I can't give no loyalty to a government like that, bro.
No, they ain't asking for your loyalty. They're gonna get your damn submission is what they're trying to get. They're like, fuck your loyalty. We want your submission. You better say yes. Better say yes, Ray.
Shit, we'll fight to the death in this motherfucker.
Yeah, they be tripping on that. What's good, BMT? You finally made it back, and what's good, Ray? Take a
Yeah, how
sip
y'all
every
been?
time Charles say it's funny because you'll be drunk. You're from Baltimore. You can't do that. We'll all be drunk in this motherfucker.
One simply does not get drunk. One
You'll be
must
drunk in
simply
this bitch.
embrace the drunkenness.
Yeah.
You'll be
But now, what
drunk
I
in
was
this.
going to say, bro, earlier when I typed in about Andor,
Mhm.
now
I
I'm
saw that
not doing.
comment.
Now I don't want to do the review because you're doing whatever. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But it's because of the way you break things down and shit, man. Like it makes it intriguing. I'm not a fan, so
Yeah.
but you intrigue me to want to watch it and check it out. So it's
No, I
it's in
got it.
my
I was just
movie
giving you
app.
a hard time. I was giving you a hard time. I like you, Ray. I was giving you a hard time. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't give you a hard time.
I know, brother. I know. Love
I'm
you,
just funny like that. I'm just funny like that.
love you, love you,
Like I
brother.
fuck with
We do.
Beasley too. Just today, I'm not fucking with Beasley because I know he know the brother that passed. So I'm like, man, if you need some help, you need to talk. Let us know because you got his family and you got my condolences. Just what
Yeah,
it is.
Man,
Because I thought it was really ironic that me and you was just having a good fucking laugh about that shit last week, talking about JDF and Power Rangers and stuff like that, and kicking motherfuckers completely out of Megazords and shit like that. And
Hmm.
then this week, oh yeah, he possibly self deleted. Like what?
I'm just gonna say this one more time for the new listeners. This holiday season, please check on your people
Check on your
because these
folks.
are very call them, go visit them because you never know what somebody's suffering. And I'm gonna say this because I actually made a meme of this 10 years ago and I still have it. It's the cover of Ed McGuinness Superman with Superman's back is facing the audience. And it states the problem with being strong is that nobody ever asks if you're okay. So please go out there and ask
Mhm.
people if they're okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank
yes,
you. Especially your brothers. Check on your brothers, especially during the holiday season. You check on them all the time. Do your wellness checks and whatnot, but you should, especially during the holiday season, because look, after coming out of pandemic and lockdown in the pandemic, you got to understand everybody ain't necessarily wrapped completely tight right now. They're
Nope.
not. And I don't, me personally, I really don't think too many people need to be alone during the holidays. I really don't. So if you got
yeah,
time and you know somebody that what you gonna do for the holidays, well, I'm not doing nothing. I'll probably just be by myself. The fuck you are. You gonna come be around some goddamn people.
Hmm.
No.
yeah. I just found that the dude that played Richie and Highlander deleted himself a couple years ago. I was like, what?
Richie and Highlander, the TV show.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
young kid that became an immortal.
I forgot what he looked like, but he was a child actor, so I can understand.
No, he wasn't necessarily a child, but he was Duncan's protege.
Hmm. Okay. I wonder what happened. He was another actor. Yeah. Look, people are not very well adjusted right now, and I could say, thankfully, a lot of them are getting more help nowadays,
Hmm.
more therapy and stuff like that. But a lot of them are not. And I said this during pandemic that it would be interesting after we got
Oh shit!
oh shit,
yeah.
damn.
the
Oh,
world
okay.
just
Oh,
Here you
no,
go.
they got him.
that you had a moment
Hey,
that
you got to repeat
the
what you said.
world whole stopped.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you clock
What's that?
Yeah, you
you
completely
dropped
clocked out
off.
of StreamYard for like a second or two.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that you should actually, since the pandemic, never in human history has anyone been the world stopped like that. Not a modern world. So you need to really be checking in on people and understanding that, because of having a reset like that in a human condition, it would be, I said it during the pandemic, it'd be really interesting to see how people behaved after they came out of that shit. And what I'm seeing, what I look at is people are throwing a lot more caution to the wind. They do care about their mental health a lot more. That's why you can't get a lot of people filling these fucking jobs anymore. Not just automation, it's just that people don't want to do that shit anymore. They've reassessed their life and
Hmm.
working for some shit that they don't like, and people that don't respect them is not high on it. It's not high anymore. They don't. They'll find something else to do. That's why you're having a hard time of hiring and keeping people. Like, no, fuck, no, you ain't gonna be disrespecting me like that forever. Look, yeah, I might have been here a month, but fuck y'all. Like,
Hey,
I just seen it
that's real
happen.
talk,
I
boy.
just saw
That
it
is real
happen.
talk.
I just saw it happen. I had a guy at my job. He quit after like a month or two, and I finally saw him. He just quit one day. He gave his 2 week notice on a Tuesday. That motherfucker dropped off his phone and his keys on a Friday. I'm out this bitch. Fuck that 2 week notice. And I asked him, what the hell happened? I mean, I thought you was good. He's like, shit, they paying me, more money somewhere else, better environment. I'm like, more power to you, brother. He was the fuck out, and he was a young dude. People are not adjusted that way anymore. They don't have time for that shit. And the ones that still stay at things, they need a little bit more help. They do. You have to reach out to these folks. You have to reach out to them and at least let them know somebody gonna be looking for your ass tomorrow. So you better be here
Oh
at the
yeah, a
very
lot of
least.
office buildings in Indiana are empty because people tired of this crap at work. They
Yeah,
want to
well
from
they probably working from home and shit like that now. People got used to that shit.
You said
I,
Indiana. Damn.
yeah.
yeah,
There's a lot of empty buildings around Indianapolis, man.
yeah.
People work
I
from
talked I
home.
talked with I think it was nameless protagonist. We talked about this and that what I saw from the pandemic is that everybody got to understand what it meant to be a introspective person, right?
Hmm.
For like 2 years. Everybody became an introspective person that you had to sit your ass in your house and actually do some internal soul searching and
Right,
work and deal with your damn self. But what you also saw was people, I use this often, people getting divorced because they've been together forever, but they spent a couple months in the house together and they ain't compatible. They can't deal with each other. Like, no, we need to cut this out.
And
Even
plus
during the
too with
pandemic,
and
it's
plus
over.
with news like Johnny Depp, man, that's gonna cause a lot of men to wake up, you know.
Yeah,
Like
even
that's so blatantly obvious now, like, a lot of these women being fucked up and shit, and unfit for marriage. Hell, yet alone to be friend. Can't be
well,
friend to evil bitch.
the Johnny Depp thing is more so that it highlights the fact that women are manipulative, and it shows how manipulative a woman in Hollywood and how much she understands that how these laws and stuff like that work for her benefit. Because the only thing that got her completely caught up is that he had all that shit recorded. So she's blatantly telling him who's going to believe you. It shows the entitlement. She knows what the hell the deal is, and she was trying to ruin his ass, and it was all recorded. All recorded. It showed that she's a manipulative fucking liar, and couldn't refute that shit. Y'all can talk about Johnny's lawyer. Maybe he fucking up. Maybe he not. It don't fucking matter, dude. The proof was all there. Your own voice was what damned you because you were
Right.
saying this shit. You was giving up the ghost. Be mad at yourself. You was a manipulative bitch. Now, how that has anything to do with the pandemic is irrelevant, but it does point out that the world has turned. The world has turned, and it's a different that damn day. Now we may still have to deal with all this, woke feminism shit all over the geek sphere and stuff like that because they still coming for masculinity and all the rest of that shit. But all the rest of us that's actually masculine and ain't buying that shit is also staying away from motherfuckers like you because we see the shit you on. Y'all gonna be losing. Y'all gonna be taking L after L after L like an umbrella in this bitch. It's just gonna be what it is. The pandemic did a number on a lot of people mentally. Yes, it did. It did. That was a really psychologically significant point. And I say psychologically significant because it always takes like maybe 5 years to do research and come out with research on that shit. So you can have number of graphs and statistics about that shit. But you also have to be testing for it and doing that research. I think a lot of people had a huge paradigm shift for them mentally during that pandemic. Because for me, what I'm looking at when I look at news and stuff like that, everything has been impacted by that, even though businesses opened up and everything else. People's mentality, people's spirituality, people's relationship skills, people's communication skills, they values with work, life, and stuff like that, especially that work life balance, that shit has all been shifted, completely fucking shifted now. People will make moves that you don't think make any goddamn sense right now, but it makes sense in the context of this is after the pandemic. Because beforehand, they was completely fucking happy doing what they was doing. Now they're like, I don't know, man.
So
I
you
really
mean
don't.
like so you mean also too, like, it's kind of like another form of being shell shocked.
Yeah, it
Hmm.
is. It's very much like being shell shocked because that has never happened in modern history. It's never happened. I mean, think about it. The whole world was in a fucking house. The whole world. Not just here in the U.S. Like we like to think of ourselves as being, the top of the mountain. The whole world is falls out of our ass. No, people in other countries, Sri Lanka, Europe, Germany, Italy, nobody was partying. Everybody had their ass in the house, terrified. Everybody. The world was shut the fuck down. Everybody was indoors, live streaming just a regular fucking conversation. That has never happened before. I mean, outside of a nuclear scare, when would you have that? Shit has changed. That's why you can see it in media now when they do new science fiction and stuff like that. Like if you watch The Peripheral and they talk about all this virus shit, why do you think it resonates differently with people? Because you've actually been through it now. You've actually been through something like that, where half the population could be fucking dying the hell off. And what happens to humanity? How does it limp ahead after that of the survivors? Shit changes. People are different.
You got to think about it, right? This is the first time in 20 years the world really changed since last time I seen anything on this scale was 9/11.
Yeah, overnight.
Overnight, because you didn't know what was going to happen. And not to say that I'm old, but when 9/11 happened, I was already 2 years in the Army.
Mhm.
And I was just 19. So
Yeah.
it was, we, like
Yeah.
I knew back then we were leaving. We just give us destination here. And
Yeah.
when you take a plane ride before 9/11 and after, it's just significantly different. So,
Yep. Well, I say that now, even in California, to where you can walk around without a mask or have a mask on. It's your choice. And walk into businesses and stuff like that and see a lot of people around and whatnot. How just year, maybe year and a half ago, you was barely seeing anybody around. Motherfuckers didn't even want to stand close to each other.
Mm-mm.
Mask on, face shield on, gloves on. Like, nigga, don't you cough near me. Somebody
Yep.
coughing would be cause for alarm. Like, what the fuck is you doing? No, you gotta go. Get the fuck out of here. What are you racist? No, that nigga coughing. You gotta go.
Hey, why
But
motherfuckers
no,
though? Why motherfuckers going trying to go
uncover
back
coughing
to
ass.
shaking hands and shit, man? I'm like, nah, man, nah, man, nah, man.
We still don't do that. Still don't do that shit. Still don't do that shit. Like,
It's funny that you mentioned
yeah,
it's funny that you mentioned the cough because I was at a jujitsu tournament for one of the schools in-house tournament. It was also a belt promotion, and I coughed. And one of the black moms said, "Now you know you can't be coughing in here right there. You gonna have everybody in this building looking at you funny." I was like, "Yeah, I know. That's why I turned and dipped off real quick."
Man, I went out to Denny's the other night after the movie, right? And we sitting there eating, and these little young white boys are sitting in the booth behind us, and that motherfucker coughed. And we was both like, motherfucker coughing. I said, don't worry, I'm watching him. He coughed down. Okay, he coughed down. He did bark that shit all up into the air. No, he coughed down towards the fucking
uh,
floor.
when
Now him and his homeboys is shot. Okay, but it ain't coming this way. Don't worry about it.
you know,
I'm
him
cool. I got eyes on him.
tell the truth. Tell the truth. The worst thing you could ever done when they first talked about this fucking coronavirus, like you just watched an episode of The Walking Dead, and you like,
Walking Dead, The Division, fucking what is it? That one with Ethan Hawke where everybody ended up turning into vampires because it was a virus and they took that shit and it turned them into
Uh,
vampires. Um,
Night Stalkers or something like that. Something like that.
it's something like that because they all ended up being vampires by um
Shit, I Am
by
Legend.
the Iron Legend too. I mean, it's a bunch of movies like that. The Division game I'm playing is from a virus outbreak and how society breaks down after a virus outbreak. Like, oh no shit. Thanks,
Last
Tom
of
Clancy. You're
Us.
a little bit too on the nose, motherfucker.
The Last of Us. Resident
Tom Cruise.
Like Skillmonger said, I just beat C-19 a few weeks ago. Yeah, but he got brothers and shit, right? He got kin. He got kinfolk. Better dose up. He might be coming back with his homies. they might turn the block on you. Oh, you beat 19? What about Deltas, nigga? Deltas.
Delta gang up in this.
Yeah, you're gonna be dipping through on
Omni.
your ass.
Get
Omni.
the
Omni.
Omni.
Come on, come on, come on. This motherfucker tripping. Like, think he gonna beat us back. Think he gonna beat us back. What he got? He ain't got shit on Omni.
I don't know what set you claim, fool. What's up?
Yeah, what's that?
It's Saeed.
Yeah, no shit. 19.
Who bang on the report?
Yeah, what up, Mad Villainy? Yeah, you better dose up, man. Yeah,
They
Army
gonna
of the
come through
Dead,
bang.
Black Summer. That's how you know, Mad Villainy. It has been coming for a while, and because it finally happened, not just video gamers understood a mass pandemic all of a sudden, and it was an actual real life thing, a real life survival. When you got goofy motherfuckers fighting over toilet paper and spraying their kids down in the street on camera with bleach. It's a crazy goddamn time. Crazy goddamn time.
They need to bring back games with some fucking life in it, man. Damn. Everything seems dead all around and shit.
They do. That's a survival game. I just had a survival dream last night. Kind of fucked me up. But that's where the culture is right now, though, right? That's where the culture is. The culture right now does not focus on anything forward. It focuses on everything falling apart. Everything that you keep getting out of geekdom is about things falling apart, not anything
Dystopian.
being built up. Yeah, dystopian in a sense, but for me, dystopian actually means that you were living in some kind of utopia, right? The opposite of perfection is fucked up. Well, I don't want to see shit fucked up. I want a vision of the future that's maybe some utopian ideals, or maybe just better than we are now. It ain't got to be a utopia. It ain't got to be a shining city on the fucking hill. But at least, man, maybe can we have some flying cars and some shit that actually work right? I'm not asking for a lot. Like, I'm not asking for a lot. Just a little positive vision of the future, a little bit. Let's just a little crack. Just let me get a peek at it,
Right.
and I'll shoot for that. But you get none of that shit. You getting all depression and craziness, and you need to be scared, and you need to stay in your house, and you, motherfucker, why you think people is popping off like popcorn? They're going fucking nuts. They don't make more psychologically stable people nowadays. You realize that, right? One of the biggest stars in the world who's a billionaire, they call him fucking crazy. Well, if he is fucking crazy and he made $1 billion, what does that say about what's going on in the world? The most successful person in the world can be nuts? Is it somebody who's fucking nuts? Him and Elon? They both got to be crazy?
Hey, Artisan,
Yes,
don't
sir.
talk about Tia Mallory like that. Oops, did I say that out
I'm not
loud?
talking about, no, I'm not talking about Tia. Tia was actually on point. Tia was actually on point. That's why I put out that little thing, because I do talk about marriage sometimes, and I have said that before, that your marriage is whatever the fuck you want it to be. And a more realistic ideal of marriage is that the shit has to grow. So what she said, and some of that was on point. She was 100% on point. I didn't have a disagreement with it. I just clarified that some of the terminology she was using was stupid. I don't see it as a graduation when your marriage fails. No, your marriage failed. You failed.
Yeah.
You failed. You failed at marriage to that person, but that doesn't mean that you're going to fail at marriage all overall. No, it's just that was the wrong person. And
Yeah,
could
you
you
did say
outgrow
that
it?
a long
Yeah,
time ago.
yeah. Very easily, you can outgrow a marriage if your marriage doesn't grow. I had a whole conversation with my ex about this because we have both been married and divorced, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Tiasan has talked about this many times. What do you think a sexless marriage is? You think that's a positive? That's a fucking failure. To get out of that marriage, to get out of a sexless marriage, you would have to get divorced, right? Well, when you get divorced, did you consider that a success or a failure? And did you grow from it? Or did you get out of a situation that was constrictive and not growing with you? It wasn't growing with you. It happens. That's just a modern understanding of how marriages and relationships work. That's all it is. It sounds contrary to a lot of people that say, oh my God, did you hear what that bitch said? Everybody who's been married before is like, yeah, that's kind of how it works. What are y'all shocked about? What the fuck? Your personal growth in a relationship, be it Boyfriend and girlfriend, which I don't use because I'm a grown up. Boyfriends and girlfriends is for fucking kids. Okay, that's for kids, juveniles, high schoolers. Get older, you can have lovers, you can have whatever,
Yeah.
husbands, wives, not boyfriends and girlfriends, because you ain't boys and you ain't girls. You men and women. Just saying. Look, 3T is in here. This my language person. You get what I'm talking about, right? Words have meaning, right? Words have meaning. Okay. Whatever relationship you in, be it a friendship, romance, or whatever the fuck, you got to grow together. If your relationship that you have, be it friendship, romantic, or marriage, doesn't grow with you, you will outgrow that shit. Don't think so? Name the friend that you had when you was a kid that was your tight buddy, and you don't see that motherfucker ever again in life. Why? You outgrow that motherfucker. Where's your pothead friend that used to smoke all the time? Y'all still hang out? Or did you outgrow that shit? It's the same thing in a marriage. You need to grow with each other. If you're not going to grow with each other, you cannot hold that person back. When you do, when it becomes a constraint, when that ring is not a bond of your, a symbol of your union, but the constraint that's keeping your ass from growing, you're going to find a way out of that shit. You're going to get out of it. You are. You're going to have to. Because if you want to keep growing as a person, you're going to have to let them go their way and you're going to have to go yours. That's the only way it works. Otherwise, you sit there being miserable for the next 10 or 15 years because you're trying to keep up appearances for everybody else. And emotionally, you fucking dying inside. Mentally, you dying inside. That's where you get people blowing up to 400 pounds and like, he don't care about himself. No, he don't. No, she don't. They ruined because they don't see a way of getting out of this. They got to go. So Tia was right. And trust me, I know who Tia and Tamara is. My daughter used to watch them, okay? Grew up, watch these motherfuckers grow up. They ain't the smartest motherfuckers in the room. They're not. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. This was a broken clock. It was right. Just saying. I've been married. So I'm telling you all that. That's what I learned from actually doing it and what I've learned from people I've talked to who are married and what I've learned from going through fucking therapy. Gotta grow with each other. If you ain't gonna grow with each other, you're gonna be fucked up. You're gonna have a problem, and you're gonna be looking for that escape. If we can't grow, we can't go. Yeah, Skillmonger, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Can't go nowhere with
See
that
what you're
shit.
saying.
Yeah,
That's real talk, bro.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah, you have to. I mean, look, if you take it back to just a friendship state with just you and your friends, and understand that there comes a certain point when you get with your friends that when you start wanting to have a family or kids, some of your friends will fall away. Get a different job, some of your friends will fall away.
Mm-hmm.
Move to a different place, not a whole other state. Move 4 blocks over or something, and some of your friends will fucking fall away. Every movement you make is about growth. At every stage of your growth, you will lose some people. That's why old people don't have a shitload of fucking friends. It's not by attrition and death, just because their life choices have taken them in a different path that their friends' life choices didn't take them in. It's only those few that'll stay with you from the time that you met them to the time that you check out of this bitch, regardless of time, regardless of space, regardless of being close by. That was your true friends. Those were your truths. Most of the people is situational. If your location changes your whole friend group and you lose contact with those people because you move a city over, then it wasn't really your friends. They was your friends for the moment. What they say, your friends for a season, not the duration. It's usually what it is. What did 3T say? Growth and loss are relatives. Yeah, they are.
Listen,
Because you
I'll
have to
say this.
grow.
I'll say this though, artists, man, to keep it real. Sometimes, sometimes I hate that shit, man, because it'd be like, man, like, damn, boy, I missed that motherfucker, boy. Man, damn, that was one of
Hmm.
my brothers.
You do, and as men, especially black men, we have to try to I think we have to work harder to keep those relationships because black male relationships are not encouraged anyway. They're not encouraged anyway. Like you can see black women know each other for their whole fucking life, and 15 other goddamn people that never did anything but work in the same building for 10 minutes. Okay, black men, they push you away from actually having forming those bonds that form lifelong friendships because
Mm-hmm.
they initially keep you away from your fucking father. That's where you learn it from. And if you kept away from your father, then you probably ain't got that many guy friends. That's when they keep you away from them, and you're always around your aunties and your mama's friends and shit like that. Now you get older and you get into the workplace, you already have that built baked in animosity for each other that you might not connect with each other the same way because some Keisha with the big booty in there like him and not you, or you light and he dark, or any other that goofy shit that women pour into your head to get you to always be at odds with another brother just because that nigga a simp. So what? Let him be a simp. Thank you. Somebody got to deal with these goofy bras. I ain't doing it.
No,
Hey,
Look,
that's
let him do
real
what he
shit.
do. Simps
I'm
gotta
glad you
eat.
said that though,
Look,
artisan.
Simps gotta eat too.
Yeah,
Simps gotta eat
That's why
too.
I'm glad chicks are in this space because
man.
I know where the sips are.
Yeah,
That
they
doesn't bother
show up.
chicks. Being chicks in this space doesn't bother me. I'm like, okay.
Now
Some
you
of them I know
understand
where the
AB.
simps. I know where the simps are. Go take note.
No, yeah. Well, now you understand AB. Why I said I don't care what square you stand on, long as you stand on your square and hold your flag high. Hold
Yeah.
your. I don't give a. It doesn't matter what it is that you into, not into, whatever. Just hold your flag high so I can identify you when I look.
But
Because I'm gonna scan the
but where it
crowd.
does matter,
I'm gonna scan the
but
crowd anyway.
but damn it, when it does matter is when the son of a bitch is trying to force you back into that blue pill thinking.
Well, but here's the thing. It matters, but it doesn't. It matters because you understand what they're on is that you trying to come reinsert me into the matrix. The problem with you trying to reinsert me into the matrix is I know who the fuck you are. I know what you're on. You will never reinsert me into the matrix. Now you can jump your blue pill ass back in the case with the rest of the pills. I'm not going. How about that? I'm gonna stay over here. That's
Here,
all.
here.
That's the only thing it's good for. They because you know who they are and where they stand. They never fool you when they come up to you with that shit. You already own it. Like, yeah, I saw you coming a mile off, homeboy. Say your trouble. I look. I don't need no watchtower. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Just fuck off. That's all it is. That's all. It don't have to be no hate. It's just like I'm not on that shit. Like I'll give you a perfect example. This will seem kind of funny. I went to a Thanksgiving luncheon with my job, right? And they had assigned seatings, which I don't like. Now, in this assigned seating, while my department is all sitting down at one end, I'm the only black dude in my crew. They put me in the middle of this table, sitting next to the only gay guy. Now, I think they did it because they thought I was going to be shocked. I'm a Bay Area kid. I have gay people in my family. I've grown up around gay people my whole life. People I went to school with is fucking gay, lesbian, all kind of shit. It's not shocking to me whatsoever. It's not. Some of my friends that I have are fucking gay. It's not, oh my God. It's not a big deal for me. So they set me next to this effeminate ass flamer and thought I was going to be shocked, I think. I wasn't shocked. The only thing I don't like is the motherfucker rude. But he can suck all the dick he wants to. It don't matter to me because long as he know I'm not attracted, I'm not gay, and I'm not attracted to that shit. I'm a staunch lesbian, stomp down lesbian.
You hear me?
We'll march in
Coochie
the parade.
only.
Yeah, we'll march in the parade holding the banner. So long as you understand that, we ain't never got to have a problem. So there will never be a situation when I look at you and think, "You kind of cute, dude." No, nigga, never,
Duh,
never.
right.
So long as you know that, will be fine. But if you think you got a shot somewhere, you're gonna catch a shot somewhere, not where you want it.
That's why I be writing to Joe Rogan telling his ass, hey man, I don't appreciate you talking about motherfuckers. Hey, you're beautiful, man.
Okay, thank you, but I don't go that way. I say that. I'm flattered, but you're not my type. It's the only thing you
Girl
do.
is my type.
Look, I'm flattered, but you're not my type. I don't overly like masculine women either. So you way out of bounds. Look, I got very few guy friends because I don't like guys that are just heterosexual. So don't get
But
yourself
you
fucked
still
up.
roll through the contacts of my phone. Girl.
Girls. The guys, 15. They say you got 250 contacts. Yeah, 10 of them is dudes. Businesses and other restaurants that I like to eat at. Like, no. But that's the thing. It's somebody trying to push you in a certain way. And the point that I was making is I don't have a problem with anybody what they want to do. It doesn't matter to me. As long as you're not infringing upon me, it's fine. As long as you don't try to peddle that shit to me because I'm not into it. Never
Right.
have a problem. I'd never have a problem. So if you want to be blue pill and simping and stuck in a matrix, do that shit. Knock yourself out. Have fun with my blessing. Knock yourself out. Have it all. Please do. Keep that shit away from me because I ain't into it. That's it. You can have all you want. Pig out. I will never eat it.
Or
I will never eat it.
are you trying to hang with this motherfucker, right? Trying to be cool with him, even though he's blue pill, and a situation comes up where you end up checking a bitch, and he and his blue
You
pill
want to say
nature
something to
kicks
him? Then you
in,
check him.
yeah, and then he
And then
tries
you
to check
check him.
you.
Yeah, and then he get checked. Then you look. To me, that's a learning experience right there. That's an object lesson. Because if you red pill and you got a friend that's blue pill, which can totally fucking happen, right? And you out and you talking to some chicks, and you say something to some chick that's really red pill, not even harsh, and he want to say something to you about that shit, you check him too. You check the both of them right then, because that's your job as being a red pill person. Now he may not accept it. He may not accept what you say. That's fine. You blue pill. You're probably not going to accept it. But you ain't telling me and trying to get me to do anything different than the fuck I'm operating on, homeboy. You operate on your program, I will operate on my program.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Keep that shit to yourself next time. Handle your women the way you want to handle them. I'll handle mine the way I want to handle mine. Run your own household or lack of a household, nigga.
Yeah,
Shut up.
motherfucker, you can be a Dwayne Wade if you want to, motherfucker.
Yeah, do that
Ooh.
shit. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, keep taking tips from Derrick Jackson because you see him pop back up on fucking social media now.
Look at Skillmonger talking about as long as he don't rub your shoulders. Nigga, I will never have a dude rub my shoulders like that.
Hell no.
I was just talking to a friend who was talking about getting massages and shit like that. I was like, yeah, I love a massage. Is it a girl? Why is this a woman? I'll be letting dudes massage. What am I getting naked for? Let some dude massaging on me. Fuck you. No.
Hell no.
Nah, I don't play for the Ravens. Fuck you. Nah, I'm not doing that shit. Nah, dude. Nah, I like women. I told you, I'm a stomp down lesbian. I've known since I was born. My nigga. And I'm not changing up for shit. Sorry. It's just too lovely, too feminine on this side. Not into fakes on any part. So go ahead. What you were saying, Beastly? Who popped back up on the radar?
Oh no, I forgot what I was saying, but I was
Sorry.
hey, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, cut your
I
train
thought
off.
BMT was. I thought BMT was about to say something.
No, I'm waiting to see what BMT doing because he keep popping in and out like the Flash or something like this. Like, what the hell is he doing?
A lot of no, it just our house is. I got to run around now because my two of my elders showed up in town, and so they're doing a whole check of the compound. They're checking all the stuff.
No, you
So I'm
getting shit.
like, man,
You getting shit. You got inspections going on.
yeah, oh yeah, but it's also it gets it was long overdue. So it's long overdue. So
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I gotta go get my kids from the countryside, and then all of a sudden I got a call, and then it was like, I'm bringing your kids to you, and I'm like, the fuck? Wait a
Okay.
second,
Why
there's
you
no
got my
way.
kids? Yeah. What you got
Yeah,
me doing over
I was like, wait a second, hold up, dude. Like, like, what do you mean you got my kids? You're all the way in Mississippi. I'm in town, and I'm at your. You have a nice compound house that you built out here. Wait, how'd you get a
Surprise
key?
visit. Yeah. How'd you
Yeah,
get a
like
key?
what'd you
What
get?
the fuck is
How'd
going
you get a
on
key? I'm like,
Wait a minute.
women. I'm
What
like, that's why I got up. I'm like,
the
woman,
hell
get to the
going on
car.
out here?
Go to the car. Now,
Look, you don't call
I'm
nobody and
like,
say, I
wait,
got your kids, you got my kids.
yeah,
This is what
That's
I'm
what
finna
Congress is
do.
saying. You better
I'm trying to figure
clarify that
out. We
shit.
under.
Yeah,
I'm
we
like,
under attack.
okay,
That's cool.
yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
Like, we're under attack. Like, you know, I'm
the
like,
black
why?
Liam Nelson.
I'm
Shit,
like,
you
what's
start
going on?
calling.
Like,
Hey man, position two, man. We on alert 5. What the fuck is going on over here? You got
I'm like,
barbarians at the gate,
literally,
and they got the children.
I,
Holy shit!
I just grabbed shit. I just threw my taco in the trash and just jumped in the car. She's like, "Are we still looking at grills?" Like, fuck the grill. We got to get to the house.
Yeah,
Like,
fuck this grill. We
we
gotta
got
get to the
to,
house. Something going on.
like, we got to get to the house. Like, shit. I'm like, all
Cue
right,
the
now I got to go
suspense
locate these
music.
chicks. I'm like, whatever, dude. Like, shit. I already done put up stage 2 shotguns under the couch and shit. Like,
Oh
well,
shit!
this is a surprise village. Like, I shit you not,
Yeah.
man. I don't know what. But other than that, for the most part, yeah, uh, I always try to tell men this is a lesson you need to learn. You're going to be navigating with different levels of mindsets of men, depending on where you're
Always.
at in your life, right? And I think you did a very profound talking point. I think when you were talking about a relationship, I don't know all the content creators and stuff, but I did it. That made me do it. That profound me to do a talk about arguments, because
Hmm.
arguments are going to happen in a relationship. I know a
Yeah,
lot of men say, no,
arguments
no,
happen.
no, but it happens, dude. I promise you, when you're dealing with that of a woman or other people, but definitely
Gonna
with
have
your
arguments.
woman, you're going to have an argument. And it depends on at certain levels. I think one time somebody was like, Joe, why did you say things back when your woman made a comment? I said, because at the end of the day, I'm still a king. A king doesn't always have to answer every time
You
something
don't
stupid
answer.
is said or something happens.
Yeah, you don't
Right.
answer small concerns.
Right. Like, give me the real shit, like fucking elder showing up. Like, now that's what I have to answer to. But this right here is something different. Like, so, in that inference of the moment, you know, you start learning, yeah, I have blue pill friends. I talk to them. Like, some of them believe, like, I wouldn't be who I am today if not for, like, a woman and this and that and stuff. And you can beat your head all you want and try to shove your thought process down on them. But if they're not ready, you're wasting your fucking time. And I think
Yeah,
that's why.
I
Go ahead, bro.
always think of it like this, BMT. I always think of it like this, like information for everything that I've learned. And I always tell you guys, I know more than I say, right? I know more than I say.
Right,
But when I do say something, I'm just dropping off a package on the porch. It's like UPS. I'm just dropping off a package onto your porch. Whether you take it in the house
right,
or not is your business. But the knowledge and the information is there. If you take it in, it becomes yours, and it will change the whole makeup of the inside of your house. If you don't, maybe somebody else come by and porch pirate your shit and take it. But I left it there for you. I left it there. So you take it in when you ready for it. Other than that, I already
right,
dropped it off. So I use that with my kids because so I don't want them to say, "Well, you never told me." I told them a hell of a lot of shit that they didn't even ask for, and left it there for them. And one of the things I come back to with my daughter to this day is that couples argue. Couples argue at times. But you have to take that in context. It's not a problem to fucking argue. The problem is how you respect each other in the argument, what the argument is actually about. I mean, think of it this way. When you go into a court of law, what do lawyers do? They make argument. They make argument. And they try to hash out the truth from those fucking arguments. So argumentation is part of how people get to some kind of consensus with each other. So I don't think that there's a relationship that exists with no fucking argument, no disagreements. Look, are you a living human being? You're gonna have disagreements. Fucking Charles will praise Superman. I'll talk shit to him just because of it. One of the funniest times I have is listening to Charles talk to Angry Man about Superman and Batman, or Charles talk to Artie Idmore about football and shit like that, Madden. That's some of the funniest shit I hear, and they actually just having an argument. but it's about some shit that's not really important. They're not taking it overly serious. And Charles ain't saying fuck art. He don't know what the hell he talking about. And Angry Man is saying Charles ain't shit because he loves Superman. No, but you're just expressing your point. You're expressing your sides, and nobody has moved off their position. Really, they haven't. But you know where they stand, and you fine with that. Okay, he down for Superman, whatever. I just like throwing shit in there, like, but you know, Icon kicked his ass, right? But I'm just saying, just saying.
It is what it is.
Hell, Black Adam will kick his ass.
It is.
Like Ray jumping into the ring, Ray tagging in on that one.
The fuck you say, nigga?
Shit. Yeah. Just like my thumbnail. Just like my thumbnail said. Just like my thumbnail said, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. He'll destroy that nigga.
I'm just saying, all we gotta do is just chop you in your throat. And we chop you in your throat, that's it for you, bro. If you get chopped in your throat, that's it for you, man.
All he gotta do.
We all know.
Here we go. Ding, ding, ding.
When Black Adam gets chopped in the throat, that's it for him, bro. Like, we got it. Just hit that.
He got nothing else to say.
All I gotta say is this. Not impressed.
I'm just saying, bro. Everybody
Cause y'all seen Henry Cavill when they finally seen each other. His ass is like, hey, we need to talk. He ain't come like with power. He ain't said it with power and say like, hey, we need to talk.
What,
you know what I mean?
He said singing like Kevin Campbell. Can we talk for a minute?
Yeah. Can we please talk for a minute?
Yeah, he wanted to talk to him because he didn't want to put a red boot in his ass.
Listen, if y'all ever want to have, we need to have a comic book arena.
Hold on. Let me get my chuckle.
We need to have a comic book arena. We got to have a comic book arena discussion. Like we need to have the comic book arena discussion.
I'm gonna tell Ray Hama this. Why the fuck would Superman be scared of a nigga throwing sparklers?
No, he did. No, you did.
You're fucked up now.
Zap.
Sparkle fingers.
I mean,
zap.
No offense, but that is true because you are throwing lightning bolts, and I mean, kind of can already blitz the speed of light. We can already blitz. We can already. Here's the fun thing. Here's the fear thing. If Superman can keep up with his eyes with the Flash, who runs at the speed of light, dodging a lightning bolt ain't gonna be as hard.
Wait a minute, hold on. Sit down. Sit down.
One at a time.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Ray.
Why would Superman be scared of another man shouting another man's name?
Oh shit.
I love Black Adam. I love Black Adam. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at the feet. I'm just looking at the feet now. Like, hey man, I like I said.
All my nigga need to do is get clotted up with some damn kryptonite and it's over with.
Hey,
Superman got his ass whooped by a human.
You gotta understand something. One, kryptonite is rare. It's not like you could go to the corner and go to the local kryptonite dealer like, yo, give me an OZ. No. It's rare.
Shit, Batman, a human whooped his ass.
Hold on, Ray. Let Charles finish because his mic is a little low.
You really want to look at Batman v Superman. Batman was getting thrown through a building in his own light. He even told him, if I wanted you dead, you would already been. Like, nigga, even with kryptonite, nigga was punching him and hurting his hand, and he threw him through a fucking toilet. A fucking toilet. The nigga said, I will flush you if you hit me again. Batman was getting his ass handed.
He was getting fucked up. He was having a tough time. It was probably the heavy ass.
He was. Yeah. To be fair,
I was expecting better out of that Doomsday fight though.
To be fair, and because I am a big avid fan of where they pulled that from, The Dark Knight Returns, and that's supposed to be actually old man Batman that does that fight, and old man Batman knew. I'm expecting Clark to hold back because of our friendship, but I'm not
Mhm.
him. Batman understands. The Batman understands that very well of his friend. He could kill me at any time. That's why I have a contingency plan. But I understand Batman doesn't play fair. He's a fucking ninja. He doesn't play fair. He's an opportunist. So if he can blow fucking kryptonite dust in your nose, or he can plant a goddamn microchip on you like 2 years ago, he's gonna do it. And he's gonna save it for whenever he needs to. The only thing about it is he's hoping the blue boy, what do they call him? The Boy Scout. The Boy Scout. Because he has a certain code. Batman, when it comes to those type of fights with metahumans, fuck the code. I'm doing whatever the fuck I gotta do. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's just
Yeah.
it. I mean, now Shazam,
Batman's only
go ahead,
code
bro.
is I ain't gonna kill you. That's his only code. I'm not gonna kill you. But look, there's worse
That's it.
things than dying. He can make you wish for it. He can beat
I'm
you
gonna
within
tell
an
you.
inch of it.
I'm gonna tell you what was funny about the Dark Knight Returns. Bruce said
OG
in that
crypto.
quote, he was like, "Yo," he was like, I got 3 broken ribs, dislocated shoulder, and a goddamn cracked sternum, and Clark's not even breaking a sweat yet. God damn.
Yep.
He's like, fuck. Oh my God. My parents should have never gave me that book at 8 years old.
Yeah, he should have. So let me get this out the way. Shout out to Aaron Peterson. Appreciate you for supporting the stream. Let me give you that 3D salute real quick, like. And shout out to the Kang for supporting the stream. Appreciate you, King. I will give you that 3D
Do you think that's
salute.
why
Back to that.
Superman and Batman resonated so well? Was because of their principle of not killing?
Yes, because Superman represents the best that, even though he's not human, he represents the best in humanity. And Batman represents the opposite of humanity, the best of the opposite of humanity. What up, Artie Idmore? Doughboy came in here. You heard me talking about you, huh? So you have the best human on the planet with the best alien living on the planet as friends. And while Superman doesn't try to kill anybody, he can. That's why I think it's more important that people who can kill people who don't. That's more interesting to me. Batman will not kill. He'll find every other ways other than that than killing you, because that's not what he goes in for. But that's why everybody else in the Bat family would be like, "No, let's kill some of these motherfuckers," and they'd be like, "Calm the fuck down." No.
You gotta think about it. Jordan Peterson said, "A nice guy isn't a good man. A good man is a dangerous man that keeps it in control."
Exactly.
And,
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah, that was a good clip from that Jordan Peterson. That was a deep ass clip. It's like, yeah, dude, what,
yeah.
you gonna be weak? No, that's not desirable as a guy. Like, he broke that shit down. I was like, damn,
Yeah,
Jordan.
for
You
real.
still
Hey, I
think
gotta check.
shit?
I gotta check them out. I'm subscribed though. I gotta check them out. Damn,
Yeah,
I
that
gotta
was
check
a
that
it was
out.
on the clip was on Instagram. It was on Instagram. I think I sent that shit to Charles, but that was a good little clip. It was like only like a 3 minute clip talking about that shit. That a good man should be dangerous. He should be.
that's the reason.
That's why.
That's the reason why you're going through the hangups in the country now.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's why. That's why when it came to pray that there's an old phrase: pray that good men don't give up their morale. Because when men drop the only thing that keeps men aligned is the law. When we
Hmm.
say fuck the law, there's no more laws or God. That's when you truly see that at the heart of the real of how
Yep.
men become beasts. And so it's just like how why people look at certain heroes that are the top of the pinnacle, like a Batman, a Spider-Man, a Superman, because it's easy. Batman can kill you and make it seem like he never did it. He knows he can do it. Superman can he has the power to destroy the world, He said, it's like living in a cardboard box. I have to hold back in everything I do. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was very pinnacle when he was in the broom closet. He said, I hear everything in the world. You know what I'm saying? But I have to hold back. You know what I'm saying? A Spider-Man, I think the one time when Doc Ock, when he finds it, yo, this motherfucker's been holding back all the time with us. Like he's been pulling his punches. And all I did was one of his. I actually didn't hold back, and I actually fucked up the I think it was the goddamn scorpion ripped off the stinger.
Yeah,
And I mean,
ripped off the
yeah,
stinger, vulture. He then broke his goddamn jaw.
and and this is the thing about it is that's the thing about it where why I'm not hard on men when I hear them online when they talk about their breaking points because you don't know what happened to that man to get him to that threshold. He's like, I'm trying to still be an honorable man, but it's like I'm getting trampled on. And so I don't harp on them like the world does. But I always say we do have to find a way. Because once you start crossing that line, like Batman told Jason, like, dude, don't think I don't want to cross the line. We all have that threshold. There's been
It'd be
times,
too easy.
even as me. Right. Listen, I even told my wife this one time. Do you ever think there never was a time I allegedly not thought of like one time to you? It would be easy. But is that of control? Is that of control of having discipline? You know what I'm saying? But women jumping up in a fucking man's face saying I can take on a fucking man, yeehaw, yippee ki yay, and that man saying, listen, it'd be very easy for me to snap your neck. Don't fuck with me. This is why there's a natural order of things, and this is why, like, I try to tell a lot of men, like, listen, dude, sometimes that nice guy in the room, he's holding back more than what you think he is. You just haven't gotten to push past that limiter yet. You know, so it's
So,
just a thought, man.
shout out to
You
Matt
spoke
Villainy. He
nothing
was
but
talking
facts,
about,
PMT.
hold on, Ray. Hold on, Ray.
It's fun.
Shout out to Matt Villainy. He was talking about Brightburn. Yeah, Brandon Breyer, he was just Superman with no restraint.
Yeah.
That's why it was more interesting to see that movie with a child because a child has to learn restraint. And so you put all that power in a child and the child doesn't have that restraint. You've been treating them like an outcast forever. It shouldn't be surprised when he getting vengeful and going after your ass. Shouldn't be a surprise.
I need to beat
Go ahead,
myself
Ray.
up. I need to beat myself up. I still haven't seen that damn movie yet.
Brightburn?
It's
Yeah,
out
I
there.
haven't.
Brightburn is good.
Me neither. I gotta
Yeah.
see it.
There's so much awesome shit, man. It's just I keep forgetting about certain ones. I need to check out.
I'm gonna tell you one thing I learned about discipline. It's that when you take combat sports and martial arts, there's a reason why they beat the discipline in your head because you could literally kill people.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I've been in professions where, when people ask for my help, it's not usually the best day of their life.
No,
People
it's
get
not.
volatile, people get up in your face, man, I'll fuck you up. You just take a deep breath and you just tell them, I know you would, sir, but I need you to calm down.
I need you to calm down today, though.
And I'm like, even as a cop for so many years, I had a rule. You can say whatever you want, just don't touch me.
That's my rule to this day, Charles. You can say whatever the hell you
Same.
want. You can say all
Same.
kinds of offensive shit. Just don't fucking touch me.
And as soon as
As
you
long
touch
as you don't touch me, we'll be all right. You can
and
say whatever you
those-
want to.
and those unlucky few that touch me, they didn't like the results after that touch. And
Did they pay the iron price?
well, it was very pricey because one dude he had a cracked orbital bone. So
I told somebody the other day, and I mentioned this the other day, is that the one thing you know about people who really know how to fight, that's the last thing they want to go to with most regular people. That's the last thing they want to go to because they know what they can do to people. They know. It's like, why is a Golden Glove boxer not allowed to just get into fist fights in the fucking street? Because he'd fucking kill somebody.
yeah.
Just punch him. He'd fucking kill somebody who ain't as trained as him about fighting. It's the same thing with a martial artist. You don't test them people in the street. They use that much self control because they know what they can do to people, and you ain't ready for that shit.
Like you go up
You are
to,
not prepared for that.
yeah, you go ahead and go
No,
fight. Go ahead and go fight one of them Olympic wrestlers. He's like 150 pounds, but that's 150 pounds of muscle and skill. And you got to think
no.
about it. You got Jordan Burroughs, who's like 168 pounds, but he could rip a phone book in half with his bare hands.
Well, it's like that video I sent you, Charles, with them little kids learning to do wrestling moves and stuff like that. And that little girl was throwing that dude around with like suplexes and shit like that. I look at stuff like that and like they in there doing it on mats and whatnot, right? You do that stuff in real life, somebody has broken something on you.
Yeah, you
They
got
broke
to
something on your ass.
like how
You do
tall are
not
you?
want to get picked up and slammed on just flat fucking ground.
How tall
Never.
are you, Artisan?
5'11".
5'11".
I
If you do
told
a double leg takedown and put a guy on your shoulder and you
Over.
drill him into the ground, that's
Over.
3,000 pounds of force into the
Yeah,
cement,
that's
which could
over.
cause break bone or kill them.
No, that's not going to be no gentle fall. That's going to be I'm at work throwing 4x12s off my shoulder like, oh nigga, give me something else. Like, no, dude,
right.
that's not going to be the easiest trip in the world to take. It's not going to be fun. It's not, and that's why I look at stuff like that. It's like y'all really just don't know. You can say whatever you want to. You just keep your hands to yourself because you don't know who the hell you dealing with
You know, I
half
used
the
to have
time.
a saying. I had a saying back in the day from my man Mike Hagor from Saturday Night Slam matches and Final Fight. You about to go for that ride?
About to go for that ride.
You
Gonna
better
get this work. Get this work.
it's weird.
It is.
I'm
It,
listening. What was LAR speaking on today? What was LAR speaking on today that he said? He said he spoke on this topic. What topic are you talking about? Because we're throwing a lot of stuff into the gumbo pot right now, to the geek gumbo pot. So I just want to be specific because I missed LAR stream today. I ain't seen it yet. So throw it in the chat when you get. And shout out to BTM. She said Black Thighs Matters and such. Appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute for supporting the stream. And women don't have black thighs, but they're kind of brown. She got some brown pot roast.
I think that's why when I look at this and having conversations with a lot of these guys, um I always tell people, hey, it's okay to be angry, but it's dangerous when you don't know how to control that of your righteous anger. And men are told to suck it up. And I'm like, sooner or later that sponge has to release that fluid that's been sucking up, that has been just been absorbing. It's gonna start seeping out. And that's when and there, you start seeing the temperament of levels. And I had a talk with another man, and he was like, "You just don't get it. You just don't get it. The temperament out there." I said, "No, brother, I do get it. A lot of seasoned men, we do get it. But the thing about it is that storm shall pass. But you got to see it through. You got to see it through. You got to go through the temperaments of the degrees. It's like banging metal. You got to put it in. You got to heat it up. You got to bang it out. Put it in the cold, and then reforge it. And being able to control that of the thing. I just saw a bitch talking some crazy shit. Keyword: it was a bitch. You don't
Yeah,
address the
yeah.
bitch.
Why do
You
you
don't.
care?
Why do you care? Thank you, Arson.
Why do
God,
you care?
we might have to put you on the force with us. But I have to tell that to a lot of the guys. Like, you addressing her, you gave her what she wanted. Versus if you don't address her, she has no power. You seen a nigga act like a nigga. Like, I was told, Joe, you act like a white boy. I'm sure all of us have heard something like that sometime. And I said, well, how shall thou? How? I no, and I did this, and I said, I literally I took my hair and I let it out. I said, how must thou act amongst thou court? please, instruct that. See, right there, talking like that. That's not white people shit. I said, thou. Did thou strike they? But I'm like, do I have to be thou Negro for you? Do I need to be the court jester?
Does
And they
thou
say, see, right there.
strike thee down?
And you know,
To
real
besmirch
quick, you
my
know
good
what
name, sir.
that kills me with that when they say that shit? I'm from the South. And if he was like, we talk like a white boy, I said, do you, nigga, we in the South. Do you not know how Southern white folks talk? They talk just like Southern black folks. What are you talking about?
Because y'all
Talking
all
white.
in the South. Yeah, because y'all all in the South.
Yeah, I'm like, what the
I,
hell?
I, those conversations are kind of funny at times, but then I always run it back to the fact if I want to take it back and just end the conversation, I was like, you remember that we was brought here, right? And that the people who trained us to speak that language and stuff like that, that we didn't speak when we came here was white folks. So we all talking white, even the niggas. We all talking white. It's all they shit. All this dysfunctional stuff we learned from them. If you don't think so, go find it over on the continent for me and point it out. We learned this shit from them. We are their bastard children, legitimately, honestly, in all truth. We are their bastard children. So we learned all this shit from them. So I don't get into all that, oh, you talking white shit. I'm talking English, a bastardized language from other languages and other cultures that came here and throw their words and their phrases and stuff like that into the pot. That's why people who come from outside of this country have a hard time learning this goddamn language.
Mm-hmm.
We all talking the same shit. So shut up. I'm being stupid. But the only difference is if I don't drop letters, I pronounce whole words and drop some of the profanity that I use, then I'm all of a sudden white. No, I'm just talking to English. That's all. I just unbroke it in a way. I fixed it. I just fixed my broken English a little bit. But I choose not to. But I went over this recently with somebody talking about how black people and black men specifically have to code switch a lot just in relating to each other. Just in relating to each other, you have to code switch sometimes. Because that is part of our survival. That has been a part of black folks' survival forever. You have the way you talk around massa and the way you talk around your folks. Shut the fuck up. It's just so the context in that was this person had a new girl working in her office, and the new girl working in her office was hood as shit. But her responsibility is talking to the public. And she talks a really fucked up hood vernacular and not knowing how to use the rest of the English language and the rest of the words in a goddamn dictionary. So she's having a hard time. She's having a hard time because she refuses to learn anything else and was never taught anything else. So I feel a little bad for her in one sense because she was young. But in the other sense, you got to educate yourself because you ain't that young, goddammit. It's on you now. You want to thrive in this part of the world? Well, you need to learn to speak some other shit. BMT sitting up here talking about what other languages he speak. Now, if you didn't know that, you would just think BMT was an ignorant nigga, right? But he actually speaks a couple other damn languages. I think Charles might speak one or two outside of Baltimorean. That doesn't count.
I'm an ignorant nigga.
Right? I can fuck around in a couple of other languages, but that's just what we do as people. There's not no really talking white. It's just what level of English do you want to use? What level of English you want to use, and what are you trying to use it for? Calm down.
Right.
That white shit is just a way to keep people from actually, especially black men, from actually being intelligent. It's a way of shaming you into ignorance, getting you back in the matrix, getting you back in the matrix. You talking
and then when they're shamed by their own blood, then they're definitely gonna feel intimidated. Like, oh, I don't want to go against them. Don't want against mama.
Yeah, if you made $1 billion talking like that, they wouldn't be saying shit about it. They totally
You
changed their
know,
mind.
you know what's crazy about an artisan? I was sitting outside with a man, um, and we were talking, and his son came walking up, but I guess he didn't expect to see his dad behind the truck, and him and his friends they had their pants pulled down, and he before he thought it was too late, his dad already caught him. He said, "No, no, 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 nah, nigga, keeping them just like that." And he said, "Why do you look like a fucking fool with your pants and your ass out and your booty sagging and you have on nice clothes? Why are you walking around wearing Crocs to school and shit? You didn't think I was gonna be home." Granted, they live in a lovely home in a lovely neighborhood. He said, "See, Dad, that right there, the way you talking," which I kind of threw me off. He said, "See, Dad." I'm like, okay, this kid probably gonna get knocked the fuck out. Because but sometimes you have to listen because
Mhm.
some people want to so badly claim that good times JJ struggle. They want to claim that shit back in the day. We was a poor folk, we struggling, and I'm like, nigga,
Mhm.
that's not your fight no more. Like a lot of us black men and some of our families did not want to fucking be there. Why do y'all want to be the niggas? Why do y'all want to be the lower end of the fruit? Why not get up the tree? Nah, man, you're a sellout. You want to be a white. You want to be something else. You don't act black. I'm like, God damn. I'm like, boy,
Yeah.
I,
Okay.
I pointed this
Well,
out many a times. We look for any other way to discount another brother. We look for any other way. It is
what?
primarily not us. We learn that shit. We learn how to discount each other, especially as brothers, for anything. Like I said, he not as dark as me. He lighter than me. He a simp. He not a simp. He a pimp. He not a player. He look. He like LeBron James. He like Jordan. We look for any other ways to discount brothers and throw them away for any other goofy shit, and it makes no sense.
Yeah. You think I
Nikki
sound
ain't.
white? That's not my problem. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
sound how
not.
I'm sound. I ain't changing for I ain't changing for another brother. I'm gonna sound how I sound.
Look, it's. I look at it like this. I enjoy languages. I enjoy words. That's why I read so much, right? I
Mm-hmm.
enjoy words. I enjoy different languages. I enjoy learning different languages and how to say things in different languages that I commonly say in just English. That's all. It's all out there to be learned. So I don't see a problem with learning any of this stuff because it just makes you able to relate to more people. It
Right.
does. Like BMT is saying he go into a little Arab restaurant and they talking Arab and then he start talking back to them in their language. Then they stop fucking around with you. They actually start having a real conversation with you. It's the same thing here in California. If you speak Spanish and you go in there and you start talking to them in Spanish and they get it, some people get excited by that shit. Like, oh
Mm-hmm.
shit, you speak español? Oh, yeah, sí, poquito español. Don't start running the whole fucking gambit on me, but I can understand some of this shit. Yeah, we can talk a little bit. It makes it a little bit more fun. It gets you into different places where you learn more about life and life for other
yes,
people than standing
it
on the
opens doors.
sideline making assumptions about shit that you don't experience and don't know nothing about. You have to actually be engaged with these people to know this kind of stuff. There's white
Yep.
folks that make whole careers off of this, just going into other people, goddamn countries and learning their languages and shit, learning about their culture.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you
You
about
think
it,
you think
writing
that's
books
limited to
about it.
just them? You think that's limited to just them? Look, if you got $1,500 in a passport, you can go do that shit too. Don't tell me you don't. Some jackass is spending a bunch of money on tennis shoes right now. Fuck off. I don't want to hear that shit. It's just what you value. If you don't value that shit, you'll never do it. It's not a white or a black thing. It's a do you want to learn? Do you want to be educated? Do you want to be well rounded about the world? Or do you only want to know about your little small peephole in the world that you comfortable? Which one do you want to live in? I don't like living in boxes. I don't. So I want to know about everything out here that I'm curious about. And I don't accept limitations on none of it. Don't.
You know, I think I think that's why when I
Como
was
que
talking
say,
with
see,
some,
papi? See.
I think that's when they were like, you know what? Somebody said it'd be cool if they made John Constantine black. I'm like, why?
Why?
Why do they need to do that? I'm like, you do know one of at a time the Sorcerer Supreme was black, right? There was no black Sorcerer Supreme. Yes, there was. They literally, you have. If you read the fucking comics, there's been other Sorcerer Supremes out there. Y'all
Brother
just don't
Voodoo.
fucking read.
Brother,
Brother
yeah,
Voodoo
Doctor Voodoo.
literally, like
Doctor
literally,
Voodoo.
and, I mean, he was doing a whole bunch of shit that Strange was like, damn, when were you doing all this?
See,
Like,
the
wait.
the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness review you guys didn't see because it's still on my phone. Mention the fact that Jericho Drum is there, and Jericho Drum is the brother of the guy who ends up being Doctor Voodoo. So I thought that was a significant little drop in there. The one black dude you see in there, who they call Brother Drum, that's Doctor Voodoo's brother, who becomes the Sorcerer Supreme. Now, I didn't hear any other reviewer of Doctor Strange mention that shit at all. You didn't even see a picture of that brother, but he's listed in the credit. He was in the movie. He has some speaking line. Totally flew over their head.
Mm-hmm.
Totally
Yep.
flew over their fucking head. Now,
Yep.
that's why something like that I could say, well, I thought that movie was good. One of the reasons I thought it was good, because they actually gave you kind of a prequel to a Doctor Voodoo. So if they kill Doctor Strange off, which they might do, they got Clea and they got a drum brother in there that can turn around and become Doctor Voodoo. What's the problem? What's the
But
problem?
see,
It seemed like they read a
but
comic book.
But see, art that artisan that means you have to read. You have to read to catch the breadcrumbs when they do things like that, or when they
Hmm.
talk about certain areas, or when they show certain places. Like, hey, they're showing that's what. Hey, is that doggone Doctor Voodoo's? Yeah, yes, that is. That's
Hmm.
they're leading. So when they drop breadcrumbs, they say, hey, you can't say, "Oh man, they're just jumping into this character." No, no, they let you
They
know.
didn't just,
The
yeah,
guy was
no, it was
sitting.
there. It was
No, he
there. You
was
just didn't
there,
know.
or better yet, his item was right there. Like when they went through the collector, and there were so many different items dropped in there that they could say, "Hey, we can go anywhere we want to." And when they open up the multiverse, I'm like, dude, they can go anywhere with the stuff. But people say, let's take an already fundamental character and give them a color change
I
for
mean,
for cultural appropriation.
No,
No,
right
that's
now,
man.
that J.J. Abrams bullshit. Is that he's trying to own that redesign the Constantine shit so he can own it a little bit. I don't need a black John Constantine. I really don't.
no.
It's not interesting to me whatsoever. And I really have a problem with J.J. Abrams trying to be the one to introduce all these other a black version of this, a black Superman, a black John Constantine.
I like
Go
my
fuck off and make something else,
I
okay?
like my Constantine bisexual, snarky, and British, and I change
So
it.
do I. Thank you, Charles.
Agreed.
Thank you, Charles. That's how I like John
Agreed.
And by the
Constantine
way, notice what I said: white, British,
and
bisexual, chain
bisexual.
smoker, and snarky.
Yeah, I like
But
that. That is the character that I
enjoy
enjoyed, got introduced to, and none of the rest of that stuff didn't
when you
matter.
when you change
I
when you
didn't think
change
you
the
needed to be black for me to identify with him. Like,
no.
look, I'm not bisexual and I ain't a chain smoker, but John Constantine is kind of cool. I
You
can
see
rock with
what's
him.
up? He
Cool.
got that noir detective jacket, and
Hmm.
it's
Yep.
funny because when you change sometimes when you change the character, if not almost every time, you fundamentally change something about that character. And
Yep.
Hmm.
here it is. Guess what? I don't want my Superman to be black. I
I
just
don't know.
don't. I
Not
like
only that,
I
I
like the
want
fact.
my
Oh,
I
I was
want
just
my
gonna go ahead, AB.
okay.
Then I'll finish after you.
I want
Oh,
my
God.
my Batman to be white, spoiled, rotten,
I want my Dark Knight
and
white.
at least I'm just saying. I don't want to see a black Batman. I want to see Bruce Wayne the way he is.
If
Look,
anything, I
I'll accept a Batwing, but
yeah.
Yeah, just give me
Bruce
Yeah,
Wayne
Batwing.
should be
I'm
Bat.
black.
good.
If
That's the
anything,
thing. We got Batwing. What's the big deal?
if anything, we already got a John Stewart.
Yeah,
Yep.
Who's more kick ass than fucking John Stewart? A fucking Marine who became an architect? He was a Marine sniper. Then he became an architect. Come on now,
Man
that's
got a
brilliant.
Green Lantern ring.
And a Green Lantern
That
ring.
boy, that boy was a fighter before he got the ring. Like
Uh,
he was already a problem in green. He was
like
already a problem in green.
here's
Somebody got background noise.
here's another fundamental. Look, when people say, "Well, we just want to be racially ambiguous," I said, "Look, North Star been gay since the '80s. He's been outside.
And nobody got married to a whole brother, and nobody cared.
Nothing.
Nobody cared. He dropped out of the comics altogether. Like they ain't did a story with North Star since when? I ain't even seen him show
Astonishing
up on
X-Men.
Krakoa. Look, I ain't seen him show up on Krakoa with his boyfriend, his husband.
Exactly.
Where he at? I know he
Mutants
got one.
mutants are not. I said mutants
was
allowed, but not black gays.
Apparently not.
I mean,
Who
but
bang superheroes? Who
here's
bang
another.
superheroes? Like,
Yeah, here's
damn,
another
is that a niche
interesting
group or
character.
what?
Here's another interesting character people don't talk about. One of the most interesting people I think that is low key funny to me is Puck.
Puck is funny. Puck is
Puck
funny
is
as
funny.
hell. Where's your representation for dwarves and shit?
Yeah, and he's as strong as Spider-Man,
Mm-hmm.
just as agile, and he's one of the few people in Marvel Comics history to ever sneak up on Wolverine. Wolverine even complimented him. He said, "I didn't even see you there. It's like I had to know it was you, Puck. Only one.
Mm-hmm.
You only one of three people who could sneak up on me."
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because the sensor should have smelled you a couple miles away. Like,
Yep.
They said he's actually a
Yeah.
trained operative. Puck's almost like what,
Mhm.
150 years old.
Yeah.
Who's another character you could build off of? I mean, Pierce Broadman. I loved him as Dr. Fate. I want more of him. He had that James
I
Bond
would.
flag about it. I mean, even the
But you-
guy they had as fucking Hawk. As Hawkman. I like that. People say, well, he was self-righteous. Hawkman is self-righteous.
Self-righteous.
Self-man is self-righteous.
He's a bit of an asshole. A
But see, these
self-righteous
are the
asshole.
And he's self-righteous.
these are the things you ask yourself when you hear these comments and complaints. It's like, do you people actually read this stuff?
Right.
You don't actually read this stuff, do you? That's the character. That's kind of who he was supposed to be. So that's why I didn't have a problem with Hawkman being black, because even if he died in that movie, all of us who know Hawkman and the characters, what happens with Hawkman? What happens
Comes
with
back.
Hawkman?
Reincarnation. Reincarnation.
Reincarnated every fucking time. That's why he been around so goddamn long. He ain't been around in the same body forever. He get
And by the way,
reincarnated.
it would kind of make sense of him being black since he was an Egyptian priest.
Yeah.
So it's even more accurate than even the comics.
Hey, he was a badass Hawkman. I really got into Hawkman after him because he was in there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad you said that, Bray. Do you know how many new people who hit me up and never really paid attention to Hawkman was like, yo, is Hawkman really this much of a badass in the comics? Even more so.
Hey,
He
boy,
just can't keep a book. That's the only thing. Hawkman can't keep a solo book, but Hawkman is a good character. Don't nobody have no hate for him when he show up. Like, oh hell yeah, we got Hawkman up here.
Nah, matter of fact, even Batman get a little like when they had Public Enemies with Batman Superman. Clark was like thinking about it. He was like, "Oh, Hawkman's up. Bruce is gonna have his hands full."
Hey, I like that though, man. How he threw Black Adam's lightning back at him. I was like, oh yes. I'm like, you on the favorite list for that one? Yes.
Yeah, that's the imp metal hammer. I was like, because at least when I was saw that, I said, okay, that hammer gonna catch some of that lightning and throw it back because it's a because imp metal has magical properties in it, so it can catch that lightning and throw it right back at him. So when they did that, I was like, okay, finally, damn, use the hammer more.
Here's a little tidbit. Inf metal is one level higher than the bracelets of submission.
I think the thing about it was a lot of people were saying it should have been an open wash for Fate and Hawkman. And I'm like, no, you gotta think. You're sending ancient people to bring in a deity god. That's their expertise. It's like Justice League Dark. You're not going to go get the regular Justice League to deal with the mysticism. You would go get Zatanna, Boston, Constantine, the weirdos, and say, "Hey, guess what, you guys? Y'all gonna probably do some pagan shit, some dark shit that's gonna probably be
Etrigan.
fucked up." You know what I'm saying? Etrigan. And listen,
Yeah, I'd pay to see Etrigan in the
sometimes,
movie. I
right?
would.
Oh God! Like, listen, you're gonna definitely be having the Christians bang on the door for that one. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like y'all gotta understand.
and I
Like, this
don't
is why.
and I
That's
don't
what.
care. I don't care. I'm sorry.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I said, like, this is why when people say, well, DC can't do that, I'm like, listen, man, there's a lot of dark stuff in the DC comics that I don't think a lot of people want to actually see. That this is why Batman said, listen, y'all guys, let me go talk to the weirdo side of the watchtower, because you probably might see some goats hanging on the wall and some dark mysticism stuff, and y'all might want to shut them down. But in their world, that's why Constantine said there's no right or wrong in their world. It's just magic. It is what it is. You will probably be doing some deals. Right. You will be doing that. Like, people always say, oh, Strange, you're so nice. He's like, no, dude, like, I just was talking to a bunch of demons about sacrificing this pedophile. Like, I'm telling y'all, dude, like, it is what it is in the magic world. Like, you're going to
Yeah.
deal backward deals with devils all the time. So
Just
that's why
ask
when they say
Madison.
Hawkman can't, right, Hawkman can't beat Black Adam. Listen, dude, I think I've been alive long enough to know how this kind of goes. That's why you say, nah, dude, stop all that stuff. You're a hero shit, dude. I know who you are. Come on, dude. We're around the same age ish, so I know exactly who you are. You can tell me. I know your bedtime story.
So let me answer this real quick. So, KS Manager said, "Where's a good place to start for a Hawkman comic?" Go ahead. I believe you can check some Justice Society stuff and check out Hawkman, because he pops up here and there. He doesn't have a regular comic right now. He doesn't have a regular comic, so you got to get into the back issues and look for some stuff on Hawkman. A death battle with Thor and Hawkman. Yeah, the Mace versus the Hammer. Yeah, I'd watch that. It might be a good fight. I think Hawkman would get killed though. He'll lose at one of his reincarnations, but it'd be a good fight for a while because Hawkman ain't gonna give up. And the Constantine sequel, yeah, I know about the Constantine sequel with Keanu Reeves, but that's not the comic accurate version. That's the Keanu Reeves version, but they also want to do a Constantine version that's comic accurate, but J.J. Abrams wants to do it and make Constantine black. That's what Charles is talking about. So there's two Constantine movies floating out there right now. The only one you know is going to be developed is the one with Keanu Reeves, because that's going forward with the original director, actor, grips. I don't know. Apparently they're using all the same people who did the first movie. They're going to come back and do another one.
I'm just like,
will it be good? I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't know, but we'll see.
I'm just like, J.J. Abrams trying to do all the black shit all of a sudden. Like, what
because I'll point this out that the dudes on I don't say this name often, but the dudes on Midnight's Edge, they actually pointed this out because they have insider connections, right? And they actually lined out why J.J. Abrams remakes all these properties. When he remakes it his way, he actually owns rights to it afterwards. So that's why he always wants to step in and remake all of that shit. That's what the Hollywood insiders don't like J.J. Abrams. So when he did his version of Star Wars, he owns some rights to that Star Wars shit now. When he comes in and does Star Trek, he owns some rights to that Star Trek shit now, because he did his version of Star Trek.
Oh yeah, the bad
robot. That back end bad robot shit that they end up owning. That's why he wants to do a Constantine, and that's why you got a Joanna Constantine in the Sandman show, because he was blocking them from using Constantine, because he wanted to do his own Constantine for Warner Brothers. So that's why you got Joanna Constantine as Sandman. They couldn't use Constantine because he had it locked up.
I actually enjoyed that actor that was on Legends of Tomorrow and the CBS show. If you ever looked at him when he came up into the multi-crisis and they picked him, he had the little feather.
He was the perfect Constantine. He was the perfect Constantine.
Did y'all see did you see the other one, the Constantine show?
That's the guy we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we talking about.
Okay. My bad.
That's the guy we're talking about.
And by the way,
that's the one.
I bought that.
And by
Yeah,
the
that's
way,
the
if you
one
really
that's not getting any shine right now because Keanu Reeves was coming out with his movie. J.J. Abrams got his Constantine movie he wanted to do with throwing a black dude into it. That actor that actually played Constantine in the CW and stuff like that, which was good, is not getting any shine. He is not getting another role, which he should. He should
Yeah.
be the Constantine for DC movies, for Warner
He
Brothers
was more
movies. He should.
accurate.
He was
He
more
was
accurate.
way accurate.
But
Yeah.
that show got canceled and they brought that show back based on the fan response to it because they liked it so much. That's
and
why
put
the
it to you
character
this
came
way,
back.
and here's a tidbit: if Warner Brothers and DC was smart, number one, put him in there, and not only in their shows, put him in every show, so you can say, wait a minute, he has a magic doorway to every universe.
He's a fucking warlock.
He's a warlock.
He's a
He has
fucking
a magic.
warlock.
He and you be like, you see him in Titans, you see him in animated form, you see him just like they have. Really, it's one dark side. The dark side you see in the Justice League and the Justice League cartoons and the the animated universe. The one you see in the comics is really the same dark side. So it's not like a far fetched concept. And then two, if you want to get into Hawkman, get into those late '90s, early 2000s Justice Societies. And they also have a Justice League and Justice Society book. Hawk World is not bad either.
Shout out to no one with his goofy ass. Him and Toya in here throwing out their sexual proclivities. He said, listening on replay, did he just say braces of submission? Leave those. Going to Amazon now. Y'all letting too much out on the internet. You enjoy it.
I'm just saying, man.
You bunch of
Constantine's
nasty.
down with the freaky shit. Constantine's down with the freaky shit, man. Like,
Nasty,
I'm just saying, man. You gotta think he's a warlock. Like, I'm saying, when you start going down that mysticism side, there's no right or wrong in the strange side. Like, listen, like when they showed off, oh yeah, that's my girl. He's a shark man. Yeah, that's my girlfriend. So she was right. Shark man was over there smiling at Constantine. I was like, oh my god, Constantine. I'm like, we all surprised. Like, he's a warlock. They don't shit. That's a Tuesday for them. That ain't no.
The thing with Constantine is that he's British. British people don't look at sex the same way as Americans. They don't. They're not real puritanical like that. All that shit is normal for them. They don't care. Dudes can be gay all day long. It doesn't matter. Bisexual. It's not that big of a deal to them. It's not. It's only a big deal to us over here in America. Everybody else don't give a shit. Do what you do. Have your proclivities, man. Whatever the fuck. Make sure you show up to work on time and pay your bills.
And he still fucks with and he still
I'll hit
fucks
you
with
fellas
Cannon.
up later. See you fellas.
What's that?
I'll hit you up later. See y'all later.
All right,
Peace,
peace,
bro.
bro.
Peace to the
That's what I'm
Woolies.
saying. Like,
Peace.
that's why, Artisan, when I tell people, like, listen, man, y'all trying to put in these new pushes of new ages of this person has to be gay or this person has to be this or that. I'm like, sorry, dude. If y'all was watching comics and anime, that shit was already here. But the readers, if you'd actually into the stories, they didn't care. Like, I like the Spartans, but I also understand the Spartans was they were freaky weird with each other. But I still like, hey, I can respect their battle tactics of the Greeks. And so when you see these kind of things happen, you know what I'm saying? Like these things, like I'm like, hey, y'all want killing? Go talk to Wonder Woman. She kills all her people. She don't even believe in trying to bring somebody back alive. Like you want to go deal with detectives and dark comics? Go down to Batman. Go down to Gotham. I don't know who the fuck would ever want to live in Gotham. That's all serial killers that all have associate degrees in psychology. But hey, that's where you got to go read some detective comics. You know, that's why I'm saying, like, people trying to insert new things like the Wonder Woman Forever shit. I mean, Wakanda Forever. It might be called Woman Forever. That's pretty much what that movie was. That's all it was about. Women forever.
Wakanda forever.
And that's what it was, man. I was like, yo, I don't smell not one hint of deodorant in this fucking movie. Like, this is all there was no deodorant in that whole movie.
No masculinity need apply. We don't do that here.
Wakanda.
It just
Just
looks
for that,
like
I want to see fucking Man Ape. Just for that. Just because now I want to see M'Baku as a goddamn villain. Because that didn't piss me off with that movie.
he's not gonna be a villain. You'd be lucky if you see him in the third movie. If if it's well, I shouldn't say that because of some of the outrage that you're gonna get from this movie. By the third movie, M'Baku probably have more screen time if they listen. If they listen to the fan base, he'll have more screen time, and they'll have to get back to having a male Black Panther. They will, but not before Shuri gets to be in one major Avengers movie as the Black Panther. It's just what it's going to be. So buckle your seatbelts. You know what the destination is. Just wait for him to get there. Just wait for him at the finish line. That's where they're going. She's going to have to be in one of those movies. She's going to have to show up in an Avengers movie as the new Black Panther so they can have a girl power A-Force moment because everybody that's been introduced primarily has been females. So you get in an A-Force movie. You can call it Avengers, whatever the fuck you want to, but all the new heroes is females. So it's going to be an A-Force movie. if not so named, it'll be an Avengers movie in name only.
Yeah, they got some slots open for Phase 6, so you already know that's probably coming down the pipe.
No, it ain't.
No,
it ain't.
Name
the Disney Plus movies. Name the Disney Plus movies that the Disney Plus shows that they hyping up right now. Echo, Scarlet Witch, Agatha Harkness, Ironheart.
Yep.
Okay, now name the dudes.
No dudes. I want to say, like, wait.
Other than
the Star Wars count? The Star Wars count?
No, not Marvel. Damn. No, it don't. But that's what's coming up for Marvel on Disney Plus. A bunch of fucking chick flicks. And I'm not against that shit if they're going to be good, but they're with some characters that don't need solo projects. They don't need solo. Echo does not need a solo project. Look, if you canceled the Echo show and just went ahead and pushed the Daredevil show up, I'd be happy. I'd be concerned because that means you're rushing, but I'd be a lot happier because I'm not interested in the Echo show. No matter how much you keep pushing it in my face, I don't care. She's cute, but I don't care.
But she has a
Ironheart,
lot of.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the Ironheart show. I'm interested in a James Rowe Armor Wars movie, but I'm not interested in the Ironheart show. I don't care.
Well, that's what's coming because they came out with Stargirl, so they coming with that.
Well, that's a different company, so it's not tied together like that. Stargirl is DC and CW, and CW is gone now. So Ironheart, being a Marvel character, they need their Iron Man vehicle, but they already have Don Cheadle there. But Don Cheadle is still under contract, which is why I'm thinking they're giving him this movie so they can end that contract and get him out of there.
They're pushing him out the way. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, it's blowing my mind. But I'm like, yo, dude, they can't have no realistic heavy hitter villain. Because there ain't no way a bunch of tampons are going to be throwing hands. I'm just being honest, dude. Like, I got to be real with y'all, reality land, man. Like, because Ant-Man's daughter fucked up.
Trigger warning.
Ant-Man's daughter done already fucked up and opened up the quantum universe.
Vibranium tampons.
So I'm like, okay, dude. They're looking into the quantum universe. I don't see no super mega genius Reed saying, hey guys, I got some ideas. No, I don't see no super genius. I don't see no Steel like some like heavy hitters like that right now. The last one, now y'all made him a stay-at-home dad. So I'm like, well, shit. You're really, really fucked. And goddamn, after seeing goddamn Hulk's son, that transgender Hulkling, like we already know we're fucked. So I don't know who's gonna be. This is about to be the Pampon Avengers because ain't nobody gonna be knocking down nobody. They're probably gonna have to. You know what? Goddamn, Namor was right. Namor was right. He's like, that's why Namor.
Only 3 weeks out of the month.
This nigga, hey,
I'm just,
salute to you for that, boy.
I'm just saying, man. This is why Namor was laughing at the end of the movie. Namor won. That's why he said, "I'm the only masculine one left. They're going to have to come to me. They're going to have to come to
Yeah,
me because there's
they
no
have to
men
come to
left.
Papi Chulo.
They're
they're
going to
gonna
have to
have to
come.
come.
They're going to have to.
They're gonna have to come to Poppy for help, and he's gonna tell them, "No, I'm not
Nope,
helping you.
nope,
They're gonna wipe
nope.
your ass out,
Yup.
and I'm gonna still be here."
That's
that's what that's
that's
what the
why he
whole
said
point of
what
that
he
ending
said.
was. They thought they were. Everybody else was reading that as, "Oh no, they're gonna come to him and they'll be friends and they'll have a union." No, what he's saying is everybody will focus on them, and then when they turn to Talokan for help, they'll wipe their asses out. They will be weakened because they were sitting there defending Talokan, and then Talokan will turn on them. That's what he was saying.
Yep.
They're gonna get over on them motherfuckers. You're gonna take all the slings and arrows like black folks do, and we're gonna get all the reparations and money that you was entitled to. Fuck y'all. That was your real world black brown connection bullshit. People of color. Everybody but you gets all the benefits. We're gonna let you die for it first though. We're gonna let you die for it, and then we're gonna take it. Yeah, he pulled 48 laws of power. Yeah, let fight all that shit. They're gonna have to come to us for aid, for help. We're not gonna help them. So sit back. We play a long game. What up, War Ready? Extra absorbent. Yeah, extra moist. That's okay. They Talocons live underwater. They got absorbent bands.
Yeah,
Got absorbent bands.
he's like, I don't see that many people getting down
Yeah,
here.
they
I don't
gonna
see
get
that many
all the
people getting
civil
down here.
flip skill monger. Yeah, they gonna get all the civil rights benefits. Yeah, they about to get all the benefits. They'll probably move into Wakanda,
Yeah.
gentrify that bitch.
Hey, speaking about Namor, I just seen a thumbnail from some channel about where they did a comparison between like Namor and Aquaman. So
Mhm.
since I didn't go into it, I just want to ask, who do y'all think is the strongest between those two?
I would think they're probably equally as strong because they're similar characters. They're a similar character, and they both live under the same ocean. So, to me, their strength is the same. The only difference between Namor and Aquaman is that Namor can actually fly. Aquaman can't. That's it. Other than that, they both can dive just as deep. They can both fight and swim just as fast underwater, and they're just as strong above the
Right,
water. So it's
Oh,
all
wait,
Now
relative.
Aquaman has the ability to communicate telepathically with sea life.
But they gave that to Namor too. Namor
Oh,
can
they
do it
did?
too, which
yeah.
is yeah, which
Yeah,
is
Namor
common
was
sense.
talking to sea life also.
If you live under the water, are you talking to people? No.
Nope.
Well, you're gonna need
No.
telepathy, motherfucker.
Yeah.
How are you communicating with people that you can't things underwater that you can't speak to? You have to have telepathy.
Yeah.
Namor has that stuff too. They also gave Namor hydrokinesis nowadays, so gave him a little bit of Murr's powers too.
Yeah, so
Just what it is.
I think
Just what it is.
I think the only thing about it, the only thing about it that I saw different with Aquaman was, if you remember, you saw the Greek pantheon, um, Poseidon and them were dealing with Aquaman and them, like talking with him. Oh yeah, Poseidon set this shit up. Oh well, damn, I guess they were busy back in the day with the Greeks and stuff, set up all kind of shit. I mean, I'm not sure if they. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of pantheon if they were talking about one with Namor, but I do know they were talking about the pantheon with Aquaman and with Poseidon and
DC
Zeus.
Comics usually ties in a lot more Greek and Roman mythology. They usually tie a lot more
Right.
into it, right? Because
Neptune's beard or
that's the whole thing with Wonder Woman and stuff like that. It's tied to that pantheon a lot. So those characters can get tied in together in some kind of way. Marvel, they
Right.
play in a lot of different pantheons. That's why you can have Zeus and Odin at the same time
true. That's
because
the
it's
thing
not
we
it's
pulled
not
off
based
this
just on
weekend
one.
and the close proximity they had to the staff. We decided to extend
Mute.
Thanksgiving break.
I was talking. You talking over me.
We
There you go. I'll take it back.
sorry.
Yeah. So that's what. Yeah. No worries. So Marvel doesn't tie to one mythology solely. They use all of them. So that's why you have Zeus and Odin running around at the same time, which is two different mythological ideologies. But then you also have Egyptian and everything else in there too. So I don't think Namor is tied to anybody's actual Greek Roman mythology outside of the fact that Atlantis comes from that kind of Greek understanding of what Atlantis was.
Right. That's why I just brought up. You know what I'm saying? Like when the gods had dealt with the dark side forces, that was the only heavy hitters that they had. And you said that they went back to the sea. Poseidon's children went back to the sea. I'm like, okay, Poseidon's children to the sea. Zeus and them. All right. Amazons, watch the goddamn box. Do something right for your life. And so, okay, so they knew about each other. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're both connected. You know, that's why, you know, the Wonder Woman, Aquaman, you know, finesse, love triangle shit, you know, and then the other universe. But that's why I said that's the only thing. But then again, they're pretty much the same. I think that would be a pretty interesting battle. I'm kind of more so with the Aquaman that has a hook hand. I think he's more badass and shit to me, in my
Yeah, that
eyes.
was a badass
But
Aquaman.
right,
I forgot the
but
name of the
but
writer
other
who
than
was writing that story during that time.
yeah,
During that time
that
in
was
the
dark.
90s when he had a hook, he was an ass. I thought the water hand was cool because they tied him into authority and legend. Well, I thought that was kind of cool, but the hook hand Aquaman is the one people like. I thought it was fucked up. He lost his hand, but when he had that harpoon on that hand, yeah, he was fucking up people. It's on the Jolly Roger, man. It's on the Jolly Roger. Arthur wasn't happy.
Yeah, man.
Arthur wasn't a happy man with that hook, man. You can't jerk off with a harpoon hand. You can't jerk off with a harpoon hand. Get kind of
Oh
mad.
man.
Kind of mad. He was furious.
Yeah, he had a lot of
But
anger issues.
he had some issues. He had some issues, understandably. The nigga lost a whole hand. Like, nigga, do you know what the fuck is going on here? Got a harpoon, nigga. He wiped my ass. Holy shit. Hey, is that the piranhas keep away too? Yeah. That's how they kept the sharks and the piranhas away. Telepathy. Get off my ass. Get off my ass. Gotta think it really hard underwater. They even let Aquaman be the new King Arthur for the minute. Yeah, that's when he had the Aqua hand, swinging an Excalibur and chilling with the Lady of the Lake and shit. Yeah, that was cool. That was kind of cool to me because I like authority and legend. I do. Like Charles was talking about before that these are the things, these mythologies and stuff like that are what boys learn how to be men. Authority and legend informed a lot of what I did because that was like honor code between samurais and that shit. That was honor code that I developed for myself. That's it. So we'll go ahead and get out of here because I did 2 hours of me talking and about 3 hours of y'all getting to throw shots down range. So I got some closing thoughts. Let's throw them out there so I can get my ass up off this couch because it's numb. Get some food. Get some people fed here. Can't have people hungry. Can't have people hungry. So
Oh no,
final thought.
I'll just say I just want to see more movies like Black Adam. You know, it's gonna come that hardcore and not have any men in there soft and shit, getting bitch made by a woman. You know, their balls in another woman's purse. I can't. So
You don't like your balls in a woman's purse?
man, hell no, that's bullshit. Come on, man. But yeah, but just introduce better movies, please. Thank you. But that's all I gotta say, bro.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Go check out the menu. The menu was actually good.
The menu.
Yeah, the menu.
Yeah, I've seen. Okay, I've seen a little. Yeah, okay, I may check it out.
That was some dark humor in that shit. For real, it was some dark humor. Listen, I tell you, this is a scene from the movie, but you have to watch it to know what it is. It's like, listen, can't you hear that? Silent. Silent. That shit was hilarious. I was dying in that fucking movie, dude. And it was not something you were supposed to be laughing at, but I was dying fucking laughing at that scene. Now, if you find out about it, you guys watch the movie or something like that, you'll see what I'm talking about, and you'll see that's not a point you're supposed to be laughing, but it does play funny as fuck. It does play funny.
Shit, the
Guy
menu. I
plus
still gotta watch Sandman.
yeah.
Oh, you
You
still
can
ain't
watch
watched
the menu
Sandman
before.
yet?
Yeah, catching up, catching up.
Man.
Sandman was good too. I like the Sandman show. I did like the Sandman show. I already told y'all my episodes that I really liked. That one with he meets his sister Death was actually really cool. That was a really good episode. That was deep. That was a deep episode. And then the one with him with the immortal dude about life, letting him live for another 100 years to see how he felt about that shit. If he wanted to die,
Yeah.
but that was actually really cool too. What the fuck is going on with this thing? It has lost connection to the internet. Yeah, retry. Tough guy. Retry. But final thoughts, basically, what you got, and condolences to one of your senpais. Condolences.
Yeah. I just want to say, rest in peace again, Jason David Frank, legend, mentor. He influenced a lot of us, generation, especially myself, when it came to martial arts. And, to my RSK family, hope y'all keeping your heads up. I was just reading the message because we all got the group message about what we gonna do as far as classes tomorrow. So they
Uh,
extended it. So we're not gonna have classes at all next week, and
okay.
we ain't gonna start back until the following Monday. Well, next Monday.
After the holidays.
Yeah. So that's all. But other than that, everybody else. No, I know he has a daughter, Gemma. Gemma Frank. Hope try to be strong, girl, because
I
I
didn't.
know
I
that's
didn't.
tough right now.
I didn't know he had any kids. I
Oh
was
no,
worried
he had
about
a daughter. She was at the school. She was always with him. She was always with him.
how old is she.
She's like thinking her like 20s, early 20s.
Fuck, dude. What the fuck was going on with him? That's sad as fuck, dude. Not your 20-year-old daughter. Let me leave her alone out here like that. What the fuck? Well, yeah. So yeah, thank you for that. I didn't know that. That's
Yeah,
disappointing. That's tragically disappointing. So, as a reminder, like Charles said, I'm saying, Dr. T has said, many of us have said, check in on your brothers and your folks during this holiday season. Nobody needs to necessarily, well, nobody really needs to feel alone in a world full of so many billion people. Okay, so check in on the people that you know. Drop them a text, send them a call so they can hear your voice or something. Um, just to let them know that somebody is out there. We don't need everybody, self-deleting and shit like that. That's not the way to go. That's not the way to go. Um, and if you realize you are alone, talk to somebody, call somebody up yourself. Somebody, it don't matter who, but talk to somebody. There are phone numbers and lines and counseling and all kind of shit that you can do to not sit there and be miserable and lost within yourself during holiday season. I know it can be a bitch, but understand all this holiday bullshit is just that bullshit. It's commercialized bullshit. The only part that's important is connecting with people you know, people that you love, and people that respect you. That's the only thing that's important about this time of year. All the rest of that shit is commercialized bullshit. And if you worked in retail, you already know. Fuck all of that. You don't give a damn. You don't give a damn about it anymore. Whatever, it can be here or not be here. It doesn't matter. But look in on your folks. Look in on your folks. So thank you, Beasley, for coming up. Condolences again.
yeah.
Uh, but yeah, check out the menu. Check out the peripheral. I finally figured out what day it actually comes on. New episodes for the peripheral come on Fridays on Amazon Prime. It's an interesting show. It's hard to explain,
I was
but
gonna
it's
watch it when I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, that looks like an
hmm.
interesting show.
Yeah. The first two episodes would be probably slow and boring to you, but just get with it until she starts actually getting in the rig and seeing how the world works and stuff. It'll be interesting. You might not like how the brothers getting did in that, which I'm not liking, but I didn't write the book and I didn't make the show. I'm just judging it on what they're showing me and what it is right now. So, not knowing the source material, I have to go on the show, what the show is. So, I'm judging it on that. But yeah, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Thanks for that. No problem, Ray. No problem, man. Check out some of those things that you behind on. The Mad Villainy said the peripherals kick ass. Mad Villainy, were you the one who asked me about the peripheral? I think you were. That's the whole reason I started watching that shit because one of you guys in the chat had mentioned had I watched it, and I was curious about it when I saw a trailer. But then I actually started watching it and actually got into it. It was actually good. So I think you were the one who mentioned it to me because you're the only one in here talking about his kick ass too. So you're the only one who's watching it besides me. Must have been you. You the only one know about it. Yeah. Oh, you got love for Chloe Grace Mertz. There you go. You in love with Hit Girl, y'all.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You in love with Hit Girl. Okay. I don't remember. Maybe I'm saying yes. I'm pinning it on your ass right now because you got sparkly hearts for Chloe Grace. Oh my God. CGM, watch yourself, girl. You're gonna put a hit out on you. I always remember the first part of her name really easy, and the last part is always the one that escapes me. It's like Chloe Grace. Fuck up the rest of her name.
I
Mertz.
thought
Yeah,
Mertz. I
fucked
thought
up
it was
last
like I was like Mortez or
Moran or
something.
some shit. Yeah, I always say something different like
I thought it was like
Chloe Grace
Latino.
Moran, Chloe Grace Joshua, something like that. That's not her last name. What the fuck is her last name? Stupid. I'm good with that. Knock her out. She ain't got enough up top for me. But whatever. Whatever. She be showing her legs enough in this. I was like, huh. Big ass shoes on. I was like, damn, she has some big ass feet. Look like a Disney character when they made characters.
Yeah.
No shit. Shout out to Walt Disney. They fucked your shit up, dude. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, shit is on life support right now. It's getting dark in here. This thing keeps going back and forth. Why does it make up your mind? There you go. Now I'm lighter on the screen. All right, Beasley, I'm gonna go ahead and you can drop down now so I can close out this bitch. Y'all
All right.
check out Andor episode 12. I think I'm working. Yeah, I'm on call. I'm on call for Thanksgiving. I'm not expecting to get any calls because I got plans for Thanksgiving. But I may do a watch party for that last Andor, just so anybody who's watching it, we can get in there and watch it together because it's going to be the holidays, which mean, or at least Thanksgiving, which means I'm probably not going to want to do a reaction. And if I do a reaction, it's going to be right after I finish watching that shit, and that's going to be it. Because I still got a clear space on my phone. I got time to record it and try to get back and do bells and whistles. But that's it. That's the show for today. Thank you guys for coming through. Thank you for everybody who donated in the chat. We did make it over the goal, which I appreciate. Thank you very much. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr., Ray Hama, BMT, AB Media, Beastly Nerd, and I didn't see my brother Malika today. What the fuck happened to Malika? But thank you guys for being up on the panel, lending your voices and your thoughts to the show. Thank you to Judge Zilla and No One for giving me the title of this show, which is Double Indemnity or Diversity Inclusion. That's what it is nowadays in Geek Culture, isn't it? So appreciate you guys for that. I like it when the chat is moving and people are throwing in stuff, ideas on topic, because it makes the conversation more interesting. Like I said, it's a pot of geek gumbo. So you throw in your ingredients and we'll mix it all up together. Doc comedy, possible future movie recommendation, The Lobster. You talking about Lobster Johnson? That comic? Or is this a movie coming out? Yeah. What else did we talk about? Talked about Kindred. If you don't know anything about Octavia Butler, Kindred, get the book on Prime or something like that, audio book or whatever. and read up on that because that show is going to be coming out. So we don't outright attack the show as being some feminist bullshit. It's not. The book was made with a black female character at the center of it because it was written by a black female. So it might be interesting. I'm gonna go back and read the Kindred myself. And this will be probably the second time I've read it. Yeah, so I'm gonna go back and read it myself. So I'm just abreast on the source material before the show comes out. So when the show comes out, I can actually talk about it intelligently and not just pull it off the toilet paper. What up, Arta Idmore? You came back. Appreciate you, Doughboy. Like I told you, I will forever call you Doughboy, whether you're working at the bread spot or not. Nigga, you're gonna be Doughboy for life with me. So deal with it. What you watching on anime tonight, Arta Idmore? Because you still got to catch up, homie. You still ain't watched Shield Hero season 2. That's why I ain't talked about it with nobody, because nobody's actually watched the shit. Like, I don't watch all the goofy new anime, but I do watch the ones that I like. I still got to go back and try to find out why everybody is raving about fucking Chainsaw Man. What the hell is this? I don't know. And ain't nobody explained it to me either. So I'll be watching it cold as fuck. Like, why should I like this? Why is this entertaining for folks? You're looking really strange in the face. But you know how to hit me. You got my email. Let's see what's happening. I'm going to get out of here and try to feed the needs. Thank you guys for coming through. I've been artisanmc. This has been Shop Talk Live. I do this every Sunday, 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. And it goes until it goes. We talk about geekdom and all things under the sun. Appreciate you guys coming through. Like, share, subscribe to the channel because I do random live streams during the week. And I do movie reviews predominantly. So, thank you guys for coming through. I will see you all next time. Peace. Shout out to the Arta Idmore for supporting this stream. You also will get the guts and buds. Appreciate you.
Double up, 3 or 4 times. I ain't telling no lies. Run it up. Never let a hard time on the was.
Tater thoughts for life.